what's up, all? We're starting the debate in about 10 minutes. So I'm currently just in the waiting room. They do it through a combination of audio through Discord and then video through an app called Whereby. And it's going to be hosted by my friend Dylan Burns TV. I recommend you check his channel out. It's Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. So please check that out. He's left-wing. A lot of my audience won't care for his politics, but I think he's a person who's arguing in good faith. And I always recommend that you listen to people on the other side as well. And Dylan seems like a good person for that. Seems to be a genuine person. I think he's a pretty fair moderator. And I'm always happy to try to help his channel out. Look, I don't hate people that are on the other side. I would rather people get their information if it's on the other side of the ledger from independent content creators like myself. So please, I encourage you to check out Dylan Burns TV if you're on the left or even if you're on the right and you want to hear someone who I believe in my dealings with them has been more fair-minded. So check that out. Also, a word of warning, and any of you four watching right now, if you could do me a favor, I'm placing the link to Dylan's Twitch channel in my chat right now. Unfortunately, if you're on Periscope, you can't see that, but it's just www.twitch.tv/Dylan, DYLAN, Burns, BURNS TV. That's where the video will be. Jesse, you're in here. So if I'm lagging, I might have to end my stream and you'll have to go to Dylan's channel to watch me. I will record instead of streaming if I start lagging too much. And so this debate will be up on my channel tomorrow. But there's a chance, because I'm a poor person and my equipment's not that advanced, that sometimes it's just too much to handle. Doing a Discord call, doing a Whereby video feed, and streaming myself on my own server. Sometimes it's just too much. So if you're watching and it starts to lag too bad, or if Dylan tells me I'm lagging too bad in his end, I may unfortunately have to cut my live stream. Again, these are the two ways you could watch it then. Go to Dylan Burns TV, right? That's the number one. And Jesse, if you could help let people know, it doesn't matter, Jess. You can do whatever you want. But Jojo, Freebird, just let people know if this lags too much, go to that link. Again, I'll post it again. It's Dylan Burns TV on Twitch, and you could watch it live there. Or I will be able to record it, and then you could watch it on my channel tomorrow. But that won't be live, obviously. So whichever way you would prefer. But yeah, this is just going to be the pre-debate. So this first debate, I should be going for about 5 hours strong here. It's two separate debates. The second debate is a 4-on-4 debate. This first debate is going to be with one person named Pisco, who's been generous enough. He debated me on the Russia topic. He was generous enough to debate me for this. Yeah, all right, Modus. Hopefully I'm not lagging too much. Again, if I lag, go to Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. It's free. You might have to watch an ad, 30 seconds to watch the video, but you could get on there and you can watch it there. But Pisco, this first debate is on the Joe Biden story, the corruption that's came as a result of that. I guess Pisco is going to be arguing that it's not a big deal or it's disinformation. I will be arguing that it is a big deal. So, yeah, it should be a fun debate. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, I think, yeah, join on Twitch, whatever you got to do. I'm currently streaming on Twitch, YouTube, DLive, and Periscope. So you could watch any of those 4 platforms. If they're lagging too much, again, one time I did this and Dylan told me like, hey man, your audio's not coming through. So if that's the case, I may have to switch to just recording this, and you'll have to go over to Dylan Burns TV to watch it. So again, once more, for the third time, I'll put that, if I say, and I'll let my audience know, hey, I have to end this. Dylan and them can't hear me on my end. Hopefully it won't be an issue, but. So I'm going to check out now and see if they're ready for me. Hey, Pisco. Let me just check. This will be the video stream. So I'll try to straighten it up a little for you. But there'll be 3 of us on this. The second panel, there will be 9 of us. Dylan will be the host, and it'll be a 4-on-4 debate. That second debate will start at 8 p.m., and that's going to be on reason to vote for or against Trump, reason to vote for or against Biden. Okay, got it, Modus. Yeah, no problem, man. So, yeah, thank you all for being here. My prediction for the debate will be that he'll cite the NBC article saying that this has all been debunked, that none of it's true, and that it's not a big deal, and it's all about Hunter Biden and not Joe Biden. It's a horrible take. I'm ready for it. But I will say this, give Pisco at least this. At least he's the only person I could find that's willing to talk about this story. Even the Biden camp won't talk about it. So kudos to him for that. I think that that's a good thing. So, again, let me see if they're ready for me. Also, someone type in the chat, Jesse or Modus, as soon as Dylan starts to introduce us, someone please type to remind me to hit the record button on my end. So, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. So how's everyone doing? Oh, what's this? Hope everyone's doing great today. There we go. Go away. I'll tell you a pet peeve of mine when I do these videos. I hate when people don't give you 10 minutes beforehand to do like audio checks. Because half the time I have some sort of dumb issue and then they're trying to walk me through it and I look like an idiot. So I wish that they could hear me right now and we could do an audio check, but unfortunately that's not the case. Also, something else that I want to mention that I do that most other streamers don't do. If you're doing one of these debates, most streamers like do something like this. They have their face like this huge and then just the other people is a real small square. Not Rob. Look how Rob does it. Everybody gets equal screen size with me. Maybe it's because I'm self-conscious about being a big fat guy. I don't know. Yeah, it says Dylan's live on my channel now, JoJo. He's just, it says starting soon, but the video's up and running. So 42 people watching. The debate later tonight with Destiny, there'll probably be 6,000 people watching on his channel. All of them will think I'm a deplorable racist Nazi, so that'll be fun. Be a lot of weight jokes. But that's okay. I don't mind insults. How are JoJo, Freebird, and Modus doing? And anyone else watching? Oh, man, I hear you, Modus. I've been ridiculous. I'm going to be a dad soon, hence the shirt. The man, the myth, the legend, Daddy. So I'm getting excited. We're getting close. About 7 months. So 10 more weeks. So I'm really pumped with that. You know, I just promised my audience I would do a lot right before the election. So you get 5 hours to debate tonight, the radio show tomorrow, and then my 24/7 stream Monday. Going 24 hour. Oh, not 24/7. 24-hour stream. It's not going to be 7 days. Goodness. Not even I could handle that. So Huey Cobra, what's up? So yeah, I ask you regulars, even if you don't have moderator powers, leave people disagree with me, insult me. I don't care like that. If someone's being blatantly racist or they're spamming, feel free to interject at that point. But I don't care. A lot of times when I do these Twitch things, I get people that just want to personally insult me. A lot of people seem to be like that in Twitch. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. So don't worry that. What's up, Wild Saffron? So it should be a good debate. Unfortunately, I don't get that much time to prepare for these things because I work, but maybe so does Pisco, so that's no excuse. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's a law student, and honestly, I really disagree with most of his takes on things, but I don't think he's a mean-spirited person. So I think the last time I debated him was the Russia topic, and he had a partner that just wanted to make mom jokes and tell me to F off the whole time. Pisco did not do that. So I look for this to at least be a substantive debate with a lot of deflections on his part and just claiming that things are Russian disinformation that aren't. But that's fine. That doesn't make him a bad person or anything like that. Yeah, I know. I'm pumped for the 24-hour stream as well. I'm going to keep plugging it. So, all right, let me see if they're ready for me. They are not ready for me. 1 minute till. Let me say this. I am punctual, if nothing else. Also, JoJo, Modus, remember, remind me to record once Dylan gets here. And I'll repeat. I'll put Dylan's TV or Dylan's channel up here. If I'm lagging too bad on Dylan's end, if my audio is lagging too bad, please go over to Dylan Burns TV on Twitch to watch this. Or if you can't do that, it's free, but if you can't do that, I will record this debate and the next debate, and I'll upload them tonight so you could watch them tomorrow. But there's always a chance because I got a cheap computer and I live in rural Pennsylvania, my internet can only do so much, that it's hard for me to do an audio call, stream it on my end, and have a video streaming at the same time on a different platform. So Pisco's title is Debate with Rob Noah. Hey, it could be worse. He could have called me worse, right? I'm going to unmute and see if they can hear me. Yo, Pisco, you there?
I sure am. How you doing, Rob?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for doing this. I thought it'd be fun to do something before the election. So
I'm sure you're going to be more well read on this particular allegation. So I'm happy to learn more about it.
Well, hey, sometimes that means nothing. Sometimes I could just be well read into garbage, and common sense overwhelms that. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I was just telling I'm very happy that it's just me and you this time.
Yes,
I think that'll make it. We might not agree with each other, but I think it'll make it at least more focused and substantive. So I'm excited for that.
I was like craving that for the Russia debate, the times where we were like one-on-oneing. And I felt a little bit that our co-guests were sometimes distracting or getting mired in like personal insults or non sequiturs.
Yeah, and that's not to say that they're not as smart as us or didn't have as much to say in the topic, but I just thought it was like two separate conversations going at once is how I felt about it. So
totally.
So just to let you know, I am streaming this. I don't expect you to say anything crazy anyways, but
no, I'm not gonna. Yeah. I'll refrain from being controversial.
Well, you can be controversial, just like I know,
not in the way you're at. Yeah, go ahead.
Like I with the whole not that we'll talk about this, but like with the whole Jeffrey Toobin thing, like I always assume if there's a camera in front of me, it's on. So even when I'm like backstage waiting for this stuff, I'm never saying anything crazy because I just assume someone's recording somewhere. So why put yourself in a bad situation, you know?
Yeah. I actually don't know. Did he actually reveal was it him pleasuring himself, or was it just?
That's what I heard. Yeah, that he thought. Okay. I'll be honest with you. I know he's someone I don't care for as someone who's on the right, but I thought it was a mistake. I don't think he intentionally sought to be a creep. It's unfortunate. Yeah. But lesson learned. In this new when people doing online stuff more and more, you got to act like that camera's always on. You just have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Liberal use of the mute button,
right?
Especially on Zoom calls and stuff.
Yep.
It'll happen a lot, and it's always unfortunate when it does.
But
now Jeffrey too. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I already told everyone. I promise. Don't worry. All of my clothes will stay on all evening, so no one has to worry.
Yeah, I promise. I will not. I'll not reveal myself.
Hands above the board here. So
yeah. Although when I said I wouldn't be controversial, I'm sure with your audience I will be controversial.
I'm sure I could say the same with but believe it or not, I would say a good 10 to 15% of my audience are people that disagree with me on almost everything. So you'll definitely have supporters. But that's one of the things I'm most proud of because I really do try to foster an atmosphere where if you want to come on and disagree with me, that's totally cool. As long as it's not spamming or just constant insults or something like that. But
yeah, I appreciate that. And I noticed it a little bit. So I started doing this when I got onto Lecture Fans chat.
Yeah.
Because I've been in law school and I just saw conservative lawyer, Trump supporter, anti-climate change, whatever the title.
Right. Yeah, he has the whole
pro-electoral college or whatever thing. So I just thought to go in there, and a lot of the people that were super, even though I think privately they're a little bit bananas, they were very accommodating, in a way I didn't expect. But so yeah, I appreciate when conservative spaces allow for opposition. How you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing spectacular. How are you guys doing?
We're great. Well, I am.
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Happy to hear. Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, Pisco's been having an amazing life, Rob.
Yeah,
he's been going great.
I keep tabs,
You keep tabs on him. Yeah, you call him every night to check in. See how the wife and kids are doing.
That's CTV.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I am excited for tonight. Tonight's going to be an amazing show when it comes to the Hippy Dippy podcast, when it comes to the pre-show. I'm excited for this pre-show as well. Mm-hmm. And Rob, you're going to be both on for apparently
wow.
You're going to be on for this and the Hippy Dippy roundtable as well. You're in for the long haul tonight.
The gauntlet,
you ready
baby.
for You're ready for the gauntlet?
Yeah. So just to let you know, both Dylan and Pisco, if I have to run to the restroom here, since I'll be here for 5 hours, feel free to just fill in for me. You can assume what I would say. It's probably right.
No worries. There'll be a 15-minute break between this and the Hippy Dippy roundtable. And this roundtable is going to actually be the shortest one yet. It's actually going to be 2 hours and a half, not 3 hours and a half.
Awesome.
It's going to be actually shorter.
Cool.
So it'll probably be easier for you to do both.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm excited to bring you all together. And I finally got some proper attire to show my status as a Twitch streamer for my return.
How much did you
Twitch.
pay for that, Dylan?
How much did I pay for that? Too much. Too much. Not enough for the gag. I mean, it was too much for the gag. Certainly too much. But you know what? It's worth it because I got to show the status of this Twitch stream, because it's the best foreign policy Twitch stream on Twitch out of what, like,
why
out
qualify
of maybe,
like that? Why just foreign policy? And I happen to think your roundtables are really good too.
That's a good point. I think you have a good reasoning here. I think you're right. This is the best roundtable on Twitch, and not only that, but the best Twitch channel. XQC has to look out for himself now. Ninja's got to cover his ass now. I'm coming for all of them, okay? I'm going to monopolize every part of Twitch. Honestly, I think if every single other Twitch channel does not just restream my content, they're actively hurting the planet. So
now that you're dominating foreign policy discussion, are you going to start playing Fortnite and dominate that as well?
Maybe
Fortnite's dead, right?
I feel like maybe we need a realist foreign policy on Twitch, and I need to start invading and liberating the rest of these Twitch categories.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, wonderful. So sounds today I've brought you both together because you both have a different perspective on the recent emails that have been released to the public, and reported on by different news agencies and people online and news anchors. And how you both have a different view of the Hunter Biden situation. And I would say you mostly have a different view on everything, but on this particular is what we're sitting down to talk about today. So both of you were excited to do it. So I didn't have to do much like prep to like figure out how you wanted to specifically structure this. So I'll just ask you guys before you introduce yourselves, do you want opening statements or do you just want to get straight into it?
It's up to
It's
up to Pisco either way.
I'm happy to go right into it or opening statements. I think letting Rob come in now. I don't know if this is breaking the rules or anything. Rob has sort of an allegation to put out there, and and he thinks that this is very important to the election and to sort of what the Biden family is about. I think it would be nice to have him come out and sort of give a first impression. And then I can sort of start talking, and we can sort of have a more free-flowing conversation.
And before we start, Dylan, you like on me, your screen is black. Is that intentional?
No, no, you can actually refresh the whereby and you'll rejoin and you'll be able to see.
Okay, let me do that real quick because I hear that you have an outfit, so I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
I mean, it's not really an outfit. This is what I go like get my milk in.
Oh well, sure.
Yeah.
What's the difference between an outfit and a costume? Is there a difference?
Well, this is I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is what I walk around town with. This is what my, the constituents expect me to wear in for a person of my status. So, I mean, it's not really an outfit. It's more, this is a Friday casual dress.
Got it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite bands, Drive By Truckers, they have a song that says, "Don't call what you're wearing an outfit," right? They think that's an insult. To call
your favorite band is Drive By Truckers?
One of them, yeah. Big, believe it or not, big Biden supporters, despite being country music, yeah.
Wow. Well,
yeah, so.
Well, I mean, Rob, you've done something incorrect. You haven't let a celebrity tell you who to vote for. What's wrong with you?
Well, Lil Wayne, right? I'm a big Lil Wayne.
I wasn't you were gonna bring that up.
Oh my gosh, that was funny. It was like,
so I could jump in if that's what we want.
I'm happy to.
And this way, you're the prosecution. He's the defense. So prosecution goes first.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't have a specific, I think, statement that we're debating. So I'll just lay out my case for what I think's going on. So a New York Post story came out on October 14th that laid out allegations that I've been making, similar allegations for over a year, not just me, but other people. And in this New York Post story, they allude to the fact that there was a computer that was owned by Hunter Biden that was dropped off in Delaware at a Mac repair shop, was left there, and that owner eventually, once the kind of time frame ran out on when it could be picked up, was looking at that computer, realized it was from Hunter Biden, and saw a bunch of incriminating evidence on there that he thought was noteworthy enough to contact the FBI. He also made copies of that because the FBI, in which I believe is corrupt, was slow walking or wasn't discussing this story. So he made copies, which ended up getting to lawyers for Rudy Giuliani, and then brought to the New York Post, the oldest newspaper in the United States. Those emails told a story of Joe Biden lying when he said that he wasn't involved or ever speaking to his son son about his dealings in foreign policy. Now, it's been widely known, even before these emails came out, that Hunter and Jim Biden, Hunter is Joe Biden's son, Jim Biden is Joe Biden's brother, that they had been involved in foreign deals to the tunes of millions upon millions of dollars in places that we would consider adversarial, such as Burisma, which is a company that was an oil company and energy company in the Ukraine that Joe Biden and Obama thought was ran by a corrupt oligarch, or companies attached to other governments that are hostile to us, like the CCP, the Communist Party of China. So what this did, Joe Biden's defense to all of this, which was laughable, was, I never talked to my son about his business decisions. This speaks to the exact opposite. After this story came out and the mainstream media refused to talk about it and tech companies censored it because they said it was either untrue or hacked material, both allegations which are false, we saw that one of the characters involved in it that was a business partner of Biden's, of the Biden families, by the name of Tony Bobulinski, came out publicly. He was attached to many of these emails, and he said that not only are these emails true, but that he enlightened us with more stories about how he personally met with Joe Biden in connection to these businesses, and he thought that they were doing things such as trying to shift money around to keep it off the books so that the United States people wouldn't know the shady practices that were going on with the Bidens. This would also directly implicate Biden in his only defense of the quid pro quo he offered with $1 billion to fire a prosecutor of the Ukraine, where he said, oh, I never talked to my son about business. That was his only defense, and that would shoot a hole in that. Despite this, these allegations haven't been covered at all, nor the interview with Tony Bobulinski by the mainstream media, which shows the corruption involved in the Democratic Party, FBI, and the establishment. So what this all paints a picture of basically everything that Trump was accused of having shady connections to adversarial countries, of trying to bury those financial records, of lying to the American people, of issuing a quid pro quo to help himself politically. All of that stuff that Trump was accused of was actually done by Joe Biden. Real quick, I will not be speaking to the allegations, except in one small context of the drug use or the sexual proclivities of Hunter Biden. I do not care about that whatsoever. I do not think that's a reason to not vote for Joe Biden. Any politician could have a family member that is involved, has some demons, is doing stuff that we as a society may frown upon. That's not reason to reject a family member of theirs. Having said that, I think it's funny that the same people that said if there was a sex tape of Donald Trump getting peed on, that was compromise that would be used to blackmail him by foreign powers. But all of a sudden, the actual sex tapes we're seeing of Hunter Biden is just ignored as no big deal. But that's basically the case I'm outlining. So I'll leave Pisco have a chance to respond here.
No problem. Pisco, you're next.
Sure. So I want to sort of have this back and forth now that
Okay.
you've laid out your
Yeah,
argument.
no problem.
But I'll start with one sentence that I think encapsulates my view on it. Even if you were to prove everything you just said, I don't think that's at all relevant to the choice in who you pick as president this election. That being said, let's get into the nitty gritty.
Well, if I may, I
Yeah.
knew you would say that. So if I may, I'd like
Yeah.
to play you some audio. Hopefully you could hear this. And this is
Sure.
someone speaking about the importance of foreign interference into our system. See if you recognize this person.
Yeah,
Well,
it's me. I'm
was
sure.
this wrong or does it matter? Well, many of these acts were crimes and were charged as such during the Mueller investigation. Right there, I think that's a sign of the investigation yielded some results. Maybe you don't care about the laws that are broken with respect to private property and the email server. I care about private property, so I care when the people break
Not
those
this
laws
part.
with respect to private property. Maybe you don't care about federal election law and foreign lobbying reporting and foreign influence. I care about those laws, and I care when they're broken. You know who else cared? The framers of this Constitution. If any of you read the Federalist Papers, they talk ad nauseum about foreign influence. All they talk about is about the government being co-opted and disturbed by foreign powers. It's a distinction that matters and is one that I think shouldn't be cheapened by reference to the potential for domestic agencies to subvert the election even more. No one denies this fact, but foreign influence is a special, I think, concern of the framers and us today.
So it seemed that a couple weeks ago you thought
Yeah.
foreign influence was a big deal. I'm just curious why it wouldn't be the case now.
Yeah, it's a really big deal, foreign influence, and I think that absolutely, to the extent that foreign influence into our elections is alleged in these emails, they should be discussed with seriousness. Even taking at the worst, taking everything at face value, at taking you at your word and taking all the documents at their word, this doesn't allege foreign interference in United States elections.
Sure, it alleges in the same token that if Trump was, for example, we thought it was a big deal when allegedly a Trump representative was offered a stock in Rosneft, correct? That's a Russian energy firm. And the argument from the Democrats was if Trump's campaign was offered such a huge stake in a Russian energy firm, that would prove that their foreign policy decisions would be compromised. Now, we know for a fact that not only were the Bidens involved in CEFC, which was the CCP company that they were working and lobbying with and getting paid millions of dollars for, but that company, CEFC, actually purchased 14% of Rosneft, the very company.
Let's separate the two sort of lines of concern. Okay. One line of concern is involvement by a foreign power in domestic elections.
Okay.
That's the context with I was speaking about.
Well, you said foreign influence in general, though.
Foreign influence, right? But the context we were talking about was Russian involvement into American elections. Okay. That said, I'm gonna give you what you want, which is I am concerned if individual candidates are influenced by foreign actors in a significant way, and so that would speak to, I think, whether or not Joe Biden is tied significantly to foreign powers. And it could conceivably make Hunter Biden the story relevant to whether or not there's influence. But as alleged, what's the connection to Joe Biden? I've heard at its worst, all I've heard is Joe Biden lied when he said he never talked to his son about his involvement in Burisma. That is not Joe Biden owning stock in a Ukrainian company. That is not Joe Biden having a deal in China.
Okay. There are several things. First, Tony Bobulinski, in which there are documents from the Milken conference proving that Tony Bobulinski was there as a guest of the Bidens. He personally met with Joe Biden twice involving this business deal with the CEFC and Sinohawk, which he was doing in connection with Jim and Hunter Biden. Jim and Hunter Biden sat down with him, talked about how they were trading on the family legacy and the family name, and that's how they were getting this business deals. He then personally met with Joe Biden to discuss.
Hold on. There's a difference. So one is they're only getting these deals because of access to Joe Biden.
Right.
That's kind of influence peddling.
Sure.
Another is Joe Biden himself has a personal stake or ownership interest or some other compromising ownership stake of some kind or income or revenue stream from a foreign source. Where's the evidence for that?
Okay, well, two things. One, you don't have to make that leap. For example, if we found out that Donald Trump was trading foreign policy favors in order to benefit his son financially, but it didn't benefit, we didn't have it on paper that it benefited Donald Trump Sr., just Donald Trump Jr. I will guarantee that you and the rest of the people on the left that are critical of Donald Trump would say, yeah, you can't do that. Just because so even if he never personally got one dime, if he was engaged in trading access and favors and to foreign adversaries to enrich his son and his brother, that's just as bad. That's just as shady.
Just as bad?
Yes.
Well, so why do you think Democrats freak out with respect to the Trump Tower deal in Moscow?
Well, the argument seemed to be that if Trump had a financial arrangement in a hostile power like Russia, that could influence his policies directed towards Russia because they would have some sort of leverage over him. I see no reason that I don't think it would have been a credible defense to Donald Trump to say, oh, no, man, that wasn't me. That was my son. My son was the one who did make billions of dollars from the Russian government. I don't think the left-wing media would have been like, oh, fair enough. It wasn't Donald Trump. It was just his son. They would have said,
well, be aware that a lot of the it's easier, I think, to vicariously hold Trump responsible for the action of his family just by virtue of the fact that he hasn't divested himself fully from his own enterprises. And so to the extent that his children are acting as his surrogates, there's a more direct relationship than the only tie with Joe Biden would be, which I agree, you could conceivably say it would be improper. I can think of a way in which it could be improper if it was just a familial tie, but that's much weaker than a sort of a direct tie to the Trump organization.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So if Don Jr. tomorrow starts a new organization that his dad has nothing to do with, Trump wins the second term, and all of a sudden Don Jr. is cooperating with the Chinese government, the Russian government, personally getting money from Putin and state-owned banks, and Donald Trump is meeting with Putin in discussions about his son's business, but Donald himself, it was never invested in Don Jr.'s company. You'd be totally okay with that. You would say, no problem, Don didn't get any, Trump Sr. didn't get any of that money, it was just Don Jr.
I grant you that nepotism is bad for its own sake in some sense. Even the appearance of that sort of improper influence can be bad.
Right. Would you say that there's at least an appearance of that with Biden?
No, I don't, because I don't. I think it's tenuous at best. First of all, on the merits of the factual matter, and also even the worst as alleged doesn't seem to rise to huge amounts of influence. First of all, you said foreign adversaries. Ukraine is not a foreign adversary.
Burisma was. We were told that Zaldivia, that ran Burisma, was a pro-Putin oligarch that stole billions of dollars of the people of Ukraine. He was so much of an adversary of us that Joe Biden and Barack Obama claimed that they would not give $1 billion in guaranteed loans to the Ukraine until he was successfully prosecuted or successfully investigated. So it's not me saying that the owner of Burisma was corrupt. It's Joe Biden and Barack Obama.
That has to do with the Ukrainian administration at the time. Listen, I'm not an expert on Ukrainian history, but as I understand what was explained during the impeachment process and all that was Ukrainian government at that time was considered extremely corrupt. This is
you're absolutely. You're absolutely right. This was Poroshenko. Poroshenko was considered an ally of Barack Obama. Poroshenko replaced Yovanovich. I can't pronounce his name very well, but he starts with a Y.
You talking about the prosecutor?
No. I'm talking about the president before Poroshenko.
Yeah, okay.
The president before Poroshenko was considered a Russian stooge. Then Poroshenko came in, and he was more of an ally to the United States. Under the Poroshenko regime, Barack Obama and Joe Biden sent them billions of dollars in aid. The first condition they had was creating an organization tantamount to our FBI that would be able to investigate corruption. That organization was called the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Ukraine. They were widely considered Obama and Biden's biggest allies in the Ukraine because they were financed by Obama and Biden. They are the ones.
They weren't.
Yes, they were created with State Department money.
Be careful what you say here. Okay, so one thing is, so first of all, I don't know shit about this bureau, so I can't speak to it. But be careful when you use funded by Obama, Biden. It's funded by U.S. tax dollars to the extent that it was the United States government.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Biden and Obama in their role as statesmen aren't Biden and Obama in their role as private citizens.
Okay, sure. They used your tax dollars to fund these organizations. Fair enough. Well, that's a fair clarification.
Do you think do you think that is inherently bad to fund, to have foreign interests in which we're funneling money into, or we're trying to?
I think it's oftentimes used corruptly, but not necessarily on face value is it always corrupt. So I wouldn't say that is proof of any sort of corruption. The mere point
What do you think Biden? Okay, let's cut the crap. What is Biden doing here? What do you think? If forget about the evidence, what do you suspect Joe Biden is doing? If you cut all the crap and just say what's on your mind.
Okay. We could get to the details more. I will just say real quick that Tony Bobulinski says that Hunter Biden is the big man that's getting 10% of the money. That's Joe Biden, actually. And that when Hunter Biden talks about my chairman being involved in the business deal, that's actually Joe Biden. And that's backed up by the fact that other...
Because right now I'm assuming all your facts as given. I'm assuming your facts as all true. And I think as alleged, what you have here, this is what I think. If you accept all your facts as true, that Hunter is intimately involved in Ukraine activities and Chinese activities in having the appearance of impropriety. And the fear is that Hunter Biden will influence Joe Biden to have foreign policy agendas that are in benefit of the CCP and Ukraine. And that's wrong.
Okay.
That's
the Ukrainian.
Is that your... As alleged, that's the worry, right?
All right.
Hunter Biden is improperly motivated by Ukraine and China, and he's going to push Ukraine and CCP agendas to Joe Biden. Is that your fear?
Joe Biden directly, not just Hunter Biden, but let's break it into two parts. Let's break in the Ukraine and China. So with Ukraine, let me just ask you a fundamental question. Take the names Trump, Biden, any politician, political party out of it. If an executive branch member uses large sums of your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor that's looking into their family's business, should there be an investigation?
That is not the facts as alleged by even Trump officials.
That's not true. That's facts admitted by Joe Biden himself. We could go through the exact video if you want.
It was the position of the United States government that this prosecutor had to go, to the extent I've looked it up.
Why?
Right? That was because they were corrupt. Was
and
the
what's
determination
the proof that
of
they were corrupt?
United States. Well, I don't know. The United States made that determination. The United States so you're telling me that you think that the United States intelligence services, ambassadors, I mean, these are nonpartisan, allegedly deep state actors, maybe you would say, who have made the determination that the Ukrainian prosecutor was corrupt and not going after people he should be, or sort of politically motivated prosecutions.
All right, so let me.
You're telling me that was a lie.
Yes. Let me ask you, and let me put it in the form of a question and turn it to you and ask you this.
Yeah.
Let's say that there was an administrator, an investigator that was looking into Donald Trump's family or Donald Trump's connections, right? And let's say that a bunch of people said that investigator's bad, he needs to go. Would you then say, if Donald Trump fired that investigator, that everyone would be like, fair enough, Democrats and Republicans both said that investigator needed to go, so no problem there? Would you say that would likely happen?
Is this a comparison to Mueller?
It's a comparison to Comey.
To Comey. So,
Right? Both Republicans and Democrats said he was horrible. Democrats were furious about his announcement about Hillary before the election. And it's not conflation, because the argument, the point I'm trying to make to you is, it doesn't matter what a bunch of people in the World Bank said, or the International Monetary Fund, Christine Lagarde. It doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't matter that a bunch of Obama, Biden allies.
It's not IMF. It's United States Department of State.
Okay, fair enough. So the United States
Central Intelligence Agency,
the Department of State under Barack Obama and Joe Biden all said this person was corrupt and they needed to go. It just so happens that Joe Biden was the one who personally delivered that message. And at the same time, that prosecutor was investigating his son's company.
Again,
if this was Donald Trump and his state, if Bill Barr and Durham come out and Chris Wray would come out and a bunch of people came out and said, hey, this prosecutor that's investigating Donald Trump's son's company is corrupt, you would not say, oh, well, then no problem if Trump uses tax dollars to force that prosecutor to be fired. You would not say that. There would be accusations of nepotism and corruption.
First of all, Joe Biden is not the chief executive of the United States. That's
irrelevant.
Barack Obama.
So that's no better than Obama.
So Joe Biden, so that's just one, I guess, as a formal matter, Biden doesn't have the authority to compel foreign policy, just so you know. And I'm sure you know that.
Sure he
second,
does.
It was the determination of the United States Department of State and various actors in our bureaucracy that this prosecutor had to go. It was untenable.
It's an absurd statement. I mean, so if Donald Trump, if a bunch of people Donald Trump appoints says that we're allowed to use our tax dollars for a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor who's looking into his son, you would say, well, hey, Trump's State Department said that's what should happen. That's what you're telling me?
I'm telling you from members of the bureaucracy that predate Obama, who have had long tenures, members who weren't appointed by Barack Obama. So Barack Obama only appoints, for the most part, superior officers, right? Principal officers of the United States. The other inferior officers get appointed by them, or their career officials who are appointed by the principal officer themselves or lower subordinates. They don't have to go through advice and consent. These are members of our security apparatus and State Department apparatus who are not political appointees. And it was their determination, as well as you talk about the CIA, all facets of the United States government. It was positioned in the United States government that this prosecutor has to go. And you're telling me that this is...
Yes, I'm telling you that...
this is all cooked up by Biden.
No, I'm telling you that these people that were connected, just like the IRS all said, we need to audit or be harsher when it comes to tax exempt policies when it comes to the Tea Party. Yes, there is corruption within the deep state. There are people that are all into it together. That includes establishment Republicans and Democrats. So saying that a bunch of establishment unelected bureaucrats. So you're
why would the bureaucrats cook up this scheme to wrongly frame this prosecutor?
Because they are allies of Barack Obama and the establishment foreign policy that was outlined by George Bush / Barack Obama. So it was against their foreign policy efforts if they would have pointed out the corruption that Obama and Biden were engaged in.
So how is Obama at all engaged in this now?
Because he's the one. Let's go back to what Joe Biden said in the Council of Foreign Relations. He said that he went to the Ukraine. He told Poroshenko, the president of the Ukraine, you have 6 hours to fire this prosecutor, Shokin. If you don't, you're not getting your $1 billion. Shokin said, you're not the president. Biden says, call him, as in call Obama. He'll say the same thing. And wouldn't you know, they fired this son of a bitch. So that's what happened. So do you think
I'm not asking the actions. I'm asking, what is the incentive for Barack Obama to wrongfully target some random ass prosecutor, a prosecutor in Ukraine, for the sake of Joe Biden's son and I guess his financial well-being? What is his incentive?
All right, there's
It doesn't
several
make sense,
incentives.
right?
One, do you think that if his vice president was mired in a scandal where his son was engaged in the very corrupt people that Obama was claiming to fight, do you think that would have looked bad to Obama?
What is this, 2014?
Yeah. Well, no, the quid pro
He's
quo
won
was
a
in
second
2016. You don't think it would look bad for the Democratic Party? If it turns out that Obama's vice president's son was engaged in corruption with our ally or with our enemies, you don't think that would have looked bad?
I don't concede that it is corruption.
You don't think Burisma was corrupt?
I don't think so. I'm determining the actions of the United States government, and I don't think that Barack Obama asserting United States government's foreign policy and perspective and position is innately corrupt. You'd have to prove that there's some corruption there, and you are saying that Obama dictated from the top down to all these bureaucrats that it was to sort of start a wrongful and meritless movement or undermining of a foreign prosecutor to avoid some generic scandal for an election in which, first of all, Trump's not even a candidate and he's not even up for the ballot.
Right, it has nothing to do with Trump.
What's the motivation? It seems very tenuous that like Obama's trying to prevent just some generalized scandal that he could quite easily distance himself from and say, that's Joe Biden's son, it's not me. Why would he put himself at risk by dictating this policy to subordinates?
Again, this is one part of it. It would be at risk because it would be his vice president that he knew that Hunter Biden was connected to this. Barack Obama knew that. He knew that Joe Biden was his point man there. And he knew that there was money being funneled also through people like John Kerry's family, Mitt Romney's family, and others through corrupt oligarchs that we were sending tax dollars to who were then funneling back and paying the children of prominent politicians millions of dollars. Barack Obama knew that. The establishment knows that. This is the sort of deals they make all around the world to enrich themselves and their family.
So
now the second part
it's your position that this prosecutor was wrongfully fired for corrupt reasons.
Yes.
That's
for example,
to your claim.
Do you think the second reason is we could see that Barack Obama himself was through his State Department was putting pressure on prosecutors in the Ukraine to leave him and his allies off the hook.
That's not evidence, right? So
sure, there's evidence. George Kennett admitted it.
No, sorry. That is not evidence. Right? So if it is a proper foreign policy position of the United States, it's okay for State Department to pressure these actors, right? So the question is, how did this policy position come up? And the question is this policy position totally corrupt and have no basis in fact? And that's what you're saying. So you have to go to that point. Why is the underlying basis for this foreign policy position that? Not whether or not it was sort of enacted by the state.
This is absurd. So what you're saying is, as long as, so again, Donald Trump's in charge now. So if Donald Trump decides that he wants to pay a bunch of activists in another country to do things that are beneficial to Donald Trump and his interest, then if he uses let me finish. If he then uses tax dollars to force prosecutors to not look into those activists for breaking the laws of that country, then it's perfectly fine. I find that to be an absurd statement.
No, that's not what I said.
Can I ask a question quickly? Since I know one of the specifics of the case, foreign policy is kind of my arena. And I don't want to tilt a certain way, but I am generally interested in what you would think because I haven't heard this from a conservative position before, because I haven't heard this been brought up yet. Joe Biden did go out and pressure Mr. Shokin, the Ukrainian prosecutor, around the time. But if I remember correctly, he wasn't the first U.S. official to pressure Mr. Shokin. In fact, he wasn't even the first government to pressure Mr. Shokin to resign. I believe it was actually the EU who actually started that fight. Then it was U.S. officials. Then it was Joe Biden. So if this
why did they pressure?
Because Shokin was covering for many of his allies,
including Zaldivia, correct? That was one of the central. Okay, so this is how I could prove that they're all lying. So the argument that these people are making was that this prosecutor Shokin needed to be fired because one of the big things that proved he was corrupt was he refused to properly investigate Nikolai Zaldivia, who is the owner of Burisma. Correct? Does everyone agree with that?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
I think I remember that.
So we have evidence from the Ukraine. Let's go through the timeline. We have evidence from the Ukraine press agency that on February 2nd, 2006, Shokin, this supposed corrupt prosecutor who was refusing to investigate Zaldivia, you know what he did in February 2nd, 2016? He froze the assets of Nikolai Zaldivia. We have proof of that. That happened. The investigation was going. Okay, so there was an investigation. So that claim from the EU and Obama and Biden was a lie. Number two,
wait,
6
that's not
days
enough.
later.
Wait, we can't let you go. We can't let you go. So
Okay.
it's not enough proof to say that he froze assets, to say that it was a legitimate investigation. If all it took was a token move or some sort of pro forma move like freezing assets or pretending you're having an investigation to have your bases covered, then any prosecutor would just go through those pro forma motions.
Okay, then if that's true,
suspicion.
let's assume for a second that's true. Can you explain to me why 6 days later, Blue Star Strategies, which were the American firm of lawyers that were representing Zaldivia, contacted the State Department under Obama and said, hey, Hunter Biden works here. Can you help us with this investigation that's occurring to us? Why would they seek help into an investigation that was never happening?
I don't understand. So you're trying to, first of all, you're saying that the only reason that this prosecutor was alleged to be corrupt was because of this one investigation. And second of all, you're saying that the actions of a lawyer asking for help with investigation proves that investigation, I don't know, was
the claim
is
one? The claim from the Obama, Biden, the media, the Democrats, and everyone else that are allied with them saying that this quid pro quo from Biden and Obama was okay. The reason they say it was okay is because, quote, there was no investigation into Burisma. Their assets were frozen on February 2nd, 2016. 6 days later, the lawyers for Burisma reach out to the State Department under Obama and say, Hunter Biden works here. Can you help us with this investigation? Less than a month later, Joe Biden gets on a plane and forces the firing of the prosecutor that just froze the assets of Burisma.
Hang on, don't go back to that action, right? So we're analyzing the underpinnings of that investigation and that State Department position that this prosecutor has to go. And if it is legitimate position in the United States that prosecutor has to go, you would agree that what Joe Biden did was proper, right?
No, I wouldn't. I would say that any time that anyone forces the firing of a prosecutor that's looking into their son's company, it needs to be investigated. Yes. I don't care if they could say, but everyone in the State Department said it was okay.
Sorry. It's not his company, right?
He's on the board of directors.
Being on the board of directors isn't the same as owning the company.
Right. It's still a company that he's heavily invested in, and paid millions of dollars from.
Okay, but you're overstating, right? So it's not his company. So stop saying it, right? The company.
Okay. If that's where you want to hang your head, well then sure. Yeah, it would have been corrupt if he owned the company, right? But the fact that he was just on the board of directors, by all means, use the executive branch and quid pro quos to fire the prosecutor looking into it. He was just the board of director. I mean, come on.
Well, he's not the CEO head. First of all, so he's not the one director on the board of directors. He's not a chief officer of this company, as far as I'm aware of. He doesn't run the day-to-day. I'm sure
he was being paid $83,300 a month for nothing, just because his name was Biden, because he was trading influence to his dad. This is evidence by
listen, I'm not going to do whataboutism to the Trump family, but you should know how silly it looks to be accusing Biden of nepotism when you support Trump, just so you know.
No, what I know is that Trump's been investigated more than any president in history. The media has repeated any allegation, regardless if it was sourced, unsourced, anonymous, whatever. Yet somehow, now listen, just real quick, you in the Russia debate said, oh, these accusations of foreign influence are so strong that the founding fathers thought they were very serious. They need to be investigated. When we have Joe Biden himself firing the prosecutor, looking into his company.
I wasn't even tying Trump into it. We couldn't even get off the ground on whether or not you thought it actually happened that Russia was hacking the DNC. So
that was your opening statement. That you said foreign interference was so important that we need to look at foreign influence. Now all of a sudden, when it comes to this Burisma or China deal, all of a sudden you're uninterested. You're like, it doesn't matter.
It's not a contradiction. I'll tell you why. So the opening statement I had and the length of the conversation we had wasn't about the Trump interactions with the Russians' interference program. As far as I know, right, there is no direct evidence that Trump had any sort of involvement in the direct Russia hacking or anything like that. That's what Mueller said, that he didn't find evidence to that effect, right?
Right.
Correct? So my comments were directed. The main case against Trump in Mueller is, first of all, his surrogates definitely had some contacts with Russia, and also that Trump obstructed justice, right?
What does it matter if his surrogates had contact if you don't care if you brush off Hunter Biden, who would be a big surrogate of Joe Biden. You brush him off. Who cares if he had connections to the CCP?
Let me get there. So my comments in the first part of that conversation, most of it, were tailored at the fact of election interference itself, right? That is different than the United States government pursuing a valid foreign policy objective, namely the removal of a prosecutor. So here's, I guess, a question, principally, Rob Noir. Is it always wrong pretend Hunter Biden never had any connection with Burisma? Is it always wrong for the United States government or any government to push for the firing of anybody in any other country?
I would say it's unusual, but there are situations where it could apply. But I would say the fact that you're using a quid pro quo with $1 billion tax dollars to fire a prosecutor is a very unusual situation. The fact that that prosecutor happened to be looking at a company that Joe Biden's son was on the board of directors of, it makes this a clear case of scrutiny. You yourself said earlier that even
I don't want to go there, right? So
just real quick, you said even the appearance of impropriety would be a serious deal.
I agree.
But you don't think this appears improper?
No.
You don't?
As long as you believe. So I can tell you why. So
okay,
I'm glad that we established that it is legitimate in some cases for the United States to push for the firing of individuals in another government. You said that, right?
Sure.
Okay. If there's some other generic country in which we are sending money to for foreign aid, and they have a extremely corrupt prosecutor who is doing really, really bad things, not what this person was doing, let's say they were jailing all black people in that country. This is not what's happening now. this is a hypothetical. Would it be proper for the United States to say, we will withhold our aid until you fire this prosecutor who is using racially based prosecutorial discretion?
Sure.
Okay. So in the abstract of pushing for someone's firing, the act of pushing for someone's firing itself isn't the problem. The problem is why they're doing it, right? Are they doing it because Hunter Biden has a financial connection and they're undermining legitimate United States foreign policy positions? In other words, is there a basis for this foreign policy position? Not the fact of pushing for firing.
I mean, you're filibustering a lot here. That you're just saying, yeah, it was his son. They said that Joe Biden said there was no investigation into Burisma. That is a lie. We see that the assets of Burisma were frozen, or Burisma CEO and founder were frozen. We see that the lawyer, we see that you just talked a lot. Just give me a chance here. We see that the lawyers for Burisma said in open messages, emails that we now have to the State Department, there is an investigation into us. Hunter Biden works here. Can you help us? We see that less than a month later, they forced the firing of that prosecutor. Let me take a different tack. Will you admit that Joe Biden and Barack Obama both said that they wanted Zaldivia to face justice in an investigation because they thought he was a corrupt Russian oligarch? A pro-Russian oligarch?
That's true. I think that was, but you're limiting it to Joe Biden and Obama wrongfully.
Okay, right? Fine. Everyone that said. So they all thought
Biden.
They all thought Zaldivia, the EU
is the United States government, the EU, right?
Okay,
so
right. Okay,
the EU,
here we go. Good.
Dylan brought up a great point, right? Why would the EU support the United States position on this?
Okay, good question. Great question. Yeah. Okay, so here's the position then. Here's the story from the Obama-Biden team that you're agreeing with. The EU, Obama, Biden, all the people in the State Department, they all were upset with this prosecutor in part because Zaldivia was this corrupt pro-Russian oligarch that stole millions of dollars off the Ukrainian people in false gas dealings. Anyone, Dylan or Pisco, do either of you disagree with that position? Because I only bring Dylan into it because he asked. There were other organizations that called for his firing. Right? We agree. That's true.
My understanding is, among other things, one of the failures of the prosecutor was to investigate this Russian-tied oligarch.
Okay, and you would be skeptical to give $1 billion tax dollars to a country who had prosecutors that were unwilling to go after corrupt pro-Russian oligarchs. Correct? That's the argument you're making.
So that's the argument Obama made,
exactly,
and the State Department made, that we don't want to have this prosecutor. And so your position is that they didn't fail to investigate because we have this evidence that there was an investigation.
If I could continue with my line of questioning here. So we agree with that. So they're all upset that Zaldivia not facing justice. They just blame this prosecutor, Shokin. So the United States says, we're not going to give you this $1 billion until you get Shokin out of the way so we could get a real prosecutor that will go after corrupt people like Zaldivia. Right?
So that's what was said, I think.
Okay. Now, they fired Zaldivia.
Again, I wasn't there. I don't want to.
But that's the argument that you're making, right?
That's what's been said in the media.
Okay,
right?
so Shokin got fired, correct? We could agree with that.
He did get fired.
Okay, who received the investigation after Shokin?
I don't know who the next prosecutor.
The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Ukraine, the NABU. Does that name sound familiar?
I've never heard of it until.
Well, that was the group that I just told you a while ago was created
Yeah.
with funding from the State Department and tax dollars, and were Obama's ally.
Okay.
Now let's.
That's consistent with a legitimate purpose, right? So if
Exactly.
it is true,
Right, makes sense. So this corrupt prosecutor was blocking the investigation into Shokin or into Zaldivia. They got rid of the corrupt prosecutor. Allies of the United States, the NABU, got the prosecution. So everything's kosher now. So
from what
we
you're
give the $1
telling me,
billion.
it sounds consistent, right?
Right. So we give the $1 billion. So surely Zaldivia faced prosecution then, right?
It wouldn't be a necessary condition.
Oh,
right? It wouldn't
he
be.
didn't.
It wouldn't be
You
necessary.
know what happened?
Wait.
You know what happened? The NABU buried the investigation immediately into Zaldivia.
Hang on. This is not. So you understand that pushing for a vigorous investigation is not the same as demanding charges be brought.
You just
Right?
admitted that the EU, the Obama administration, the
investigation?
State Department, and the media all thought Zaldivia was corrupt, and that they didn't want $1 billion going to a country where corrupt oligarchs like that didn't face prosecution. That's what you just admitted.
What's the definition of an investigation?
I don't know. You tell
what do
me.
you- what do you-
You're in law school.
So-
You tell me.
Okay, so an investigation is not a charging decision. It's
Right.
the decision to look for something wrong. It could be the case, I don't know, that this Russian-tied oligarch didn't do anything wrong.
So then
Right?
Obama was wrong. The
but-
State Department was wrong.
No.
The EU was wrong.
I don't know that they are. I don't know the details of the money laundering or whatever was accused of this Russian oligarch.
So what I love is
All I'm
that-
saying is it's different to ask for a vigorous investigation than to ask for charges to be brought.
But
They're
so
different
again,
things.
so you're willing to accept that the EU and the State Department, Obama, must have been correct that Victor Shokin was corrupt, but
No,
we
didn't.
don't know
No,
if they
no,
were
no.
correct. We don't
No,
know if they were corrupt
they
that
didn't.
Zaldivia was corrupt.
Wait,
We don't
no,
know if they were
they
right
don't-
about that.
They don't need to be correct with respect to the merits of the underlying investigation. All they have to do is be correct about the merits of whether or not there should be an investigation.
Right?
You
You
understand that
said
difference?
no, because you're saying they accused Shokin of being corrupt.
They accused Shokin of not investigating the oligarch, like not doing it properly, not like being slow about it and not really looking into it. That's
I
the
mean, this is
accusation,
your
right?
position here. It just seems nonsensical. On one hand, all of these people are saying Zaldivski's corrupt. He's a pro-Russian oligarch. Shokin won't properly investigate him. So you're like, oh, they were absolutely right to push for the firing of Shokin. Now you have no proof that Shokin was corrupt. You have no proof that he wasn't engaged in an active investigation. You
Well,
just
I don't
say
have the proof because I'm not.
Excuse
to
me,
be
but
frank
you
with
just say,
yeah.
I fully accept the Obama administration and the EU's characterization of Shokin. However, when it comes to Zaldivia, them saying that he was corrupt, you're like, well, I can't fully accept the Obama and EU characterization of Zaldivia.
No,
I can't accept
you're
that.
not understanding me. So one thing is, I don't know about the merits of it, or maybe this organization that you're talking about, said it's true there's connections, but it doesn't rise to a crime. And it's true that there's influence peddling, but there's no criminal activity. It's not actually money laundering, right? I don't know what the determinations of that organization are. The problem is when we analyze the situation about whether or not it was right to push for the investigation, you can't look at it ex post. You can't look at it after the fact and determine it was an improper thing to ask for investigation just because things didn't turn out the way you think they should have, right?
Let me ask you a question. Let's say Don Jr. is being investigated for something, and lawyers for Don Jr. connect to Trump's State Department, and they say, "Look, Don Jr. works for this company. Can you do something about this?" And then a month later, Donald Trump gets on a plane and uses $1 billion tax dollars in a quid pro quo to fire that prosecutor. Do you think that that's worthy of investigation?
Perhaps it is. I mean, I think so. Keep it. So any time that there's some question about the breaking of laws or whether or not there's improper influence peddling, I think it should be looked at. Does it bother
question.
you that?
Now, okay. Oh, sorry, that's ignorant of me. Please finish. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I don't want to leave where we were, right?
Okay.
So before the standard for asking for an investigation isn't the same standard. If it turns out that like there are no laws are broken, all we found out he's a shitty dude who has ties to Russia, that doesn't mean that asking for investigation wasn't worth it, because the investigation itself could vindicate some value or some interest in the United States foreign policy goals.
So you think that Joe Biden wanted his the company his son was on the board of directors investigated harsher?
First of all, the owner, oligarch, is not the same as the company, right? So right now we're transmitting a company.
Just to nip this in the bud, the accusations were that oligarch used this company, specifically Burisma, to rob people in the Ukraine of their gas rights. So the company
They're not the
itself,
same entity, though, right?
Right, but the
So
company he used the company for corruption. That's the allegation made by Obama.
So in that sense, Burisma is a victim in that, right? Do you understand? If that's true, I'm not saying I don't have facts on it.
What?
Hang on. If the chairman or owner of a company, right, uses that company for illicit means, and the company doesn't know about it, right? The company is more than just the owner. The company is some legal entity somewhere that has a lot of component parts to it. I mean, ask yourself. This is an example I like to go to on these. Think about the Clippers, right? Remember the scandal with the owner, Donald Sterling, where he made some comment about Magic Johnson or something.
We're not talking about the owner making a comment. We're talking about the owner using this company to engage in corruption.
No, but this is only to show you that the Clippers organization is not equal to the owners of the Clippers. The owner of Burisma is not equal to Burisma. Do you understand that? It's possible that this oligarch did everything he did improperly without the knowledge of the board.
So if Nike uses sweatshops, we'll just say, oh, that's just the CEO. The company's a good company. They're victims of the CEO that forced the sweatshops.
It depends. If you think that, imagine you have a big company, right? Are you saying it's impossible for the
hoops you're jumping through to excuse this corruption is incredible? No. It's incredible. Hunter Biden was involved on the board of directors of a company that the oligarch or that the
oligarch.
What if
Hunter Biden was a secretary? What if he worked at the gift shop? Now
you're not far from the truth. He was getting paid millions of dollars for nothing, just trading in on his family's name. So an oligarch.
Wait. So the fact that you give that you say that he had no influence at all and he was doing nothing should tell you that if he had no interest and he's doing nothing and all he's getting is his token salary. Are you telling me that his father moved mountains so he could keep getting $80,000 a year?
Yes, his father. That was the exact reason that all of these. That's the exact reason that companies in the CCP, Romania, Luxembourg, Kazakhstan. Yes, that's why they hired Jim and Hunter Biden, because they know that gets them access to Joe Biden. That's why 6 days after their assets were frozen, they were able to send their lawyers to the State Department saying, "Excuse me, Hunter Biden works here. Can you guys do something about this investigation?" And they did. Joe Biden a month later got that prosecutor fired. And then if you're right, well, that was the impediment to Zaldivia, this corrupt person, being investigated and being tried.
You're not hearing me.
No, I hear what the argument you're trying to make is jump through every conceivable hoop to say, well, what happened was we have to totally trust Joe Biden and the EU, that they were right, that Shokin was corrupt. And we have to totally trust them.
I explicitly said that's not the case, right? You
don't have
to trust the
you're getting the names
of those
confused, though.
entities.
You're getting confused. If your argument isn't that we should have trusted those groups, that Shokin needed to be fired, you have no argument. That's literally your argument.
No. Sorry, I am getting the name.
Right. That's all. I'm not. Right. Yeah. Not Zaldivia. Shokin is who I'm talking about. Right.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry about the confusion. I know the names are confusing.
No worries. That's my fault. My fault. And I was expecting Hunter Biden stuff, but so I don't actually know the names of so that's why I'm referencing the oligarch and the prosecutor.
Right. So this prosecutor then Shokin, we have to take their word that prosecutor was corrupt. So much so that we have to fire him. But we shouldn't necessarily take their word that the oligarch Zaldivia was corrupt. He may not have been corrupt.
Why do you think I can think that and not be a hypocrite?
You can think that because you're jumping through.
There's a through line there, and I think you're not seeing it.
No, because the through line is you're saying that we have to accept their evidence of guilt on one person. How do you know? Why wouldn't they then push for an investigation to see if Shokin, the prosecutor, was corrupt? They didn't push for an investigation to see if Shokin was corrupt. They said we demand his termination.
How do you investigate the equivalent of the attorney general in any given instance?
Through other means. We do it all the time. How do you investigate the president? We do it. We have an impeachment process. There's process to investigate attorney generals.
It's hard enough to do it in the United States, right? To have a special prosecutor.
The hoops you're jumping through are amazing. I mean, all I can tell you is I guarantee if we were on the other side of this.
How do you investigate him?
And I guarantee if we were on the other side of this, and this happened, that Don Jr. was accused of corruption, that the lawyers for Don Jr.'s company that he was on the board of directors
going there, right? We'll get there. I want to get there. But we have to stay one thing at a time, right? So the standard of evidence for saying you should have an investigation is different than the standard of evidence that he's definitely guilty of some Ukrainian crime. That's a different standard. And so look at what I'm doing. The reason I'm poking holes like this.
It's not holes. You're not poking holes. If there wasn't an investigation, why did the lawyers for Burisma say, help us stop this investigation?
So there could have been an investigation, and the accusation wasn't that there was no investigation. I think the accusation was that they were slow walking it. That's what I'm reading on Wikipedia. That listen, I wasn't prepared for this, the prosecutor stuff.
Fair.
My understanding of it was that they were slow about it.
Let me ask you this, Pisco.
Not a real investigation,
As
right?
someone in law
that was
school,
the accusation.
as someone in law school, or would you potentially be a prosecutor at some time? Or you at least know
possible.
more about prosecution than me?
I know about prosecution.
Okay. Would you say that if you freeze a company's assets, that's an important and serious part of an investigation?
Depends. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so the fact that the assets were froze under that investigation, that at least is evidence that there seems to have been some serious nature in the investigation process.
Right?
Okay, now can you show me?
Doesn't by its terms necessitate the kind of investigation that we want.
Okay,
right?
can you
Just
show me
because
then?
You freeze the assets.
Okay, can you show me then once then that slow walked investigation, the corrupt prosecutor that slow walked the investigation that froze the assets, which resulted in 3 days later the lawyers talking to Obama's State Department saying please end this investigation. But fine, that was slow walking. Can you show me?
You don't know the manner in which they said it, right?
I have the email. I could show you.
Oh, what does the email say? Bring it up.
It's probably going to be behind a paywall. Let me check here real quick.
No worries. Listen, so I just want to paint a picture to the audience real quick of what I'm doing here. I'm trying to de-link Burisma from the owner of Burisma. I'm trying to link de-link Burisma from Hunter Biden. I'm trying to say that de-link Obama and Biden actions from United States government actions, and showing you that it really makes no sense that mountains have been moved on the part of the European Union, on the part of the United States foreign government services and intelligence services, just so that Biden can retain his $80K a month salary or whatever nominal interest he has in this company. Why would the EU fall in line in that? Or
because
push
the
America
EU,
to do something?
I mean, this is such nonsense. Like, this is like saying, well, then why would Bill Barr risk his reputation if he was denouncing the Mueller report? Why would he do that? Why would he risk his reputation? Therefore, everything Bill Barr must say must be true, right?
It's not the same.
It is the same.
So
it's. Let me see.
So like,
I could put in the chat here. Unfortunately, I will say that for me, it's showing up behind a paywall, but you actually may, because you haven't clicked on it many times, it might show up without a paywall to you. It's a script document. So go ahead and check it out. You can read the whole thing. They mentioned specifically that Hunter Biden was, it's in the chat in the whereby.
Got it.
I could put it in also the chat of Dylan's show too.
If you don't mind, that would be great. You also follow Dylan Burns if you haven't already.
The point is this, like this is incredible. It's an incredible stretch to say. So we now know that your fundamental claim was, or the claim of the Biden-Obama administration is there was no investigation into Burisma. Now you admit, well, there was an investigation, but it was slow-walked. Then you have no evidence that once the investigation went to the NABU, that it was fast-walked or that it was done properly.
So a lot of your premises there could be wrong. I don't know if the premise was that there was no investigation. You've said that was my first position. Now moving away from where the
I said that was the Obama position.
Okay, so I can't speak for the Obama administration. I'm not. I'm relying on. All I'm doing is showing you the kind of conspiracy that would be necessary for what you say to be true.
That doesn't need to be a big conspiracy at all. This is what needs to be true for your position. That there's no need for an investigation because as long as people in the EU that we know could, like, you would have to say this then. Well, if people in a foreign country say that someone's corrupt, it doesn't matter if that person is adversarial or investigating the president of the United States or the vice president. They have the absolute right, that president or vice president, to use tax dollars to force the firing of that person. As long as there are other people in the world that say that person should be fired. By the same token, my question to you is, if we had Republicans and Democrats that said that James Comey was bad or corrupt, why was there ever an investigation to Donald Trump wanting the firing of James Comey? All kinds of people said Comey was terrible.
For different reasons.
Okay,
right?
a good point. And so the investigation
so you can't just
into Trump,
piggyback on the. So you couldn't just.
But the investigation into Trump was because he potentially stood to personally gain through the firing of Comey, correct?
The accusation was that he obstructed justice.
He obstructed an investigation. Right. So
into himself.
potentially he obstructed an investigation. So it didn't matter that all of these Republicans and Democrats wanted Comey out. All that mattered was that when Trump forced
Stop doing that, Rob. You're really making me. So Democrats wanted him out for how he handled Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's not transferable. It's not. You can't transmit that reasoning to Trump.
How do you know the reason? Right. But the reason you think there should be an investigation into Trump was potentially Trump stood to personally obstruct an investigation into his interest if that firing didn't occur.
So I was in favor of the Russia investigation and investigating
but not the special
Russia.
Prosecutor. You weren't in favor of Mueller.
No. So Mueller was hired in part because, or entirely because, Trump fired Comey to continue the FBI investigation into Russia and put it on the auspices of the Justice Department, and also to investigate the potential of obstruction of justice. So I don't understand why you think that has any bearing on United States pressuring Ukraine.
Because Joe Biden is there a world where you could see Joe Biden wanted Shokin fired because he was worried Shokin was going to investigate his son? Is that potential? Okay.
I could see that as a.
So you don't think that it's an apparent conflict of at least observable?
Possible, right?
Okay, so there shouldn't be an investigation?
So I told you at the outset that we should investigate whether or not that was the motive.
Okay, so I have another question.
You have no reason to. First of all, so this is why I think it's unlikely, right? I think it's unlikely because practically, think about what it would take if Biden was only interested in his son's financial well-being. He has to convince the president. He has to, right? Because Biden can't unilaterally tell everyone to do. He has to trick or convince the president, who has to order the State Department. The State Department and other various actors, those various United States actors, have to all either be okay with a fake and phony foreign policy agenda.
It's laughable.
And not report about it?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I guess you're right. Barack Obama, there's no way that the vice president could convince the president that it would be in the president's best interest to make sure going into a national election that the Democrats didn't look like one of the most corrupt entities ever because the vice president's son, they used $1 billion of your tax dollars to fire the vice president's son's prosecutor. You don't think that would have stood in Barack Obama? It wouldn't have been in Obama's interest to prevent the Democrat Party from getting egg on their face, what was called a scandal-free administration, to find out that the vice president who was tasked with ending corruption in the Ukraine, that's what they claimed.
You're like painting a picture right here, and you know where the picture ends, and I think that you're overlooking obvious flaws in that narrative.
There is no obvious. You're hinging on. It's absurd to think that Obama would have the interest of Joe Biden.
I would like to hear Pisco finish his point.
Okay,
yeah. So Obama has total deniability. He doesn't have a reason to protect Biden except for some sort of connection to like his. If it's true that Biden is as corrupt as you say and Hunter is as corrupt as you say, Obama has a choice, right? He could cut ties. He could bury it. He's putting himself in great danger, his legacy in more danger by doing this conspiracy involving the European Union and every single foreign actor apparatus in our government. Why would he risk that? It seems like that's why I think it's unlikely.
It's
right?
laughable. It's laughable.
Why is it laughable?
It's absolutely. So if Donald Trump decides to go out and fire anyone who's looking at anyone connected to Mike Pence, he would say, "Oh, this has to be legitimate. Has to be." Donald Trump would have no incentive to protect Mike Pence.
Do you think
it would be
absurd?
It would be absurd.
Loose? Think about everyone that. Think about how Trump has cut loose so many people in his administration.
It's just laughable. It's laughable. If Donald Trump started firing prosecutors that were looking into Mike Pence's business, there is no way you'd be like, oh, well, that's perfectly reasonable. Donald Trump would have no incentive whatsoever to fire people that were looking into the criminal nature of Mike Pence. He would have no incentive.
So think about that. So one is you have to make the step from Hunter Biden to Joe Biden, which I'm assuming that we're making for the purposes of this, right? Just keep that in mind. It's not exactly the same. It would be like Mike Pence's son.
Here's what we have to do. You just admitted that it could be that Joe Biden wanted him fired because he was looking for his son.
I'm telling you, it's possible.
Okay, now
possible.
Can I get to the next question? Would you say? Oh, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Assume that it's true that Joe Biden does want. The only reason he wants to fire that prosecutor is because of his familiar relationship with Hunter Biden and maybe some other financial motive in himself. if that's true, why would you're telling me Obama would go along with it?
Yes.
As he has to.
Yes.
Because he's fearing his legacy and for the future viability of the Democratic Party.
Yes. Also,
Okay.
there was all sorts of other things that were occurring with Obama and the State Department. And, for example, George Kent, who testified that they never influenced any prosecutor.
Can we not move on? I want to go down this
what do you
line.
want to keep saying? Like, okay, let's go for 2 hours on, would a president stand to have an incentive to keep a scandal involving his vice president's son and his vice president coming? We can spend 2 hours on this if you want. No problem.
So it's
yes,
possible
I'll say
he
yes
does,
again.
right?
Okay,
So,
yes.
but think about the cost benefit here, right? What I'm telling you
You're
is
repeating
it doesn't
the
seem
same
plausible.
point. I don't know. It does seem plausible. I just told you why. It was going into the 2016 election. It would look terrible for the
He's not
Democrats
up.
and Obama to find out that the person he personally pointed as
There's
the
an easier
point
way
man-
to do it, right? There's an easier way to do it other than enacting this policy, which is tell Joe Biden that like we're not doing this, and like I have no connection to that. The Democratic Party, there's no apparent connection with the DNC, is there?
It's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I really feel you're being disingenuous. I really do. I can't believe that you would say, if the shoe was on the other foot, you would say the same thing about Don. I refuse to believe this. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's a situation? We already said,
okay.
let's change gears a little.
Yeah.
You said, is there ever a situation where it would be appropriate to use a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor? I said, yes, there could be situations, correct? Do you think there's ever a situation where it would be plausible to use a quid pro quo to ask another country to investigate an American citizen's alleged corruption?
Yes.
Okay. Why did they impeach Donald Trump?
You're on the money now. The
Right.
question is why?
Right.
Why did you do it?
Right.
So if it's for personal gain, right? That's the corrupt. The question isn't whether Trump has the power.
Did you
as
agree
the
with the
representative of the
impeachment?
United States?
Did you agree with the
to
impeachment?
ask to pressure people? The question is why is he pressuring?
Did you
people
agree with the
to investigate?
impeachment?
Yes, I think he should have been removed. from
So
office.
just to clarify to the audience, what Pisco's done here is he's looked into the internal beliefs of Joe Biden, and he has cleared him, along with Obama, along with the State Department, along with the Democrats, along with the media. They've looked into the soul of Joe Biden and realized when he issued a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that was looking into the company his son was on the board of directors, that was purely that was good motivation. No problem with that. Trump
Yeah, it was
wanting
good
to
motivation.
investigate whether that was corruption or not, that's corrupt motivation. He has no proof of this. He could just read into the souls of Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
No, there is proof of it. So
give me
one
proof
is-
that Joe Biden. So what's your proof that Joe Biden didn't want this prosecutor fired for personal reasons?
So you're giving me what's the proof that he didn't want him fired for
Right.
political motives? How do I produce proof for you that he didn't want him fired for political
Because-
motives? Other than saying it was a determination of the United States government and various
No, it
actors.
wasn't.
But
That was
you're transmitting that motivation of the United States government to Obama and Biden. So that
How would
evidence
you?
doesn't help.
How
me.
would you? Can you show me one time that any action the United States government did is proof what Joe Biden's personal motivation was?
So it's the fact that it should tell. So let me explain how it's proof. The fact that all of these non-political appointees whose day-to-day lives aren't run by the White House, and the fact that foreign actors come to the same conclusions as the president and vice president, and that the vice president in some sense is acting at the request of the White House, that is proof
No, it's not.
that there's some other motivation.
No, it's not.
Right?
No, it's
You're saying
not.
it's not any proof?
No, that's not
Would your-
proof of what
would your
Joe
case be
Biden was
better-
personally
wait.
thinking.
Would your case be better or worse had there not been any determination from any agency or any determination from any foreign power? Would it be better or worse or equal?
It doesn't matter. None of this is proof as to what Joe Biden was personally thinking. Period. There is nothing
It
you
is
can
proof.
say. No,
So-
it's not.
so in a prosecutorial system, like I can't prove what's in people's heads.
Right.
It's all circumstantial evidence.
Right.
That's for everything. For proving
Right.
any trial, it's all circumstantial.
Right. So quid pro quos are
prove it based
investigated
on
or
the
they're not.
So the term is on the totality of circumstances.
Right.
That's sort of the test for how you determine whether or not the circumstantial evidence arises to make an inference of some kind of motivation of intent, and in this case would be like wrongful intent, right? Corrupt intent for personal gain, which is what you're accusing Joe Biden and Hunter Biden of.
No, I'm saying that it was worthy of investigation.
I agreed with you there. I mean,
Why was
yes, of
Donald
course,
Trump
like-
impeached then?
No, sorry.
So in other words, there should be an investigation. But when Trump tried to get that investigation, you thought he should be impeached.
There was no legitimate purpose for Trump to pressure a foreign country to investigate Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's connections.
Yes, there
At
was.
all.
If he felt
under
that
penalty of
foreign
withholding
countries
aid.
if he felt that foreign countries prosecutors were corrupt, why wasn't he allowed to push for that?
So he was not allowed to push it for personal gain, electoral gain.
Do you have proof
Which is
he
what
pushed it for personal gain?
Yeah.
What's the proof?
The proof is he was fixated on investigation of Biden's. The proof is
And
that he
election
actually withheld
interference,
aid.
which happened. Right.
What do you mean?
Like
You think
Ukraine
you-
actively interfered in the 2016 election for the Democrats?
Oh my God.
All right. I knew you would say
So,
so.
so do you
I'll
think
post
like
the article. Now,
do you-
I just
do
want to
you
let you
think
know.
Ukraine-
I just want to let you know the fact that you just said, "Oh my God!" I just want to let you're so confident that that's such a silly proposition. Here's an article which I'll put in Dylan's chat here.
No,
One second.
listen,
No,
I don't
you.
deny that-
Oh my God! It's absurd to think that Ukraine would interfere. Okay, let's see what the Ukrainian officials themselves said.
It's your standard of proof for the Russia investigation was like, show me the actual hard drives where it shows the actual hacking of the DNC and show me the actual you're so exacting, in other words, and so uncharitable with respect to the Russia investigation. Where's your standard of proof of the Ukrainian investigation?
I would turn the exact
Ukrainian
opposite
interference.
on you. Did we have a Russian official saying we are actively interfering to help Hillary Clinton or to help Donald Trump? Did we ever have that? If a Russian official came out, if we found evidence that they came out and said we're actively interfering to help Donald Trump, would you think that would be a big deal?
Rob.
Just yes or no. It's simple.
So maybe it is, maybe it's not. It depends on the circumstance. And it's not conclusive to say because there was no statement made by some Russian person, therefore there was no interference. And because there was a statement made by Ukrainians, therefore there is interference. Do you understand that that doesn't follow logically?
No, it does follow logically. If a foreign country has elected officials that are saying we're interfering in the election, we're intervening in the election, yes, that's evidence that they're intervening in the election, particularly when we see that they actually took steps.
Okay, so what were the steps?
So August 28, 2016. Again, this article's behind a paywall, but what I do have is a link to it which quotes some of the relevant.
By the way, all
sections.
this shit's behind paywall because I wasn't able to look at the email. I want the email you quoted me from the lawyers. I don't know where that is. I don't know about this interference by
in the chat, the relevant
Ukrainians.
part.
If it's true they interfered, why hasn't Trump released a report on it? Why Trump is in charge right now?
Right.
Why aren't these documents coming out alleging and showing all this evidence?
They
Why is
have.
there always some paywall shit? Where is it?
Okay, so again, here's the article I put, the Financial Times, August 28, 2016. The Financial Times reported, this is August 28th, before the election, 2016, reported that the Ukraine attempted to intervene in the election. The prospect of Mr. Trump, this is quote, the prospect of Mr. Trump, who has praised Ukraine's archenemy Vladimir Putin, becoming the country's biggest ally, has spurred not just Mr. Leshchenko, but Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they've never attempted before, intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election, the Financial Times reported. Now, in that article, Leshchenko, who's a politician in Ukraine, admits that purely for political reasons, because they think Trump will be an ally of Putin, that they are intervening. And one of the forms they took in intervening was releasing what they called the black book, Ledger, on Paul Manafort. This information was never proven true, but was released to the U.S. media, which helped spur an investigation into Paul Manafort, which connected him to oligarchs. So, yes, that are Ukrainian politicians admitting in mainstream media that they are intervening in the 2016 election.
Okay, so the Federalist.com says, give me let me read this real quick, okay? Give me 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, great source, by the way. I know you don't have an appreciation for like New York Times and those in mainstream media, but like you can already tell by the language in this article, the corporate leftist media, like I think some alarm bells should ring for you.
Look,
that they have their conclusion already sort of picked out. But let me get a second to read it.
Okay, sorry, I should have quoted CNN. My bad.
Okay.
No, the only viable source used on this platform is Dylan Burns TV and using my video and my quotes. Thank you.
The Financial Times article it's sourcing is directly below it. I've used the link too many times, so it's behind a paywall. It might be open to you again. I don't know.
This is your evidence?
That's part of the article where we have
So
Sergei
Politico
Leshchenko.
reported that someone said that a Ukrainian American operative who was consulting met with officials.
Perhaps you didn't
This
read
is-
the first part. where we actually had, number one, Financial Times, August 28, 2016. The prospect of Mr. Trump, who has praised Ukraine's arch enemy, Vladimir Putin, becoming leader of the country's biggest ally, has spurred not just Mr. Lukashenko, but Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they would have never attempted before: intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election.
This is so that is a news organization saying something.
That article, can you click and see if that Financial Times article comes up for you? I put it in the chat.
No.
It doesn't?
Wait, just a second. I'll look real quick.
Google Lukashenko Financial Times. I was only able to view it.
I got it. 1 second.
Is it working? Read it out loud to everyone or put it up on the screen.
No, but it's behind a paywall. But listen, this is not evidence, right?
Yes, it is. That article shows Lukashenko himself admitting, who is a Ukrainian politician, he is admitting that he and others are interfering, that they are releasing evidence to prosecutors, which in the form of this black ledger, because they dislike Donald Trump's political leanings.
There has to be a way to get the quote somewhere that's not behind a paywall. Are you telling me this quote doesn't exist anywhere that's not behind a paywall?
I'm telling you, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have the money to pay for it. Maybe if someone donates. Right? Oh, for God's sakes. So I'm going to have to spend money for this.
No, I mean, first of all, I don't think this person is not a member of the administration.
Do you have access to the article right now?
It's in the chat. You have access?
Oh. No, I'm asking if you do, because if you do, you can just copy and paste it, put it in Google Docs, send it to me, and I'll share it.
I mean, all I have when I click on it, it just says, "Do you want to subscribe to the?"
He's not even an incumbent, is he?
Got it.
Didn't he lose the election?
He lost afterwards. Lukashenko. He admits that he and other officials are actively interfering in the election. It's a moot point. Like,
he's not an official right now. He's not
now.
He's not even in office.
In 2016, he was when he was interfering.
He denies it.
No, he doesn't.
An article where he denies it.
He does not.
Lukashenko. Rudy Giuliani accused me of exposing. Hang on a second. I'll try to find. I don't know. First of all, even if I took as true what this person said, this is not proof, right?
So Ukrainian politicians saying we're interfering in the election isn't proof that they interfered in the election.
Ukraine, as the government of Ukraine, as far as I know, has not admitted to trying to interfere in our election. In fact, I don't know what authority this person has to speak for Ukraine. So I don't know what you're...
Dude, you literally advocating prosecuting 12 Russian trolls as the Russian government interfering in our election. But a Ukrainian politician doing it, you're like, well, I have no proof. Speaking on behalf of the government of Ukraine. I guess if he was a troll that was posting memes, then you would be concerned. But actually,
you think the Ukrainian government wants someone out there saying the mere fact that someone's out there alleging that the Ukraine interfered in an election, you think that's Ukraine wants that to be said? Or wants that to be heard?
I just want to regroup here because we only have like 30 more minutes. So let me just regroup and say, this is the total picture and see if you disagree. I'll try to paint your argument. You don't have a problem. You think that you understand that even though there is a potential that Joe Biden wanted a prosecutor fired for looking into his son, you look in his heart and think because the EU and other places thought this prosecutor should be fired, that it's okay. However,
that's not my position.
Okay. What's your position?
That's not my position.
Let's break it down. Do you think that there was a potential that Joe Biden did this for personal reasons?
I think I told you that there's a
we're just trying to get yes or no.
You factual a fact, but
is there a potential that? Okay,
yes, because I think it's possible that Trump ordered Obama to order Biden. Like anything is like possible, right? So what I'm saying is it's a factual possibility that this could have happened, right? Whether it's a strong likelihood is the question is whether it's a strong likelihood or whether you've made out your claim. And I don't think you have.
I mean, I just think it's absurd. I mean, literally, we actually have the defense for Burisma reaching out 6 days after Shokin held their assets.
Where's the email? Also, that's not conclusive. So they could be, just so you know, they could be saying, this is a charitable reading of that. Now, I'm not saying it's true, but even establishing that email is enough for you. Because maybe the Burisma board members were like, we're trying to, they have a fiduciary duty and a duty of law, at least in the United States, to the company, not to the owner of the company. As just so you know, when you're a lawyer for a company, you're a lawyer for the company, not a lawyer for the owner. So a valid reading of this is they went to the whatever department they did.
It is evident to everyone who's remotely objective watching that you and everyone connected to the mainstream media, the FBI, the State Department, and the media are being you're saying, well, it could be that the reason it was maybe just the company, and maybe that hold on the investigation was still slow locking the investigation, and maybe the fact the new prosecutors ended up not doing anything with the investigation or finding Zaldivia innocent was okay. And it's just all of these hoops that you're jumping through, and it's evident. The story is clear. What happened was this. Joe Biden issued a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into a company that his son was on the board of directors of. After that prosecutor was fired, that prosecutor, by the way, who has testified under penalty of perjury, that he was told directly by the President Poroshenko the reason he was being fired was because Joe Biden wanted him out, because he was investigating Joe Biden's son. He has backed that up with evidence showing that he actively put holds on the accounts of Zaldivia and was proceeding with the investigation in Burisma. That man was fired, then the investigation was buried. Those are the facts. The fact that you're willing to say, but there is a plausible reason why every step of the way. Now, the last part of this and why the Bobulinski
Can I
and
respond
the emails,
to this
just real quick, the only defense that Joe Biden's given is, I never talked to my son about his foreign business dealings. We now know through these emails that is a lie.
We don't.
Yes, we do.
We don't.
The
you have the
emails
email saying, I'm glad I had the opportunity to talk to your father.
No, we had email.
I have
the
opportunity to talk
right,
to
so
your
that
father.
proves that he was talking to foreign business.
It doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
It literally doesn't. So there's a wonderful thing in a court of law, first of all, called hearsay, right? So it's not definitive proof that you saying something. So I'll give you the definition of hearsay: out of court statement made to offer to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That is the definition of hearsay, right? So me saying in an email to someone, I'm glad I was able to meet with your father, and offering that as evidence, that's not evidence, right? It's an out of court statement. So first of all, it's some in the sort of, I think, loose generic term of evidence. It's some proof of it. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's some proof of it. But
we have Tony Bobulinski testifying that he personally met with Joe Biden to talk about
email, right? It's ambiguous. It's ambiguous.
We have Tony Bobulinski. We have Tony Bobulinski testifying that he directly met with Joe Biden to discuss business dealings with Jim and Hunter Biden, with CEFC, Sinohawk, the Communist Government of China.
Okay, so he says it, right? That's also hearsay.
And he backs up. So let me get this straight. So according to you, the Russia investigation, the media reporting it, the tech companies spreading these stories, that was all good. Even though we all know it was all garbage.
It's not independently verified, is what I'm saying.
Listen, let me just show you the double standard
the
that's
Russia
going
report
on.
and this.
Well, so the Steele dossier was independently verified?
No.
Was it used to spy on Trump campaign associates?
Did I say the Steele dossier was independently verified, or did I say the Mueller report? So the Mueller report is verifying allegations, right? And to some extent they helped Trump. To some extent they hurt them.
What are you talking about? Was there any illegal Russia collusion with Trump or Russia? Was any of the allegations in the Steele dossier?
There is no such thing as illegal collusion.
Right. So it would be, the charge would be conspiracy. So what were they investigating? There was no crime they were investigating? That's your argument?
Investigating collusion.
What were they investigating?
They were investigating one is they were investigating the first full volume was Russian attempts to interfere in the United States elections.
Was there any illegal actions by Trump or anyone in Trump's campaign doing anything illegal with
it did not establish a criminal conspiracy.
Gotcha. So part of the thing was the FBI, in the one FISA warrant that we're aware of, the FBI used the allegations in the Steele dossier.
You're jumping to topics.
The point I'm trying to make is the double standard that the FBI, the media, and the Democratic Party.
Can I get this off quick? Okay, yeah. I have a really tough question for both of you. Okay, this is gonna help. This is gonna help everybody involved. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Dogs or cats? What's the question?
Pisco. What's your favorite horror flick?
Halloween.
Which
Original.
one? Original.
Jamie Lee Curtis and John Carpenter.
Got it. Rob, what's your favorite horror flick?
I'll say Jaws. It's a scary movie technically. I don't know that you'd consider it a horror flick, but it was the scariest movie to me when I was a kid. So
yeah, as somebody who goes to the beach every summer, that it certainly put some fear in me when I was.
Was it about capitalism? That's the allegation, right? That the shark was capitalism. Have you ever heard that?
Sure, why not? Why not? You know what? Actually, I think the shark was actually a representation of Donald Trump.
There you go.
There we go.
In the 70s.
My favorite has always been Killer Clowns from Outer Space, which is an old indie flick, but I love it so much. Okay.
Can we go in, Dylan? I know we don't have tons of time left.
I just did that to try to calm everybody
Okay.
down for a second.
Calm
Awesome.
you are.
Okay.
Calm you.
Okay. Pisco, you want to grab this back up and bring it
Yes,
back
please.
on? Okay.
So, under everything I've done here, right? So I understand why it looks extremely shifty of me, and that I'm applying two standards to the Russian investigation and a different standard to the Ukrainian investigation and Hunter Biden, or to the extent there was a Ukrainian investigation, and what's going on and what's alleged here. I don't think that I am. I don't think I'm able to convince you that I'm not. All I've been doing in this exercise, I think, is trying to undermine your premises. What premises am I trying to undermine? One is that it would always be wrong to push for firing of a prosecutor. That was one. Two was it's wrong to assume automatically some sort of vicarious relationship to Joe Biden, that everything Hunter Biden does is 100%, and let me finish, I'm going to go through like 5 and then you can respond, is 100% coextensive with what Joe Biden's doing. Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are vicarious together. Then I was trying to undermine that everything that Burisma does is vicariously transmittable up to its owner. And that everything that Burisma does is vicariously transmittable to Hunter Biden, who himself, you've said, does nothing, right, for the company. Then I tried to undermine the foundations of whether or not this was a legitimate or not pressuring from the United States government. I offered evidence that it was a determination from the United States government as a whole and from other various countries. None of these things by themselves prove that there wasn't a corrupt influence scandal happening with Joe Biden. I admit that. It's not proving as a certainty. All I'm saying is I'm undermining, I think, your claims and showing you that the hoops it would take for you to prove it, you need to connect all those dots. And I think that ultimately the burden of proof is on you to connect them.
No, it's not.
Does that make sense?
The question is, why is there a double standard with the FBI, the media, the Democratic Party, and yourself as to why you think what warrants an investigation? If the Bobulinski, if a business partner of Don Jr. came out and said, I am alleging that I met with Donald Trump personally in his dealings with the Communist government of China, where they were attempting to hide money. We have audio, I have emails, text messages, and audio tapes from Hunter Biden backing this up. Things such as Hunter Biden saying, I was acting as the lawyer for the freaking Chinese spy master, and things like that. We could actually see this money going into bank accounts.
Why do you take him at face value?
Why do I take Bobulinski at face value? I take the accusation because he has evidence backing up what he's saying, which is more than any single thing that was accused of Donald Trump that the media went ham about, and we actually had investigations of, right?
Why don't you take Mueller at face value?
What didn't I take about Mueller at face value? Mueller said that there was no crimes whatsoever connecting Trump or Trump's campaign towards Russia.
You deny whether or not Russia. So a lot of the Russia volume, the first volume of the Mueller report,
right,
outlines the way in which Russia interfered in the United States election. You denied that fact or elements of those facts.
I say that he did not prove them.
His word?
I say that he did not prove them.
Do you think this person's proved them?
I think that it's at least. But let me ask you this: why do you think do you think this person's so uncredible that the media shouldn't be covering him?
I think he needs to prove it. I don't think he's proved it. How has he proved it?
So, for example, did you think that Christopher Steele proved the dossier when the media covered it nonstop?
The dossier,
right?
So I am not. My job here isn't to defend the.
So you admit there's a double
reporting.
Standard. You admit there's a double standard.
There might not be, right? So I don't know. So with respect to the Christopher Steele dossier, it looks kind of similar, right? It looks like, I forget who was it BuzzFeed who published that dossier?
Yeah.
They published that dossier. I don't think CNN and the mainstream media published them. I might be wrong about that.
They immediately talked about the accusations.
They talked about
censored from tech companies. They talked about them nonstop.
But my job here isn't to defend the media's. So now you're kind of alleged, or at least you're implying a conspiracy in which the media are either involved implicitly.
Yes.
Maybe it's not an active level.
No, it's active.
Where they've actually
it's
met.
Definitely active.
So you think they've actually met? So their interests aren't just converging. You're saying it's more than that their interests are converging. They're they're just the mouthpiece of the Biden campaign. That's obvious. Okay. If this would have been a business associate of Donald Trump alleging these things, it would be 24/7 news. It would have never been censored on Twitter or Facebook, guaranteed.
I mean, it's just
Okay,
laughable. I mean, this debate basically proved. Now, I did give you a big long segment where you went through section 1, section. So if I could now give my overarching thing, I think that it's hilarious. And I think, Pisco, you're a really smart guy, and I actually really enjoy these conversations. And if it seems like I'm getting heated, I'm actually having a lot of fun. So I really mean that.
Me too.
So, but I do think that it's laughable, the hoops that people are willing to jump through in their double standards. We had to investigate every area of Donald Trump's life. We needed not all of these accusations was accused of him illegally conspiring with Russia to steal all of them. There was no proof of any of them. We didn't have a witness that came forward like this saying, I'm a business partner of Donald Trump, and I'm accusing him of shady things involving Russia. That never happened. We didn't have emails backing it up that sort of thing was happening. We do have that with Biden. We have Biden making the absurd claim that there's no way that he ever talked about foreign business with his son. That's absurd on face value. Now we have evidence from the form of a witness and from the form of emails that show that that's most likely not true.
I want to stop you there because we haven't talked about that yet, or we haven't talked at length about it. So that email isn't dispositive. Dispositive meaning it doesn't end the inquiry, right?
If you were a journalist, it's not dispositive.
I have a question. Quick.
Sure.
Rob, if I actually think what you just said is a great example of like the Democrats' strength on this issue. I mean, I think it shows how healthy and flexible Democrats are since they're able to maneuver through all these hoops. I mean, I don't see that type of help from the Republican Party.
The Republicans are terrible too. I'll be voting for them because of the corruption of the deep state with the Democratic Party, as we'll get to at the 8 o'clock Hippy Dippy podcast.
But I'm sure you will. So two things, because I think that was another great position you brought out, Rob. So one is, do you think just because this email exists, it's puts to bed every question of whether or not Joe met with a person?
I think that it makes it very likely that he did, and it warrants an investigation both through journalistic integrity and through people that are looking at this as possible criminal. Like, for example, you do acknowledge that the DOJ has came out and said there is an active FBI investigation into Hunter Biden for money laundering.
I think that they've announced that there is an investigation into Hunter Biden.
Right.
I think they have.
So the fact that there's a criminal investigation that was going on at the exact same time.
I don't know that it's criminal, but I mean,
okay,
the
fact that there is. Fair enough.
Yeah.
The fact that there's an FBI investigation into Hunter Biden at the exact same time that the impeachment of Donald Trump was occurring. And yet the media they don't want to question this. They're just like, they're totally burying the story. NPR actually came out and said, they have accused this of being Russian disinformation. Can you give me any evidence that this is Russia disinformation?
I can't give you evidence that it's Russian disinformation other than the fact that it's plausible how it plays into Russian narratives about Ukrainian corruption. But that's not evidence, right? That's me saying that it's a noticeable trend.
Pisco, I think let's just cut the crap. If this was Donald Trump and a business associate of his, you'd say, the media would be reporting on it. You know it.
If the exact same fact.
Right. If a business associate of Don Jr. and Donald Trump came out and said, look, I have evidence and emails showing that they were involved in the communist government of China. They were actively trying to hide money and that they're lying to the American people. If that happened, for a fact that the media would be covering this.
I suspect they probably would.
So then why would you?
I suspect they would. But I'm not here to defend, again, the media's
But that's hypocrisy. The point, right? Like, I think this goes to kind of the fallacy you were making of, well, if the EU says it and if the State Department says it, it must be okay. You could people are making the same argument. Well, if this was a real story, the media would be covering it. No, sometimes all of these organizations have active interests together, and so that they're willing to cover. No, I'm not saying you're making that point, but I'm saying that sometimes just saying, "Oh, everyone's saying it," doesn't prove that something's correct.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So just because people say stuff doesn't make it true, obviously, and I acknowledge that. And it's not fair to say just because the media isn't covering the Hunter Biden story, it's therefore discredited. That would be, I think, improper to make that conclusion. And people have made that.
Fair.
You're right. People have made that conclusion. My question is, Trump's own State Department, Trump's own CIA, Trump's own DOJ, I think they're now investigating Hunter Biden, but they haven't come out with anything. If it's so obvious that there was corruption in the motive of the firing of this prosecutor, why would the Trump State Department say that it was a United States proper policy?
They didn't say that. The State Department never said that. And this is just argument to what I say all the time, that the deep state is that deep. It's the same reason that these same people allowed this phony Russia collusion coup when they sat on evidence knowing that in 2009, the very source of the Steele dossier was considered a risk to the United States national security, yet they took his evidence, unverified Russian disinformation, in order to spy on people connected to the Trump campaign. Why didn't anyone whistleblowing come out then in the FBI? It was Trump's FBI, right? Well, because they're corrupt. Miles Taylor, who was the anonymous person who wrote the anonymous book that was just came out, he admitted that there's probably only 3 or 4 people connect in Trump's team total that actually have Trump's back. I agree with that. These people inside Trump's campaign are out to get him. Yes.
So I'm glad you said that. So this is what you have to believe, I think, for all these dots to make sense, is the deep state is a powerful, pervasive force that is in favor of Democrats and is totally in the pocket.
Establishment, but yeah.
Well, at least with respect to the claims about, because you acknowledge that without the allegation that this was an improper motive for pressuring the firing of the prosecutor, it would have been fine, the conduct at issue, correct? If there was a legitimate United States government interest in firing this prosecutor, what Biden did would have been proper, correct?
It would be highly unusual, but yes, there theoretically could be a case.
Okay, so that's why I think we're at, which is, in order to believe that this motivation was improper, you have to assume that many actors are in on it.
Yes.
In the deep state.
Yes.
So, because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
So that being the case, is I guess I'm more naive.
Can I clarifying question from you, Pisco?
Yeah.
What actor, in your mind, what actors would need to be involved? Because that's an important question to ask here. If we're
non-political appointees, members of the CIA who've come to this determination, members of the State Department, right? All those, a lot of the people who came to testify during the impeachment trial said under oath that there was no wrongdoing from the part of Biden. They have to be either sorely misled, Rob, or they're in on it.
Yes.
Correct? All the people
in fact,
who said that.
Some of those, for example, George Kent said that he thought it was a horrible appearance of a conflict of interest that Hunter Biden got that job at Burisma. So even the
that's not the same thing.
Well, right. I understand, which would warrant an investigation. We understand that.
It wouldn't warrant an investigation from anyone.
Sure.
Right?
It would warrant an investigation from, why didn't the FBI, the State Department, or anyone investigate it?
I don't know that they didn't. It's possible.
Well,
so oftentimes,
if they did, then perhaps that should have been brought up at the impeachment scenarios. But yeah, sure, those people were involved. For example, those same people, such as Vindman. You don't think it was obvious that Vindman had an axe to grind with Trump? You don't think that George Kent, who lied in this testimony and said that
he now has an axe to grind because he whistleblowed, right?
What about what? And again, we have evidence that Yovanovitch, that was at the State Department, was spying on people like John Solomon, Don Jr., Dan Bongino. But these people are all in the up and up.
When you say spying, like what are you talking about? Like,
they were intercepting.
They have CIs
I will be honest, I don't know
plants?
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know but they were at least, let me put it in what I think that they were at least monitoring the communications of journalists that were critical of them.
Okay. Monitoring the communication of journalists that were critical of whom?
Obama, the State Department officials, those that for example, Lutsenko himself, who was the prosecutor who Joe Biden called a good guy or a solid guy, that came in after Shokin was fired. Lutsenko himself has publicly said that he was basically given a list by Yovanovitch and the Obama State Department as chief prosecutor, telling him who he was not allowed to prosecute, which horribly offended him. So he admitted that. So, of course, they had an incentive to control the prosecutorial decisions of the Ukraine. He just saw his predecessor get fired for investigating Burisma. Then the State Department comes in and says, you're not going to investigate.
His predecessor got fired for not investigating.
Well, that's what you say, but that's not what Shokin says. That's not what Lutsenko says.
So you think it's the actual direct opposite. You think that, that the prosecutor was investigating Burisma and they claimed the opposite reason and fired him.
Exactly.
That is so wild. So think about
that would be wild. It's
the kind of conspiracy that takes.
Think of what your conspiracy, the conspiracy you believe, think what it takes. You believe that Joe Biden wanted his son's company investigated harder. You believe a father sat there and said, you know what? I'm going to use it. Just real quick, let me finish. You're sitting there and he's like, Joe Biden was like this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use, hey, Barack, what we should do is this. Let's use $1 billion in a quid pro quo to make sure that the prosecutor who's looking into my son's company my son's on the board of directors of, let's make sure he gets fired because, you know, President Obama, I'm not sure my son's company is being investigated hard enough. I want to make sure he gets investigated harsher.
You think Biden came up with that sort of decision?
Oh, so so it was Obama. Obama was like, listen, Joe, what we need is to make sure that your son's company is being investigated harder. That's what we need here. Let's fire that prosecutor that was looking at your son's company.
Obama and Biden, like, they getting fed information, right? From their various, from agencies. They're not necessarily keeping tabs. I also find it funny that the right seems to think that like Biden is shot and done and completely out of it, but somehow he's this like mastermind who's Machiavellian and keeping tabs on the kind of investigations that are not happening.
No, I don't think right. So that's your argument. That's your argument. Your argument is somehow you're arguing that there was an active investigation into a company that Joe Biden's son was on the board of directors of. Yet somehow Joe Biden was personally being fed information about that investigation. And he knew that investigation was being slow-walked. Right? That's what your claim is.
So Ukraine is an important. Just give you context here, right? Dylan Burns, I'm sure, knows more about this than I do. Russia had just annexed Crimea, correct? Russia, correct, Dylan? When did that happen?
Western imperialist, horrible dogs would say that. Yes.
When did that happen? When did Russia annex Crimea?
That was about mid-Obama term.
Yeah. Okay. Like 2013, so maybe.
All right. Ukraine is an incredibly important strategic linchpin for both the European Union and the United States government.
Okay.
The president is kept up to date on what's happening there. Why? Because it's a linchpin state, as we were just talked about. So, of course, it would make sense that through legitimate channels, the president and the White House are kept informed about the state of Ukraine.
All right, so there's an investigation going into a company that Joe Biden's son's on the board of directors on. Obama and Biden get information. This investigation...
that's not animated in their decision, Rob. So I don't think that was animated in their decision.
Real quick. So then Obama and Biden get the information. Excuse me, Mr. President and Vice President. The investigation into the company that Hunter Biden's on the board of directors of is not going as fast as we would like. And Obama said, we need to make sure that your son's company is being investigated harsher, Joe. Let's get rid of this prosecutor and make sure that it's a harsher investigation.
So that's not my I think what they thought was this prosecutor is protecting a Russian oligarch or a Russian connected oligarch.
That's why he froze his assets.
And I think it's incidental, or it's also true, circumstantial, that Biden's son happened to be on the board of the company that oligarch owns, right?
So that's
presumably
why
that oligarch. What is that?
Let me ask you this: even though you don't believe that necessarily has happened, if that's the case, would you find it skeptical that the Obama State Department was meeting with the lawyers for that company?
Not necessarily. First of all,
this sounds nonsensical. So it's the super corrupt company.
Explain why.
I mean,
the company doesn't have to be corrupt for its owner to be corrupt.
I do gotta say, we are running out of time, so we have about like 3 minutes before I need to start setup for the show.
Okay.
So if we could wrap this up, yeah, Rob, you can stay since you're gonna be on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can go get water. Right. You need to do.
Rob, I would love to continue this in other conversations at some point. I think this has been.
Yeah, I agree. It's been fun, if nothing else. I think it's been fun. I do. Let me just say this, just to close. We know, I think you would agree, is China trying to interfere in our system?
Yeah.
Okay, we know that it's undisputed at this point. It's undisputed at this point. I think that China has paid Hunter Biden. Russia has paid Hunter Biden. Corrupt oligarchs have, through their company, paid Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has nothing to offer other than his family name. We have, now, this is maybe where you would disagree, but we have a witness that was a confirmed business partner of Hunter Biden who admits that the only reason he was getting paid was selling access to his father. He testifies that he met with his father. He has emails that show that that's likely the case, that 10% was being held for the big guy who is Joe Biden. We know for a fact that there was a quid pro, that there's an investigation from the FBI into Hunter Biden. We know for a fact that Joe Biden admitted to a quid pro quo, which forced the firing of a prosecutor who allegedly was looking into Hunter Biden. We know that prosecutor froze the assets of the company that Hunter Biden, or the oligarch, the CEO of the company Hunter Biden worked for. We know that the Obama administration's ally, the NABU, got the investigation after the corrupt prosecutor was fired, the alleged corrupt prosecutor, and they within a year, they ended the investigation with no charges, only a small financial penalty to Zaldivia. All of this is adding up to, at least at the very, and again, we know that there are sex tapes. The big allegation was if there's P tapes about Trump, Russians can use that to influence him. We know that there are all sorts of sexual tapes about Hunter Biden that could be used as leverage from the Chinese government. We know that Joe Biden in the debates refused to call China an adversary and called them a rival. We know that Joe Biden has criticized the tariffs and the adversarial stance that Donald Trump has taken towards China. All of this is painting a bigger picture that Biden is compromised by China than any evidence ever that Trump, who's been harder on on Russia than any president since Reagan, was in cahoots with Trump or with Russia. That's my case.
Okay. I'll make my final statement. Rob, appreciated the conversation. I disagree with much of the framing that Rob Noir presents for this case. I think a lot of it is non sequiturs. So it doesn't matter unless you allege some sort of formal conspiracy that the media covers something in a particular way. A lot of these events aren't linked in a neat way that I think Rob Noir is trying to paint. I think there are a lot of holes here. The main holes are the fact that a lot of this action, I think, is supported by genuine foreign policy interests in the United States government. And it's been the determination of our government, as well as other governments, that provided legitimate reasons for the kind of pressure that the United States government, through a proxy, namely Joe Biden, acted. I don't think the main animating force of the pressuring was to make sure that Hunter Biden maintained his nominal salary or nominal interest in Burisma. Also, I don't think on the question of the prosecutors coordinating with the United States State Department or Obama, I don't think that everything that Burisma does is that the owner could be, that Burisma should be held vicariously liable for everything its owner does. Nor do I think everything that Hunter Biden does is what Joe Biden does. These are different actors with different interests and different motivating rationales. I think it's absurd to suggest that something as loose and generic as giving the DNC cover for some sort of conspiracy with Hunter Biden was motivating this massive fraud, essentially, on the Ukrainian and American people, involving in the coordination of several branches or of our bureaucracy, involving foreign powers. For what? So that the DNC could be, like, I don't know, free of some scandal that doesn't really implicate them? I don't agree. And I don't agree that the comparisons or analogies to the Russia investigation are apt. In that case, first of all, I don't think there's a question that Russia interfered in our election. That was the main motivating force of the investigation into Russia by our domestic law enforcement agencies, not pressuring a foreign actor to have a foreign investigation for obviously political and tainted motives on the part of Trump. Rob may say, and I think others on his side will agree, that I'm being a hypocrite with respect to my standards for investigation, on who those investigations should have, on whether or not we should believe certain hearsay evidence or certain alibis. I don't agree that I'm inconsistent. I don't agree that I'm hypocritical, but I'm sure he still does, and I would love another opportunity at some point to discuss those inconsistencies that he perceives further.
Wonderful. I'm happy to have you both on, and we're now going to start the setup for the Hippy Dippy podcast, which I think this is going to be probably one of the best ones, which what else for the election night special, where everything comes together. Pisco, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much. Hey, best of luck. That looks like a great panel. You guys should stick around. Extra shout out to Riley. She's a really bright law student. I think she's going to have a great career.
Yeah, Riley also is working in Maryland politics.
You're kidding?
Just like me. So she actually she wanted to learn more about like my background in Maryland politics, and she wants to so I'm helping her like learn about certain like political figures.
Maybe when you run for office, she could be your chief counsel.
That's not a horrible idea.
Think about it.
That would be a hell of a tag team.
Yeah, she's great with social media too, so she could be your Rudy Giuliani.
True.
All right, squad.
Rudy Giuliani, yeah.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Much love to everyone. Watch this Hippy Dippy. It's going to be great.
Wonderful.
Have a good one,
Pisco, you can post your links in chat, and please do go follow Pisco. Amazing content creator. And, of course, Rob Noor, I think he can shout himself out. If you or do you want to wait till
can I
after
not do
Hippy
that?
Dippy?
I could wait. It's just normal America with Rob Noor on most platforms. Good enough.
Wonderful, and you'll be able to shout yourself out
Yep.
later after the show. Wonderful. So we're gonna start setup. I'm gonna mute myself.
See you,
And
Pisco.
Later, guys.
Thanks, man.
see you guys in a little bit.
I'm gonna let me mute here. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave and come back. I gotta go to the restroom and get some water. I will then briefly talk about this, then end this stream and immediately start another. So all the 30 people that are here, I just want it to be titled different debate too. So I'll be right back. Gotta go to the restroom. All right, everyone. I'm not taking a dump. It was number one, baby. So, all right, I'm going to briefly talk about that. Then I'm going to end this video and immediately start another one so that it's titled different. Everyone got it? Hopefully that works out. So let me just talk about that briefly. I mean, Pisco seems like a decent guy, really does. But can you see the denial? It's every single time you accuse. I mean, he said in the lead up of the Russia debate, any accusation of foreign election interference or foreign interference or intrusion in our system has to be taken seriously. He's literally willing to jump through every single hoop to say, but it's okay when the Democrats do it. It's okay when Joe Biden does it. We didn't even get into the massive media conspiracy to refuse to cover this. He admits that if it was the other way around, the media would be covering it. Every time I debate someone on the left, they have this appeal to authority fallacy. Well, if the EU said it, and if the IMF said it, and the FBI said it, then it must be true. Well, why wasn't that true of the Iraq war then? Why wasn't that true of all sorts of things that we could see the lies that come from a bunch of these organizations? And a better question is, if your argument is, well, a lot of people would have had to have been wrong or been involved in order for this to happen, how do you explain the fact that he himself admits that the mainstream media would be covering this if it was the opposite, but they're not now? So how many people have to be involved in that cover-up? Everyone that works at CBS, ABC, NBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, BuzzFeed, Vox. I don't know if I said CNN, MSNBC. Everyone that works at all of those outlets are involved in suppressing this story. Twitter, Facebook. Oh, well then it must be garbage. But Pisco himself could see, yeah, if it was the opposite way, they would be pushing for this. So he himself admits that there are situations where mass groups of people could be wrong. He's also he's not understanding a lot of the points I'm making. Like a lot of the things that he focuses on is, to me, I just find nonsensical. Like, oh, why would Barack Obama have incentive to make sure that the corruption his administration was involved in the Ukraine isn't outed? Are you kidding me? Like, to me, that makes no sense at all. Like, I just don't get it.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Can I get a mic check from everyone here?
Hopefully I'm
real
not.
quick?
Mic check.
Let me back out of this
that
because
good,
I
Mr.
can hear
Geek?
all them. So
Yeah. Can you say E?
I'll back out of that channel for a minute, and then I'll join it briefly. So sorry about that. I didn't realize they were talking. I mean, but that's what you can see what happens on the left. They're willing to make every excuse. Oh, well, we have to just believe the FBI. We have to believe the state. You have to believe Vindman and Yovanovitch. They seem like good people. You have to, and at one point he admits it. He says, yes, I know that I could look into Joe Biden's heart and realize he didn't do this for personal reasons, but I could look into Donald Trump's heart and realize he did want an investigation for personal reasons. Remember, we have an admitted quid pro quo with Joe Biden and an alleged quid pro quo with Donald Trump. But he thinks the alleged quid pro quo was reason for impeachment, and the admitted quid pro quo is not even reasons to justify an investigation. This is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And again, part of the problem for this is that makes my job debating harder. I do have to throw some shade at Donald Trump because Pisco's right. The fact that Trump has appointed all of these people like John Bolton and others around him that have actively tried to sabotage him, and the fact that his administration, including Barr, haven't charged any of the people involved with this coup with a crime, allows people like Pisco to say, they're people that Trump appointed, so you must be wrong. And you might say, well, Pisco's a left-winger. Of course he's going to think that. There are independent people that think that. So, all right, man, I got to leave for a second. I'm going to leave. You know what? I'm not going to leave. It'll just be, the debate will be one big 5-hour video. What I'll do is stop recording. All right, so I'm still streaming, and now I'll start recording again. So this is the beginning of debate number 2, the Hippy Dippy podcast. It's an 8-person panel, and it's going to be on reasons to vote for or against Trump and reasons to vote for or against Biden. So we'll see how it goes. It'll be more of the same. So get ready for the frustration to kick in again. If you're liking this content, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe, follow me on different platforms, and recommend this video here tonight to other people, this debate. I think it should be good. So let me see if I can get back in that chat.
Nothing much. Getting everyone ready, making sure everyone's mic is working.
So I could hear them, but I'm going to delete them for now so you can't, or mute them for now so you can't hear them. But I'll take my headset off because I can't. But yeah, that's the plan. So we'll see how this debate goes. I will record it. And what I'll do is in that 24-hour stream, I'll probably every 4 hours stop my stream and then restart it. Is the plan. So, by the way, what do y'all think? Did you think that I felt I convincingly won the debate? I would have loved to have talked more about the China specific aspects. But again, every time you talk to someone, it's this, like, you're in a bog. You're clawing your way. It's like, there is a possible explanation. Again, we know all of the accusations about Trump-Russia were a lie. But they were all for those investigations. But when you have actual proof of China, Joe Biden, they don't want to look at it. They don't even want to look at it. So... all right, let me pause here and try to get involved with this. So, 1 second. Bear with me. Oh, I'm on here. Let me try to format here so we could make sure we get everyone's picture. I don't want to cheat anyone. Oh boy. How can I do this? We're just going to have a black box there on the bottom. Hopefully none of you mind. It is what it is. That's the only way we're going to get everyone in. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go on and try to possibly talk to some of these people and see what they're up to, say hello, that sort of thing. So, right, I get you, Nickel Liquor. So, all right. Oh, did I have the favor that... Wow, Drone Tech, if that's true, if I was winning on Dylan's chat, that's a crushing victory because his chat's way more left-wing. So, all right. If you all don't mind, I'm going to proceed to try to talk to some of the people in here. So thank you for sticking around. Where am I at? Hey, what's up, all? Can you hear me? What's up? Nice to see you all. Sounds good to me.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hello.
What's up, you gorgeous bastards?
Not
How
much.
are you doing?
Cool. Dylan, is that a Burger King crown?
Yep.
It's hot.
That's
Look,
way
I've seen Burger King crowns, and you
Those are
know
made out of paper, aren't they?
that is much better than a Burger King crown.
Yeah, Burger King is paper, man. Cheapskate.
So let me just say to those of us here, we are punctual. We are awesome. How about that?
Hmm.
Well, I know for CTV and me, 15 minutes late is 15 minutes prior. Wait, CTV, say the same. What is it? It's been a decade.
It's been a decade for me too, dude. If you're on time,
You're
you're
15
on
minutes late
time.
or some
If you're
shit.
15 minutes early, if you're on time, you're late.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
Well, our football
Something
coach
like
in
that.
high school, he said, to be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. To be late is to be left behind.
Yeah.
I never
Fuck
missed
that
a
guy.
bus.
Values we
Yeah.
learn at school.
By the way, our team went 0 for like 11 my last season, so that gives you some idea of how effective.
What's up, Joe? How are you doing?
Hey man, doing well. Give me 1 sec. I have to adjust some things.
Yeah, you get some echo.
How's that? That's better?
Yeah.
Cool.
You guys don't mind that I'm streaming, right? Just to make sure.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I don't give a shit.
I think everyone is streaming right now.
I would guess.
Almost everyone.
So I guess we're jumping out the plane, huh, Riley?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be all right.
Let's do it.
We'll figure it out.
We'll fucking figure it out.
Destiny should be here soon. He's dealing with some stuff on his stream.
Yeah.
Same for Agdan.
All right. Let's adjust these levels a bit.
I'm going to head to the restroom real quick while we're still waiting then. Just 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, for sure. Why am I saying okay? I don't give a shit. It's the fucking teacher in me, man. Like,
What do you
since
teach?
his right now, nothing because the marching band season is suspended indefinitely. But before that, I was teaching at the high school for private instruction. So like
Yeah.
students who had study halls would have walk-in lessons with me, and then I was with the marching band in the afternoon. Now they have me monitoring students' hybrid learning.
Is that a fancy way of saying like what 50-50 class versus?
Oh, it's way
Like
worse
Skype?
than that. So when they're on site, one of two things, well, I guess kind of, right? So like on site, one of two things will happen. It's either they are in person, and if the teacher is teaching remotely, then they'll be in the auditorium with me while they're in the class virtually. If the teacher is in the school, then they'll be physically in the classroom. But a lot of students opted out of hybrid because they realized that a vast majority of their classes were online. So a lot of them are right now. It's like 30% of the student bodies in the school at one time, and then they alternate different days.
What a
So I
weird time to be
basically
alive.
watch. What's that?
I said, what a weird time to be alive.
Yeah, so I basically watch them on computers, and then there's like cultural norm adjustments, right? So like they still have this idea of like, I care if they go to the bathroom because like the auditorium restroom is literally just like across the hall. So it's like, can I go to the bathroom? And I'm like, yeah, of course. Like,
Yeah.
what am I gonna say? No. Like, but in all, it's kind of fun. None of my kids are there though. Like none of my marching kids are there. They all did remote. And we're doing like a hybrid season with them, which is kind of cool. So instead of doing our marching band show this year, we're pushing that show project because we already fucking paid for it to next year. And now the students are learning the show on the fly. Not on the fly, but they're learning a show over the course of a year as opposed to like a physical season. So like musically, they kind of have a little bit of an edge, which is kind of cool because we only have 4 seniors graduating. Two of them are drum majors. So we kind of have the advantage of like having a decent amount of kids who are going to be with us in the following year. So we're just like, fuck it, let's just learn the show now.
Yeah. Nice.
And then like a lot of the marching band shows this year wrapped. The finals are this weekend into next weekend. So and not a lot of schools in Jersey are participating.
Well, they better be playing the fuck out of it next year, or else that was time wasted.
That's what That's what I told them. I told them in the nicest way possible. There's no excuse at band camp. There's literally no excuse.
Better be fucking killing it.
Yeah. But it's going. It's going. Murphy released new regulations, which are kind of a pain in the ass, but it's all good. It is all good. Why am I getting feedback? Okay.
Salutes. I don't have my own Twitch show, so I don't have anybody to talk to.
I do, but they
I'm
don't want to
sorry.
hear. They don't want to hear from me anyway. So
We can chat. How are you doing?
What's up? How are you?
Been all right, vibing. Dealing with we just had midterms and I just submitted a big project for my legislation class this week, so just kind of recovering from that workload. But yeah, otherwise I'm just kind of vibing. How are you doing?
Good.
Where
I
do
saw you in Pisco go up against CTV on a week where I was trying to show up, but I think some family commitment cut me out. So I was kind of regretting it because I was actually going to back CTV and have a little bit of stuff for you to fight.
Oh yeah. No, I mean like it was Pisco was really interesting to interact. That was the first time I'd ever met Pisco. Yeah, I don't know. I mean like I've heard a little bit about you, so yeah, it should be fun.
Hopefully positive things. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I do unironically prefer positive conversations. It just happens to sometimes deviate away from that, but I generally prefer to have like more chill conversations.
Yeah. I watched the post-stream show between you and Pisco where you're like, yeah, I like being nice, but when I don't have to be nice, I'm gonna go hard. I'm gonna make it worth my while.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, like if I don't have to be nice, if the other person isn't acting in good faith, then yeah, totally. Like love's off. But like up until the point, like, you know, if everyone's acting in good faith, then yeah, I'm gonna be the nicest person you've ever known.
Nice. That's cool. I think I call that Iron Fist Velvet Glove.
That might be that. I mean, like that might be another way to say that, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Also, so I've heard a little bit about you. So you're a former police officer?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So I did 4 years as a cop and then.
all right. Let me make sure I'm muted. I guess I'll talk to you all. This is a pet peeve of mine, just to let you all know. I try to be punctual. I understand things can happen, but I mean, come on, we're almost 10 minutes over now, and we're still waiting on people. You know, there are people, I'm losing viewers. No one wants to sit here and listen to us just shoot the breeze. So it's a little frustrating for me. Sometimes some unprofessionalism you see in these things. I mean, of course, there could be a good reason for people to be late, but, you know, I think we should just start, and when they come, they come. That's their mistake for being late. So, but, we'll see. We'll see how the debate goes. I think it'll be fine. I'm confident. The reason I'm confident to debate anyone, it's not that I think that I'm a good debater. I think I am a good debater, but the reason is, what's the worst that could happen? Someone will convince me that I'm wrong about something. That's great. That's good for my life anyway. So I don't mind doing these debates at all. And I think that it'll be fun. These 4-person debates are rough, though, because oftentimes you get people talking over each other. I thought the one-on-one I had with Pisco was very, that's a better format. because instead of one person that's just getting you to mire through, now I'll have 4 or maybe even 5 or 6 people. So we'll see how it goes. But hopefully everyone on here is cool. I'm going to try to keep my calm. The last debate, I thought I kept my calm. I might have laughed at a couple points and like did some things, but I didn't think I was out of control. So hopefully the same occurs here. And, we're still waiting. So we're waiting for Destiny, and I don't know who the 8th person is that we're waiting for, but, that is what's going on. We're just waiting for these people. This was supposed to be 2.5 hours, so this should be ending at 10:30 p.m. Is what the goal is. It might stretch a little long since we're starting long, but I can't go on much longer than that. 5 hours is more than enough for me. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I thought the last debate, I thought that I won pretty convincingly. I'm kind of surprised to hear, I don't look at Dylan's chat, but I'm surprised to hear that they thought that the majority of people thought that I won there, because I figured most of them would just take Pisco's approach, which is unless you have 100% cold, hard proof of Democrat corruption, you could never talk about it. But any allegation made by any anonymous source whatsoever warrants an FBI investigation, a special counsel investigation, and nonstop media coverage. So, that's... That's how I thought that the crowd would take it, but Destiny's got 5 to 10 minutes before he joins us. Oh, for crying out loud. It's just frustrating to me. I don't know. I get it. He's got a bigger channel and whatever, but we'll see. I do want to say one thing in Pisco's kind of defense, though not really, was I am incredibly frustrated how many things get behind a paywall. So Scribd, for example, where they upload a bunch of official government documents, it's a paywall now. Financial Times is a paywall now. And like oftentimes like the New York Times or the Washington Post will paywall. So I've tried to figure out ways behind that, but I don't have money to subscribe to all those services. So another reason to donate to me. If I ever get enough donations, perhaps that's something that I would consider so that when I'm presenting that evidence. But you can go back and check out my videos on the Ukraine when I did have access to those videos. I played a bunch of them last week in a big 5-hour upload that I put, where you could actually see me linking directly to those documents and bringing those documents up on screen that actually show that Ukraine interfered in the election to help Hillary, that show that actually the law firm for Blue Star Strategies, the law firm for Burisma, was mentioning that Hunter Biden worked for them and asking State Department help under Obama to stop investigations into them. So I don't know what's going on, Drone. You'd have to let me know. I don't know. Is he having problems or something? There's a lot of people on, there's a lot of drama sometimes on his Twitch. So, but I think the last couple times I've debated Destiny, I did very well. I would say I won, but I'm biased. So I guess we'll see what's going on. But I had to stop the recording because someone's crying. Oh, well, okay. Well, hopefully it's not serious. If he has to back out, maybe I'll just be a lefty and take his place. So keep in mind, while I have 18 people watching me in my stream, Destiny will have 5,000 something. Dylan has, let's see how many Dylan has. Dylan's got 184 watching, which is good. That's good for him. I do like Dylan a lot. We would disagree on a lot. And I actually have to tell you, Pisco, I think he's slippery, but I understand what he's doing. He's approaching it as a debater. Like, you could ask me the exact opposite situation, right? Like, if Donald Trump fired a prosecutor that was looking into a company that used tax dollars to fire a prosecutor that was looking into a company his son was on the board of directors of, even if everyone in the European Union said, yeah, he should do that, I would say no. That needs to be investigated. Doesn't prove that he's corrupt, but it needs to be investigated. I would certainly not advocate for the impeachment of people calling for that investigation. I got to use the word stonewalling. I got to use the word whataboutism, right? Straw man. I know all the... Yeah, I think Dylan and Pisco are fine. I really do. I don't have a problem. If you all think that there's any evidence that you want to present to me to bring up in the course of this debate, put it in the chat if you can. But remember, kind of don't just put a link because I'm not going to know what it is. So summarize it a little before you put it in the link. So, but yeah, I think Pisco's terribly misguided, but I'm not going to, I think that he's more trying to, like, you could tell he's just like, I'm just poking holes. Like, yeah, anyone could say that. But the point is, can you see the clear double standard? And that's what I wanted to get into. It's arguably a bigger story than Biden's. We basically have allegations with more proof that Biden's done everything that they accused Trump of doing. They said Paul Manafort tried to do something and he was associated with Trump, so that was bad. Yet we know that Biden's son did something that was shady, and we don't have any connection to that. Yeah, so, I mean, I could do that. I could say that, like, we could go through Watergate. You can go through any situation and be like, well, technically it's possible this could have happened on this level, and technically it's possible this could have happened on this level. But you could see that he's engaging in a double standard. Anything that's negative towards Trump, he's like, yes, it must be true, it must be investigated. Even when we find out that it was disinformation from the get-go, there was never any verification efforts, like the Steele dossier, he still pushed for it to be investigated. But when we have authentic emails, when we have a witness that actually we could verify worked with the Biden family, all of a sudden he has no interest in that investigation. So, all right, I'm going to join them again and see what's going up. Someone's hating on me already? Where's that at? Is that happening? Tell me what you mean, D. Gulag. Maybe I should start listening here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't be surprised, though. I tend to bring that out in some people, so... All right, we'll get back here with them and see what's being talked about. So I'll bring their audio.
Be able to, like, make much of a difference down the line. You know, you're just kind of stuck with it for a while.
I respect the grind, though. I respect it.
No, I mean, like, I do too. Like, they're all great people. Like, it's I love my hometown, right?
You watch Letterkenny?
Do I want? No.
Ah, all right. Well, it's about like a small town in Canada, and they're all like a bunch of backwards hicks, but they're like super progressive, and they like so ironically, like they're doing all this like redneck, getting drunk, getting into fights, having promiscuous sex. You know, some of the backdrop is like hockey games and hockey fights and all that kind of shit. But then what's hilarious is like all of the characters are like actually crazy progressive. So you have like a 350-pound dude in like overalls talking about like feminist theory and shit. It's so good.
It's interesting. Yeah. Very, very, I can see that kind of work, like being entertaining, right? Yeah. It's kind of like, oh, you definitely wouldn't expect it. But, you know, like that's the kind of thing that can really play off as like a principle. Yeah, it sounds really cool. I really like kind of, I don't know, like I'm always thinking about like small town personalities or small town culture, partially because that's just where I come from. It's interesting because some of you were actually talking about the 15 minutes, or like if you're 15 minutes early, then you're, or what was the exact rule? I'm trying to remember.
It's like if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late, and if you're on time, you're late. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're 15 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late.
You're late. There you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
I've never lived by that shit in my entire life. I was 3 minutes late to everything I've ever been to.
Dude, look. I tell this as a joke, right? But see, I'm an Aries, right? But I was supposed to be due in a Pisces, right? But I'm such an Aries that I was 2 weeks late getting here. So that's like the joke, right? Because
yeah, fuck yeah. No, dude, I'm a Sagittarius, and you know that my grandma was super into that shit, so I kind of I still read horoscopes whenever I see them walking by.
I'm a Leo, and apparently that means something, but I don't invest a lot in it.
Hey, so you saw what I put in
Leo?
the chat, right?
Makes sense. I haven't looked at chat in a while.
I have not looked at it either. Also, because I use Discord for like my stream chat. So if I look there, it takes away from like my stream. But what's over here? We had Destiny.
Oh man.
Is that too far? Or is that just like I don't know. I ask because sometimes I'm socially awkward due to my having been in the service, right? Like, because I can understand it, like, it's a pretty hard joke, but it's like, is it evident that it's a joke? You know what I mean?
Is it in the common chat? Oh,
No, in the
Discord chat.
Yeah.
The private
It seems
chat.
like he's just late because he's got a load of or a hangover from someone else he was planning to talk to. Like I'm just pulling up a stream. Yeah, like I was actually supposed to talk to him earlier, and he messaged me saying, "Oh shit, sorry, I'm just like really backed up with people who I was planning to talk to today." So it just sounds like it was a scheduling error. But I imagine he should be here.
Are we missing someone else as well?
I think it's listening.
What about
One,
Park
two,
Dan?
three, four,
No,
five,
because I
six.
think Geek is not on the whereby. He's just on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, we might be missing one. Yeah.
Yeah, the group chat for the event tonight.
All right. Well, I'm pretty centristy, and I think I have some good friendships on the left or whatever, some good
Kat
acquaintanceships.
Dennings.
But
no,
they already
that's-
released the trailer, so I think it's good to say. I'm actually in the Lauren Southern documentary that's coming out in a couple of days.
Oh shit, what's that about?
Cops.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
It will be a thing. I am sure.
Yeah, that can be said. It will be a thing.
This dead air's nice.
Yeah, I'm a little tired. Sorry.
Hold on 1 second.
I think we have to conserve some of our energy for the
Dude, I
for the
just
stream.
did a 2-hour debate on Dylan's stream here before this, so
Nice. Was it the jihadi thing?
no,
Hey.
it was Ukraine corruption.
Okay, guys,
China
I'm
corruption.
gonna get started. Wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna start with intros. Welcome to another episode of the Hippie Dippy Podcast. I'm happy to have you all here. Thank you all for showing up on time. We're gonna get started with just some intros. Then we're gonna go into the rules of the event, and then we're gonna go into the first topic. So I'm gonna start in the top left-hand corner, as always, with Riley Grace Rochon.
Hi everyone. My name is Riley Grace Rochon, as Dylan said. Yeah, I'm a law student. I'm in Maryland. I talk about politics and I do some memeing on my streams. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and yeah, I don't know, should be fun.
Wonderful. Next, I'm gonna throw it over to the Turk.
Hi, I'm the Turk. I'm a science and tech streamer and YouTuber, and you can catch me at twitch.tv/theturk or at YouTube. I'm right-leaning and usually one of the few and proud conservatives on these panels, so good to see all y'all tonight.
Happy to have you on. Next, I'm throwing it over to Rob Noor.
Hi everyone, I'm Rob Noor. If you're watching Dylan's channel from before, I was just on here debating a good friend of mine, Pisco. So yeah, I'm a conservative. I ran for Congress in the 2019 special election in District 12. I'm a Trump supporter, but more than that, I would say I'm someone who's critical of the establishment on both sides. I have a small radio show out of Williamsport that I do on Saturdays, 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. And then you can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on Twitch, D Live, YouTube, and Periscope. And I will be doing a 24-hour live stream Monday, the day before the election, starting at 8 a.m. So feel free to join me there. But pleasure to be here as always, Dylan. Thank you.
Happy to have you on. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
What's going on? I'm Joe Lewis, the O's a Zero. You can also find me on Twitch at Joe Lewis, the O is a Zero. Thanks for having me, Dylan. Glad to be here.
No problem. Next, I'm throwing it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, hi guys. Counterpoints. I do have a YouTube channel. Counterpoints, small but growing. I'm pretty centristy. The things that make me right wing are pretty much guns, immigration, and some limitations on abortion. But I'm pretty centristy, and I actually voted for Joe Biden, so I might actually balance out the panel tonight and help try to keep things centered.
No problem. Next, we're going to pass it over to CTV.
Yeah, I'm just a guy that served 9 years on Ohio-class submarines as a machinist made auxiliarman. I've controlled atmospheres, ran diesel engines, ran huge hydraulic plants, and spent quite a bit of time underneath the water living in an artificial environment. I enjoy talking about politics and history, and am looking forward to discussing why I believe Trump is a better candidate than Joe Biden.
Okay, and we just had Harkdan join. On time as always. You want to start it off?
Sure. So
With your intro.
Oh, hey, I'm Harkdan. I'm just I'm a landlord, and I've also done a lot of stuff with tech in the past, and I am the original Joe Biden stan. Since the very beginning of Joe Biden's existence, I have been his #1 supporter, and I would die for the man.
Wonderful. And Destiny, I know you can hear me. You're in the voice chat. Could you try to join the whereby?
Yeah, is there a reason why this wouldn't be working right now? Is there like a
Not
trick to this?
Not particularly. Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, okay. What's up? My camera's just not showing up in the thing. I feel like I have a decent level of tech competency, but it's not working, and I don't know why, and it's triggering me. Sorry, I'll figure it out.
I had the same problem, by the way. I had to use a webcam.
I'm trying to use my webcam. It's not working.
So Destiny, so basically,
yeah.
I remember I had to use a program called Snap Camera originally because there's only so many outputs apparent. I forget exactly how it works, but yeah, you have a certain number of outputs.
Yeah, anyway, I'm Destiny, twitch.tv/Destiny. People know me as being one of the most adamant Biden supporters on the platform, and I'm here to ruthlessly attack anybody that would dare question his legitimacy as ascending to the throne of presidency of the United States. He's clearly the better, superior choice, which I think is reflected right now in the polling averages across battleground states and the rest of the country. So I'm excited here to celebrate Biden's ascension to the throne.
Okay, wonderful. Great. So we're going to start it off. Mr. Geek, if you could help Destiny out in DMs or something with the whereby, that'd be wonderful. Mr. Geek, of course, is my co-host and wonderful editor. So we're going to start off with the first topic, which we only have 2 topics today. So we're going to actually have a shorter Hippie Dippy podcast than normal. It is just 2 simple topics. Why should or shouldn't you vote for Joe Biden? And why should or shouldn't you vote for Donald Trump? Let me start off with the rules. The first rule is, of course, nothing TOS. If you do anything TOS, it's an instant ban from the show. You'd be kicked off, completely gone. Second rule is during intro segments. That means the first period where people will be stating their positions. You get about 1 to 2 minutes to state your position on an issue, uninterrupted, where nobody can interrupt you. And if you do interrupt somebody, you will be muted. The same thing will be done at the end of the segment. Everybody will get a 1 to 2 minute period of time where they'll be able to state their position. And finally, one last time. The other rule is you cannot @ other people in the Twitch chat. I've just found that it's made people get more heated. So once I got Destiny, let me mute you and whereby. And so generally just don't @ other people in the Twitch chat. It just gets people more heated. And I try to have a somewhat productive conversation. If you interrupt too much, I will step in and tell you to please hold yourself back or allow somebody else to speak. But mostly, I would like to try to stay back and let you guys interact. If you do, then eventually, if you don't heed my warnings, you will be muted for a short period of time to allow the other person to speak. So that's most of the rules. I don't think I'm... Oh, and there's one last thing. I just want to say to the audience generally, this is a roundtable show. These are all these people's opinions. Please do not make a determination of who to vote for off of one roundtable or your favorite streamer. Please go out, read other sources, go listen to experts, and look at their platforms yourself. Do not just go onto somebody's thing and say, I don't know who to vote for. Let me check in with my favorite streamer. That's really stupid. That's super small brain. Don't do that. This is just something that might be able to supplement that large area of information going into, and it's also for small, and it's also somewhat entertainment. So please keep that in mind when looking at this. Nobody here is an expert on anything we're going to be generally talking about today. And if they are, they will probably state that out front when talking about a certain issue. So just remember that when we're talking about this election. And please, everybody, do go vote. If you have the ability to vote at this point, if you are an American, please go do that. We would really appreciate if you participated in this extremely important election, no matter who you are voting for. So we're going to start with the first topic, which is going to be on the presidential candidate trying to vie to remove the incumbent. Why should or shouldn't you vote for Joe Biden? We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Riley Grace Rochon. You have 1 to 2 minutes.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Fundamentally, my arguments all come down to, I'm not going to say that Biden is a perfect person, but he is better than Trump. I think that he is better than Trump in 3 demonstrable ways, and I'm going to go through them. The first is that I would say that he responded better to BLM. All that Trump needed to do fundamentally was to be able to pass a meaningful police reform through the Congress in order to be able to address BLM. He didn't. It's going to die in the Senate. And he could have gone down to McConnell and be like, hey, the George Floyd police the act responding to everything that we've been talking about in BLM needs to be able to be passed so we can resolve all this. Go do that, and you never did. Biden comparatively has proposed a number of different solutions to be able to address police brutality in America. He talked about making serious investments in mental health services, drug treatment and prevention programs, and services for people experiencing homelessness, as well as a lot of different kind of refunding services, taking funds away from overfunded police departments and putting them towards more social services that would be better equipped to be able to handle specific circumstances that the police shouldn't handle. He also was not in charge with dealing with COVID, and actually has a plan with dealing with it. I incorporate all of the arguments I made on the previous stream that Trump has just drastically mishandled the COVID-19 crisis and has resulted in the death in over 200,000 Americans by virtue of that mishandling. I incorporate all those from before, but we can go over them specifically. And then I would say he actually believes in climate change. Trump has gone on repeatedly to say that he doesn't believe in current climate change science. Biden actually does, and he wants to actually invest a lot of money in being able to address the problems that are very imminent and brought about by climate change. And if we don't address, then we're going to be in for a really tough time in the future. Those would be my main three arguments. There are others to make, but I think that those are the strongest.
Wonderful. I'm going to pass it now over to the Turk.
So there's probably no doubt that Joe Biden is a nice guy, and he's, pulling a lot of emotional strings right now that are helping him out a lot in the polls. But unfortunately, when I look at the joebiden.com, there's a lot of policies that are not really good, especially when it comes to protecting the Constitution. Primarily, his stance on gun violence and gun control is not a good thing for us as Americans. And then his plans towards supporting the Green New Deal or using the Green New Deal as a framework, I don't agree with how that's being implemented. I'm still learning about all the science and stuff behind it. And then just as a whole, going through a lot of the different media outlets and learning from all sorts of different liberal sources, Joe Biden is quote unquote the leader of the Democrat Party, but there is a entire skew to the far left of the Democrat Party, and that's just something that I don't support, and I believe that our country is going to be in dire straits if we go that far left. There's probably plenty of room for this thing we used to called compromise, but unfortunately the Democrats and the Democratic leadership at this point are just not capable and unwilling to do that.
Okay, I'm adding a new rule to chat. If you make any more Among Us memes in chat, your voter registration will be revoked and you will be removed from the United States. You will no longer be allowed to vote in the election. Just throwing that out there. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Yeah, and if your voter registration gets removed, you will only be able to vote for Democrat, or if you die for that matter. But yeah, I think that Trump is the preferred candidate. So let's start with why Biden is wrong, which was this area of the topic. I think that a vote for Biden is a vote for the corrupt establishment. Biden has been in office for 47 years and has never done anything, passed any meaningful legislation that actually helped the average American. Instead, he epitomizes the corrupt establishment. When you hear Black Lives Matter and other groups talk about systemic racism, it's funny because it's been people like Joe Biden that have been in charge of those systems for 47 years, yet he's supposedly the one who's going to save us from all of this. He is corrupt, and we could see on China. He's not even willing to call China an adversary. We find out why now, because we could see that he's connected to the CCP through business relationships through his son. He actually did use a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son's corrupt company. He wants to do radical things such pack the courts. He's just an empty suit for the most radical people in the establishment and in the extreme left wing. He is involved in corruption. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for the corrupt media that refuses to even cover stories of his corruption. And this will lead to things like when Joe Biden gets us into the next foreign war, which no doubtably he will do, because we see the Democrats are now the party of refusing to pull troops out. So when we add troops around the world, you will not be allowed to criticize Joe Biden. Tech will censor you. The media will refuse to cover those foreign regime change wars, just like they did under the Iraq war. The Green New Deal portion of his things will cost trillions of dollars and be a disaster. And also, he is the candidate of riots. The Democratic Party is the party that is burning down the country. The reason that DC and Chicago are boarding up businesses right now is because they are afraid that Biden voters will riot. And Biden's vice presidential candidate, including some of his staffers, have actively pushed for bail for these people that were arrested for riots. So we should reject Joe Biden because the argument is vote for Joe Biden or we'll burn everything down. And I don't respond well to those sort of threats.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
I just want to very quickly say thank you to everybody who's on the panel today and who's watching within my chat and this stream. And I hope everybody's doing very well. As the visual representative of the black vote, since people argue that it's 12% of the electorate, and I am the 12% at about like 0.96 if we say the 8 members of this panel, I'm glad to be here. I hope this is going to be a fun hang. I'm essentially, for myself, I'm voting for a terrain of struggle. And the terrain of struggle that I'm choosing for myself is Joe Biden. While you can agree that Donald Trump has done a few very small pieces of legislation that could be good moving forward, I do not necessarily trust his ability to have continual legislation that could lead to some type of change or even a passing of the torch that could be considered legitimate. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of time to talk about the First Step Act and then the Platinum Plan. That's going to be something for a little bit later. But my general gist is the 3 things that I'm looking for a candidate is a candidate that is going to protect and preserve all forms of civic engagement. That includes political activism, national service, environmentalism, and community service, as well as a candidate that's going to preserve the black vote. And while we can have a conversation for hours upon hours about why I feel Joe Biden would protect the black vote more so than Donald Trump, in interest of time, I'm just going to say that's why I'm voting for Joe Biden. Again, we're going to have plenty of time to talk about all of these things.
Okay, next I'm going to be throwing it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so basically, I'll, as the centristy person or whatever, I'll try to address both sides of the coin. So, why should you vote for Joe Biden? And it's going to be a return to the status quo. It's going to get the deep state back in line. It's going to make sure the presidency and the American political machine are in alignment. And then, Joe Biden should have a base level of competency. I can actually see why this would be the exact talking point that the, anti-establishment, conservative anti-establishment leftists would not like. But at the same time, I think we've seen kind of like the potential disaster that's come from having a executive branch and a, basically American political machine that are completely out of step and don't seem to agree on anything, which is why I bring up competency. So while I think there are other things, like, so for instance, I think, getting police reform through is possible. I also do, tip the hat to the conservative side that, basically there's other things that we're concerned about. The reason why I begrudgingly voted for, Joe Biden and not happily voted for him is basically because of some of those conservative talking points. I generally speaking don't like the perspective of Democrats on immigration. I generally speaking think that there probably is a sweet spot for taxation that sometimes Democrats go too far on. And then also anytime that a Democrat talks about guns or gun control, I basically have a small fucking aneurysm. So it was really fucking hard for me to vote for Joe Biden. But hopefully I brought up a few of the reasons why you should, and a few of the reasons why I might be on the verge of having a stroke if gun control gets passed in the next 4 years.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Harkdan.
Man, I'm not sure where to start. So I don't have a deep passion for the issues, I think, as kind of many of you guys seem to at this case. What I will say is that I have a unique situation, and I'll say that the number one reason that I want to have Joe Biden as my president, it's probably climate change, but the real reason that I want him to be president is I'm tired of hearing about politics. I'm tired of having a fucking lunatic in the White House. I want to be able to unfollow the president on Twitter and not worry that I'm missing some like crazy fucking like about to go to war with Iran every day. I'm tired of it. In this last 4 years, I never gave a shit about fucking politics, and I don't want to care about politics. It's fucking boring. They all do the same shit, Republicans and lefties, the whole thing. And I'm just sick of it. I'm just so sick of it. And you know what? Joe Biden hasn't done shit. But then again, neither have most fucking senators or congressmen during their fucking time. You have to be president to kind of do that, and you still need the House and the fucking Senate to do it in the meantime. So I don't fault him for that. Bernie's done fuck all anyways, but no one would doubt that motherfucker would be radical is insane, right? He's like named a few post offices, and that's his like legislative achievement during his whole career. So let me be crystal clear. Climate change is good, but I'm just tired of hearing about this shit. I'm tired of everyone thinking that our country is fucking batshit insane. And one more thing to throw out here. I'm a veteran. I'm a guy who was previously homeless. Now I'm fucking rich and I sit and I play video games all day. And I'll tell you fucking what right now. All you guys, you're not rich. I don't know why you're voting for Trump. If I'm voting for Biden, you guys have no excuse. I have guns. I have all this shit. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. You're not getting any tax breaks. I'm getting tax breaks. I definitely am getting tax breaks. Yep, I'm getting taxed more. You're getting less social benefits for sure. You guys ain't getting that shit. Doesn't affect me. I'll pay $3,000 a month for health insurance. Doesn't bother me. You guys are getting screwed across the board. But with all those things said, let's just get back to basics. How great would it be just to wake up and unfollow Joe Biden? Because all he does is like fucking tweet like press release bullshit every day, and you're just tired of it. Let me get to that life, okay? One last thing. I was very close to thinking about voting for Trump before he was actually there, and I'll tell you why, okay? Trump was going to be the promised one. The rich guy who didn't give a fuck, and he would bring things back to, he wouldn't care. He doesn't care about your lobbyists. Fuck you, you're gone. You know, he doesn't care. He doesn't need your money anymore. But he didn't turn into that. He became more corrupt than the shit. It's like the fucking Star Wars. He was supposed to destroy them, not join them. And he did it, right? And that's where we're at. So, all right, that's where I'm at. I'm done.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
I like Joe Biden more, I guess, on four big things are what I'm looking at right now. For the two policy-related reasons, I think that healthcare is going to be incredibly important to U.S. policy going forward, and the Republicans have failed to deliver on the repeal and replace. All they did was repeal the mandate, and we have no new Republican healthcare plan. I don't even know what their new plan is. They keep saying something about pre-existing conditions, which we already had under the ACA, so I'm not sure what that talking point is about. I don't know how much longer we're going to deal with the coronavirus stuff. The current administration has already proven that they are unimaginably incompetent when it comes to dealing with these issues. So I don't want them to deal with it more. If it takes another year or two to get a vaccine out, I don't want Trump to be leading the country through that, because holy fuck. On two personal reasons, the personal debt that Trump has kind of makes me a little bit nervous. We have a lot of personal debt for $400 million that's coming to fruition, like in the following few years. I don't know if I want a guy making decisions at the very top with that much personal leverage, or other people that much leverage on him. It might be a bad thing. It might be an okay thing, but it could be a really bad thing, which is enough to make me incredibly uncomfortable. And then in terms of leadership, Trump sucks as a leader, man. He's not good at unifying the country. He's not good at bringing anybody together. We had the most historic riots happening in the history of the United States, and they happened under Trump. Blame Democrats all you want, but Trump was at the head for it. And, you know, like any good businessman knows, you can't continue to blame your subordinates. You can't blame governors or blame mayors for all of these problems happening under your administration. Take some fucking responsibility and fix these goddamn problems. And Trump has proven time and time again he's incapable of doing that.
Okay, and we're going to finish the intros off with CTV, otherwise known as Critically Thinking Veteran.
Thank you, Dylan. I want to say thanks to everybody for showing up tonight. Really appreciate getting to have the conversation. Being the last after all of these great minds is a bit daunting, to be honest. So what I'll say is that Dan seemed to kind of hint at the fact that he was a veteran and didn't want to hear about politics anymore. Brother, I completely understand. That being said, you know, freedom has a responsibility, and just because you don't want to hear about it doesn't mean that you can just turn your nose to the process and trying to pass that on. So that's where I would be at on that. Why somebody should not vote for Joe Biden comes down to a lot of his history. 47 years he's been in office, or he's been in public office, involved with the government, has been a part of, you know, the 93 crime bill. And I mean, hell, during that time, he even called, you know, black males super predators, right? Which kind of goes back into even more of his past when you understand that he had a long friendship with Strom Thurmond, who was, you know, somebody that was definitely for racial segregation, right? And then you kind of play into some of the other things that Biden said, like his interview with Charlemagne, where he said, if you don't know if you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black, right? So somebody that has been involved in the system for as long as he has had more than an ample opportunity to see what I believe is one of the core root problems that we're facing as a nation, which is ending the war on drugs. This needs to stop, right? And I don't think that someone that has basically profited off the misfortune of others for so long, having been to the second highest level of office in the land and still not doing anything there, I don't think that it would be responsible for us, the American people, to give that guy the keys to the kingdom when he hasn't even been able to show that he knows how to operate at all the other levels. And with that, I'm done.
Okay. Intros are finished. We will now have about an hour to possibly an hour and 15 minutes of this topic, and then afterwards we would do outros. Anyone is free to take it away.
I'm just real quick. Are we were we supposed to make shit up in this intro, or are we supposed to stick to like the actual stuff that happened?
Yeah, with that being said, I got to leave with something because there's something that really just drove me up a fucking wall. I'm just going to take this quote. I'm going to quote this right now. This is a quote from Hillary Clinton back in the 90s. Just as in my previous generation, we had an organized effort against the mob. We need to take these people on. They are often connected to big drug cartels. They are not just gangs of kids anymore. They often are kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel. Hillary Clinton said that, not Joe Biden. So we have to set that record straight. If we're talking about my fucking people, we have to set that straight from the jump. I will jump down everybody's fucking throat if they misrepresent black people. I'm going to say that now. So if you want to go down that road, we can go down that road, but tread fucking carefully because I will shove my dick down your throat.
Like, that was what I think I was going to jump out real quick. So,
I know how you're
high horse.
accomplishing that over the internet, but it certainly is a funny thing to try to imagine, I guess.
The idea, I don't know where this, I know that Trump said it during one of the debates, and I don't know if everybody just like repeats them because you don't fact check anything he says, but this idea that Biden called people super predators, Hillary Clinton did that. I don't know if Biden is just like an amalgamation of every person we hate. So we just describe everything that Obama and Hillary did to Biden, but yeah, Biden never said that. Just a couple of quick things that I heard. Democrats refuse to pull troops out. We haven't pulled troops out of any country that we have active wars in. We still have troops in Syria. We still have troops in Iraq. We still have like this idea that we pulled troops out of anywhere. It hasn't happened under Trump. CCP links to Biden. That hasn't happened. Tucker Carlson even dropped that story. Bobulinski in his reporting never confirmed any of that. The Wall Street Journal tried to verify that. They couldn't. That's why they didn't publish the story. And in terms of a quid pro quo happening because of Biden's son being involved in some dealings in other countries in Ukraine, that didn't happen either. The prosecutor that was removed was working during a time period when Joe Biden's son wasn't even working in that country. So all of these things are just patently false. And then now we can talk about actual things that have happened.
Okay, well, it's nice that you say that without any facts. But first, just to get to the facts of it, I agree with you. Biden did not say super predator. He did, even according to CNN in 1993, in the crime bill that many in the black community were opposed to, said that it was predators that we have to get off the street. So you're right. He didn't use the word super. He just used the word predator. Seems like an odd thing to get in your high horse and threaten to like orally rape people over, but I guess whatever.
Wait, you think there's not a difference between claiming that Biden called black people super predators rather than he just said the word predator at some point? Is that the bar that we've set, that anybody that said predator at any point in time is a bad person?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was willing to say even before you did that actually it was true. It's not true that he called them super predators. What I'm saying is if the distinction is the word super makes it wrong, but just the word predator doesn't, that seems to be a nonsensical distinction. I don't really care about the fact that he called them predators. As far as I'm concerned, I think the 93 crime bill that he pushed for, I think he and the others that voted for it probably had good intentions and wanted to get criminals off the street. That's why you won't hear me in any of my streams make this claim. I'm just making the claim that he did say predators. That's all I'm saying. So the idea that this was like, oh, he never said that, it was just Hillary Clinton. No, he said predators as well. Just saying. Again, it's not my argument, though.
I don't know how you're trying to like twist this into you're right. He did not say super predator. That was the claim earlier. That claim is not true.
He's literally not saying that.
That's fine. But earlier the claim was that he said super predator. I'm saying that quote, when you say super predator, you're trying to bring up a very specific quote. You're trying to bring that to mind by Hillary Clinton. He did not say that. If you want to now vaguely go, well, he called people predators in a crime bill. No fucking shit. He mentioned the word predator in a crime bill. What do you think crime bills are supposed to stop as predators? No shit.
If for no other reason than to end this particular line of conversation, I will say that was my take. So I will say that I am sorry for including the word super, but the point still is that predator was used by Joe Biden in the course of his conversations about the 93 crime bill, and I'm looking at it.
Okay, and Trump wanted the people from the Central Park to literally go to jail after they're proven innocent.
I want every single Republican in here, people that are voting for Trump, that are trying to attack Joe Biden on his record on race. I want to know what you think about Donald Trump's position on the Central Park 5, even after they were exonerated.
I think Donald. I don't think that his rationale.
I can take that if you want.
I don't think his rationale had anything provably to do with race. I thought that he maybe thinks that they were guilty, and that's what his position was. Now, let me turn the question to you, Destiny. What do you think about, I don't know, Joe Biden saying that black people aren't black if they don't vote for him, or eulogizing a grand cyclops of the KKK, or his vice presidential candidate meeting with an anti-Semite named Jacob Blake Sr. that posted all sorts of anti-Semitism and things from Louis Farrakhan's Nation of Islam that said that called Jews pink-toed and other things like that. And she said she was, quote, very proud of him. What do you think of that?
I don't care what person a vice presidential candidate is eulogizing. Like, you can throw your hands up, but so Donald Trump specifically says he feels like the Central Park Five, those 5 black kids, should have been killed after they were exonerated. That's one thing. Donald Trump has come out and he's supported things like stop and frisk. I think it's always funny that we try to look for these like vague connections, like, well, the vice presidential candidate meted with a guy that used to be in the KKK. Donald Trump has the KKK supporting him right now. Donald Trump right now on stage can't say
Richard Spencer's voting for Joe Biden.
No, Richard Spencer said he was voting for Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, he said he supports Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
What does that have to do with anything?
You just said the KKK supporting Trump, and when I point out the biggest white nationalist leader, no, but he's the biggest white nationalist leader. So where's your comment on that? Then?
Who do you think has an agenda more in line with white nationalism? The guy that supports stop and frisk, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, says he wants to ban all Muslims from the country, wants the Central Park Five still executed after they were exonerated, or the guy that's talking about passing historic legislation to empower black communities?
I think the guy that pushed for historic funding for historically black universities, that pushed prison reform that wasn't able to be achieved under Obama, that pushed all sorts. I think that had record unemployment for black Americans. I think he would be preferable in this agenda other than the candidate of the party. Just real quick, and I'll leave you. The candidate from the Democratic Party that we see like historically going after Jews in New York and attacking Jews because they're, yes, like de Blasio in New York right now, a Democrat that's going after Jews in unprecedented ways. The attacks. That's why they would prefer a Republican ticket and a Republican president over. That's why people like the KKK and white supremacists would prefer to vote Democrat, because Democrats are now endorsing the ideas from people like Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, and people like de Blasio that are attacking Jewish people.
KKK voters where's the endorsement coming from? Like, holy shit!
Plenty of extreme sides that are going for the Democratic side as well. You can't just say, "Oh, all these super white nationalists are going Trump." There's plenty on the other side that are going the other way too. So you can't just say one side's bad and the other side's good.
Well, I'm not saying just because of where they come from, but I'm saying like in terms of what their agenda is aligned with. The idea that you would look at Joe Biden's agenda and say this aligns with white supremacists is insane to me.
I'm not saying that, but you're making the counter argument, in which I'm rebutting. You're making the argument that Republicans are the party of that white supremacists would identify with. We could clearly see the majority of anti-Semitic rhetoric coming from official people in the Democratic Party.
Anti-Semitism. Do you see how you keep pivoting to other topics because you know you're not correct on this point?
You don't think white supremacists are anti-Semites?
We're talking about very specifically this conversation open with who statements that Biden made related to black people, super predators, right? And now we're talking about the Central Park Five, and now we've made it about Jewish people somehow. I don't know what your political affiliation is, or if that's
because you mentioned the KKK.
Central Park Five.
I counterpoint doesn't say anything, and then I want to throw it to Joe because Joe wanted to say something earlier.
Sure.
Okay, so when this has nothing to do with whether or not Trump is competent, and it has nothing to do with whether or not he's right in saying that he wants to kill the Central Park Five after they've been exonerated and all that kind of shit. I literally just want to talk about the events of the night of the Central Park Five, and then I want to talk about how like criminal investigations get broken down. Okay, so and then we can talk about how that affects culture in the presidency. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can be. So on the night that basically the Central Park Five were charged and convicted, as far as my understanding goes, basically there was pretty much a whole bunch of kids. I think it was between 30 and 100 different people running around in the middle of the night, beating the shit out of people, robbing people. And one of the things that ended up happening during that evening was a lady was hit over the head with a brick and raped repeatedly by a whole bunch of people, basically gang raped by a whole bunch of people. While that was occurring, there was roughly 30 people who were all present at that time, some of whom partook in the rape and some of people who didn't. So when they arrested some of the people who were running around beating the fuck out of people and basically being assholes, what ended up happening was during the police interviews, whether they were coerced or not, everybody started pointing the finger at everybody else, and that's how they obtained the convictions for this brutal gang rape. So while DNA evidence exonerated these kids, while there were basically like post facto, as far as I know, like exonerations from the police using aggressive and possibly illegal interrogation tactics in order to obtain these the evidence that led to these convictions, there still are very real crimes. So like my frustration with this conversation is like we we have to basically acknowledge that there's something fucked up that happened, that people have a right to be upset about it. That
No, we don't. That is absolutely not true.
I don't have the right to be upset that a woman was.
You don't have a right to use
no reason
that
with a brick and then raped
upsetedness.
repeatedly by a crowd.
Not at the people that didn't do it. No.
Okay,
The
what if
idea-
they
this
were
is-
standing there, Destiny?
Then
What
that
if they watched it?
then you should have charged them with either aiding or watching or whatever.
But they didn't.
whatever
But
charge-
they didn't aid. They just watched.
Okay, but what were they charged with?
It doesn't fucking matter because
It
that's not how
does.
criminal conviction.
Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
hold on.
You
Hold on,
can
hold on,
easily
hold on,
crime pretty
Do
easily.
you think? Hold on. No, I love going in on Destiny. This is super fun for me. So do you think that like cops catch most criminals?
Probably not generally.
Absolutely fucking not. We don't. Do you think that we even convict most criminals?
Probably, that would be my guess. Is probably not. It's probably hard to know how many criminals aren't convicted because the data is hard to get. But I guess probably not.
Right. So innocence to me, like as a police officer, which maybe this is a fucked up position, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Innocence to me means very little to me personally. I am personally innocent.
You said you were a cop?
Yeah.
Oh, that all makes sense now. Okay.
Dude, we've talked before.
Okay, I don't remember your view on. My aunt is NYPD, so she has similarly fucking horrible views on innocence in the United States. You are innocent in the eyes of the state. It is on the burden of the state to bring a case against you and prove that you committed a crime. Nobody else gets to make that decision of like, oh well, I think they're guilty. Just most criminals aren't convicted. Blah 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 blah. The reality is that these 5 boys were convicted of a crime. Later on, they were exonerated. They were paid $41 million to settle that suit. And Donald Trump, after their exoneration, took out 4 different full-page ads saying that he wanted them killed. Now, whether or not you think, well, don't we have a right to be mad that they were standing there? I guess if you want, but that is not at all related to what's going on here. That has nothing to do with the fact that they were wrongfully convicted. And after their exoneration, Trump, as a burgeoning real estate developer, still took out 4 full-page ads saying that they should have been killed afterwards.
Okay, so all right, so let me, so we don't have to leave anything in the air. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck his perspective and fuck his shit. And then also in reference to the judicial system, it's my same perspective democracy where our justice system is what is it? It's like what Winston Churchill said about democracy, where it's like democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. That's how I feel
Our
about the
judicial
American
system.
justice
America is beautiful. The burden is on the
it's
state
the
for you
worst
to prove
judicial
that you
system in the
committed a
world
crime.
except for all the other ones.
Sure, but I think it is a bad perspective, especially somebody in law enforcement, to think that like, well, not everybody's convicted, so there are criminals out there that we just haven't convicted yet. No, if you haven't convicted them, if you don't get that conviction, which is the burden of the state to do, then they're innocent and they walk, and that's it. Like full stop. Like you don't get to try to second guess. Like, well, I think they're guilty. Blah 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 blah. Like the burden's on the state to prove the case. They couldn't. It was overturned by DNA evidence. So you walk from it. The idea that we can start to play like this post hoc, like executioner role of like, well, I think they really did it, like we're the Punisher or something, I think is a severely fucked perspective on how criminal justice ought to work.
I mean, I am not
me if-
trying to become the. I'll say this last thing. I'll let everybody else talk after this. Okay. I am not trying to become the Punisher. I am not trying to, basically execute innocent people who stood by while a violent crime was committed. That is not anything that I'm advocating for whatsoever. But at the same time, from your perspective on the exterior of the justice system, I can understand, basically exactly what you're saying. But at the same time, you understand that like we only prove 50% of homicides inside the United States. That oftentimes we get convictions against murderers not on the basis of homicide, because rarely will we ever have witnesses who will corroborate a homicide or a murder, but we basically convict them of drug trafficking charges over and over and over again. This stems back to the war on drugs. We don't get murder convictions, we get drug convictions. And these bullshit nonviolent drug offenses that involve trafficking with higher level amounts, oftentimes those are pinned on drug lieutenants and drug captains who you can't tie to homicides because they're so powerful within their community that nobody will ever snitch on them, and they will basically execute the people who do snitch on them. So while I am for the American justice system, I think it's probably the best system that exists. This concept that like people, like horrible people, murderers, rapists, all that kind of stuff, people who stand by and abide other crimes aren't walking around free right now. It's just not accurate. And that's my only point. I'm not defending Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
What does this have to do? Well, like, yeah,
I
Trump
really-
might have had
I
a bad
really
take
have
on
to
this.
step in
It
real
doesn't prove racism. Okay, got it.
I did want to throw this over to Joe. Joe wanted to say something earlier.
sure.
I'll
Sure.
throw it over
Let's
to you next, RGO, because you haven't talked yet.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about crime for a second. So just so we're clear, under the First Step Act, 3,100 federal prison inmates are out and they're released. Unfortunately, a vast majority of those are white, mainly because the system that they implemented called Pattern, which is an algorithm that's used to determine the likelihood of recidivism, is fucking ridiculous. The point system is ridiculous. If you are under the age of 30, you are more than likely, and again, like, I highly implore you to look into the pattern risk assessment tool, because this is where a vast majority of my argument about this bill comes from. If you don't understand that, this is going to be a very hard claim, very, very hard to go through this conversation constructively. But I will say this. Under the current pattern system, 7% of African Americans qualify at the minimum risk. So the minimum risk means that's the minimum requirement you have to be considered part of resentencing, to be sort of like early release, all this type of bullshit. Now, comparatively, white Americans in the federal system right now, 30%. So you have 30% versus 7%. So of the 3,100 inmates and the vast majority of the people who have cocaine sentences that were resentenced, because again, something within the First Step Act made cocaine offenses retroactive, so you can apply for resentencing, stuff like that. A vast majority of them are white. Now, also, too, something that William Barr failed to fucking consider, but especially considering that he assumed this role very, how you would say, unnaturally, considering that this was supposed to be Jeff fucking Sessions' job, but because he recused himself, this prevented the actual report to have any type of like length. So William Barr didn't have enough time to write this out. He failed to just put any type of like, okay, what happens if COVID drops? Okay, if COVID drops, I should probably rewrite how the pattern algorithm works, and he didn't fucking do that. He did a revision in January 2020. As we know, January 2020 is a really weird time when we talk about COVID, but my main point is the pattern system is fucked up, and it disproportionately affects African Americans. It makes it so that they can't even do the system that Donald Trump claims is good for black people. And it's very, very frustrating. I really want that thing to change. I don't think Donald Trump is going to have any type of additional legislation, not within the second step act he's trying to propose within the Platinum Plan, or even just having William Barr within that position.
I would like to see your evidence from that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I found evidence from 2019 that said the first year of the First Step Act, 91% of those released were black. So I would just like to see your numbers that say that the majority of people released were white.
91% of the people who were resentenced were African American, not released.
All right, let me see what the article says. It's from The Root. I don't know if that's a good site.
You can go to the Bureau of Prisons. They do a report every Saturday. They update report of the release pattern. There's also the, for lack of a better term, the actual report that William Barr sourced, which is where I get the numbers for pattern. All this is already out there through the assessment tool report. So I'll give it up to William Barr that the information is out there for us to consume and understand, but we cannot sit here and act like this is good for African Americans, because it's not.
I think
the pattern algorithm is flawed.
I think that's, okay. I mean, perhaps the algorithm's flawed, but the fact that 91% of the people that benefited from the First Step Act were black, I don't think that you could put that as a knock on Donald Trump.
Resentencing.
But they still benefited, like getting a lower sentence.
These were
wait, before getting into this back and forth, I think Riley was going to
I was trying to give it over to RGR, yes.
Yeah. We'll go back to
I was actually, I was interested in following up on the point from Counterpoints, just because, I mean, like, if you want to talk to someone else who's worked in law enforcement, I clerked for the organized crime division of the Attorney General's office for Maryland. So, I mean, I did specific work on police reform. You said that normally, according to your understanding, that most people that you encounter are not innocent, right? Is that the way that you and most police officers that you worked with predominantly usually look at the situations that you're in? I'm just curious.
No, and let me clarify. I'm not saying that most people aren't innocent. As a matter of fact, I would say even people who are in like high crime neighborhoods, the majority of them are normal, everyday folk who just work, do their jobs, do whatever, have families, do their own thing. When I say not innocent, I'm very specifically talking about basically I'm guilty of things. When I was younger, I was a teenager, I drunk drove. When I was in college and in high school, I smoked weed. I've been in fist fights. I've been, I've basically, I think I've shot guns in parks and basically like wildlife reserves where you're probably supposed to have a backstop and I didn't have it. Some of these are misdemeanors. Some of these are felonies. And basically, I've never been caught. I've never been convicted. I think I was put in handcuffs once, and it was for setting fireworks. So my point overall with that is not Donald Trump is good. The Central Park Five deserve to be in prison. They're actually guilty, and secretly we should line them up behind the jail and shoot them. That was none of my point. My point just being that basically just because somebody is not convicted, the system itself might deem that person innocent, but that actually has very little to do with their innocence. So while I think it's entirely possible that through DNA evidence, the Central Park Five are actually not guilty of, gang rape or rape. It's entirely possible that they were present at the time of rape. It's entirely possible that they were, running around with the same teenagers who were beating the fuck out of people and basically, robbing them and throwing bricks and shit. And there's no DNA evidence or witness evidence that's going to be, especially at nighttime, that's going to be reliable enough in order to obtain a conviction. So while these people don't necessarily deserve to be buried under the jail for a rape that they didn't commit, that really has no material bearing on the conviction or the prosecution or anything like that. And then also just, you working in the organized crime division, how many people did you get for murder or for homicide? Like, was it almost none?
And like here's the thing about it, right? Is that like statistically speaking, like I think that you're correct in the idea that like police officers, like generally speaking, don't actually catch like most of the people who are the perpetrators of crimes, right? Like I don't necessarily disagree with you on that point. I think it's just very dangerous to employ like this kind of mentality that like, oh, most of the people who we catch are actually like guilty. Most of the people who do it actually do it, because like these are the kind of things that lead to instances of like police misconduct, police excessive use of force, police brutality, right? And like this is the problem that we have with a lot of like BLM, right? Is that like, and I'm not sitting here saying that like every single instance of police brutality is like the consequence of like direct overt racism. I don't think that every single police officer who like accidentally uses police use of force or excessive force against a person of color is like specifically doing like, oh yeah, I really want to murder this black person. I think that there's like a lot of complicated situations, but I also think that like the fact that we have not taken steps to kind of address like that mentality, like that exact mentality of like thinking that like, oh, I know better than like the court system, which really is the best way of being able to determine like the innocence or the guilt of a person who is convicted or who is who you are wondering who are trying to ascertain did a crime. Like generally speaking, that's the safest thing that we could do, and we should really try. And yeah, I don't know. It just seems really weird that we aren't able to pass like meaningful police reform, actually addressing the fact that there are lots of people who are in these kind of positions who just assume the guilt of people who actually don't end up committing crimes.
And I want to address your point, and then I actually want to address something for Joe too. So I just want to use this as an example. There was a drug lieutenant in the city that I worked in, who basically everybody knew was responsible for shootings and stabbings. Everybody knew when somebody was shot, it was, hey, literally this guy walked up to this doorway and this person owed him money. And when the person came to the door, he shot him through the doorway. We know, like the streets know this. Everybody knows this. They're talking about it, all that kind of stuff. Can we get a witness? No. Does the victim want to cooperate because he's still alive? No. Do we want to corroborate anything, that's been going on? No. So basically this guy gets to walk around in his own city with impunity committing violence. And because police aren't present at the time of the violence, we're not convicting him. He's convicted repeatedly of basically lower level drug charge.
You cut out pretty hard.
I just don't know what any of this has to do with Trump Biden at all.
Yeah, I do think
I wanted to bring it back.
Police reform generally.
Okay. I forgot. I didn't clarify this earlier. When I'm trying to talk, I'm trying to bring us back over to the topic. Nobody else talks when I'm talking. Forgot to say that earlier. I do want to bring this back over. It just was an extremely interesting conversation, and I was personally interested in it, so I kind of let it go on for a little bit.
I can summarize it into 2 sentences.
Okay, CTV, you can bring us back into it then.
Batman Begins, understand how the crime syndicate worked there and why they wanted to actually burn Gotham down to the ground, right? That's the last, 15 minutes. So
did my audio cut out and then shit fucking exploded?
Yeah, it cut it out.
Audio cut out, and we were bringing it back to Trump v. Biden. Now.
Okay, can I just can I address something in 30 seconds and then I'll totally let everything drop.
Make it 15.
Okay. Joe Lewis, there's a bunch of material conditions that Black people do not have access to disproportionately that I think very likely contributes to the negative outcomes of the system that you're talking about. As a reformer, I am very much interested in addressing those issues. That way, basically, they're not disproportionately fucked over, and we can stop having conversations about, 1350 or crime stats or any of that kind of shit. I seriously think that there's a lot of things that we can do to fix the system. That way, Black people are not disproportionately fucked over.
That was a long ass 15 seconds. Okay, let's bring it back.
Sorry,
All
brother.
right. So if I may, something that Destiny talked about that I thought was not true, where he said that Bobulinski was proven wrong and even Tucker's dropped this story. That's not true at all. That's total fabrication. Bobulinski testified and he has emails to back it up and he has a confirmation that he says can be proved to show that he was at the Milken conference in 2017, that he did in fact personally meet with Joe Biden in discussing business arrangements. We know that there were financial transactions through the company CFC and Sinohawk, which had people on the board of it.
Why didn't the Wall Street Journal report it?
I don't know, because the media is corrupt, and who cares? Their editorial.
Do you
page
have anything beyond because
whoa.
the Wall Street Journal had access to these things?
Right.
Why didn't the Wall Street Journal report it? They said that there were no documents. But why do you believe Bobulinski over the Wall Street Journal?
No, they didn't say. They said there was no definitive proof from the documents. They didn't say it was dispositive. What they said, and Kimberly
You can't
Strassel on the
prove it
editorial.
dispositive.
Right. Well, we couldn't prove anything about the allegations of Trump Russia, yet we had a 4-year investigation that found out that all of those claims were untrue. Yet the media is colluding with the.
No,
wait, just real quick. You can't.
Can we just on one topic?
Is it seriously
One
your
topic.
contention here, Destiny, that if this was a business associate of Don Jr. making these accusations and having emails such as these about Don Sr., that the media would have a total blackout on
Stop.
it?
My simple question: the
let's
Wall
be
Street
clarifying.
Journal had access to everything Bobulinski showed them. The Wall Street Journal decided not to report on it because they said that there was no provable link. Why do you believe Bobulinski, a guy that clearly has political motivations, why do you believe this guy over the entire Wall Street Journal or any other mainstream media that could have reported on this?
Bobulinski personally pointed out that in his emails that we have seen through his interviews, for example, he said that the big guy that was 10% was being held for was Joe Biden. He personally provided emails that when Hunter Biden referred to...
Where are the documents?
He released
that he
emails.
has.
We have those.
I don't want an email saying somebody has blah, blah. I want, where's the document? If it's a business transaction, this is what the Wall Street Journal couldn't prove. Don't pivot. Where are the documents? If he has the documents showing that Biden was involved with the business, why hasn't he released them?
Because it was the entire documents in the story that's being alleged. I find it funny that the Biden camp's defense is, well, look at our tax returns. Of course, when you're laundering money, it doesn't show up on your tax returns. The entire reason
No one was
Bobulinski,
talking about that. Why are you
just
pivoting?
real quick,
I'm
the
asking
entire
Bobulinski,
reason.
Why didn't Bobulinski release the documents showing transfers to Joe Biden?
The entire reason that first off, the documents show that people were going to hold the money for the big guy. So if Hunter,
nothing happened.
Okay,
Wait,
if Hunter
Dan.
Biden or Jim Biden is holding
Aren't
the
you
money,
rich?
if Hunter Biden or Jim Biden was holding the money,
is all your money in your checking account?
Huh?
Is like okay, so Destiny's kind of contention is that because we don't have documents showing financial transfers directly to Joe Biden, we seriously don't think that our politicians are capable of laundering their money into smart assets that maybe aren't as visible as other assets.
Well, I mean, there would still be documents for that. Sure. it
You
doesn't
usually
all
use
go-
shell companies or
Yeah,
some kind of shady entity. Yeah, usually. Why was it not? You don't think the Wall Street Journal reporters wouldn't have known that? You think
How
they were
would they-
literally?
Don't they want Biden to win?
if I may.
No, why would the Wall Street Journal was considered center right leaning? What are you talking about?
Because nobody likes Trump.
Oh my God! The conspiracy? I can't say anything.
If I may,
Everyone-
because the Wall Street Journal was just reporting on the documents they had. Yes, Bobulinski admits that he first found it troubling when he started to put in good governance systems. That when he brought this to Jim Biden said that they needed plausible deniability. And the entire argument is Bobulinski was upset when he found out they went around him. He was trying to do things in a legal manner and thought that it was incredibly sketchy that Biden was willing to take money from the CCP. But that was fine if that's what he wanted to do. And so Bobulinski says, I don't have access to the money laundered documents. That's the entire argument.
You can talk around 50 million conspiracies about who said blah, 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 blah. But the reality is that, and I know this because I know Trumples, if there was any evidence of this being true whatsoever, Fox News, the Wall Street Journals, and honest to God, even the New York Times and the Washington Post, although I know you don't believe it, but at the very least, Fox News and the Wall Street Journal would be screaming this from the rooftops. We would have evidence from documents showing transactions to entities that are linked to Joe Biden. Full stop. That would be it. We would have it. And we wouldn't be sitting here saying, well, he talked to one guy and that guy said that they wanted plausible deniability and then they went around the blah, blah, blah. There's a reason why you have to obfuscate your message because you have no
There's
evidence.
no
And that's why at the end of the day,
I
the
find
only
it
pivot
funny.
you have is, well, all of the media is corrupt against God Emperor Trump. That's it.
I find it funny
RGR wanted to jump in 10 minutes ago. Rob, I do want you to be able to respond to that, obviously. But I wanted to see what RGR had to say because I don't want her to lose whatever she was going to say earlier. Counterpoints, I saw you raising your hand, but you got to have made a comment earlier. RGR hasn't got to speak yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was just interested because, I mean, like right now we're talking about a case which, in my job, I haven't looked into it as much as y'all, but it sounds like primarily what's available right now is hearsay, right? Like that's kind of evidence that you're relying on. If this were to be presented in the court of law, like this is a statement like this is an out-of-court statement being used for the truth of the matter asserted, right? So what I just want to know, like I'm really just a couple of really quick questions, right? Like I want to know if we're applying like the same kind of standard where we can rely on what would in the court of law be fundamentally inadmissible in like other instances. Like, are we fine with the idea? Like, how do you? I want to know how you all feel about like the fact that he was an unindicted co-conspirator to the conspiracy that Michael Cohen was already pleaded guilty to. The fact that he offered the Ukrainian president $400 million worth of support from the Justice Department for investigating Biden. The fact that he punished whistleblowers who brought it to the public's attention by firing him. The fact that he was impeached. I mean, like all of these things, right? Like you are literally like trying to say like, oh, well, we don't have that much evidence for, this instance with Biden. But then like with all these other instances, I see people like doubling over backwards to say, oh, there's no way. Oh, there's no way.
I can explain that. That's fake news.
Right.
Fake news. Yeah,
whenever we want to get to the truth,
Rob, I want you to give you a period to respond to that.
Sure.
And then counter right after.
Yeah, I'll respond to all of that. So, for example, what we did have was, we had massive investigations into Trump for all of those things, didn't we? We had massive media attention being paid to all of those things. So, for example, we know that the FBI had errors or omissions 17 times that used a Russian spy's disinformation, someone that they investigated as a Russian spy in 2009. Over 17 times, they knew that evidence was paid for by Hillary Clinton's team. They knew that it came from a Russian spy, and they used that to spy on Donald Trump's campaign and people connected to his campaign without ever verifying it. So why in using, and I assume that all of you were good with the Mueller investigation and good with the FBI investigation. So if that unverified information paid for by Hillary Clinton, disseminated by a Russian spy, was good enough to have a 4-year investigation into Donald Trump and to have the media cover the story 24/7 for 4 years, why is the media refusing to cover a story with far more credibility, far more direct evidence, and a far more visible and transparent whistleblower than that situation?
Because there is no evidence, and that's why anytime I ask you, where are the documents, you don't see it. If you think there's evidence, why not bring him in front of a jury and have him testify under oath?
He should.
For instance, like Sondland did, our EU ambassador, the guy that was a centerpiece in proving that a quid pro quo had existed, that Trump was impeached for when he was threatening to withhold aid from Ukraine, response to them trying to investigate Biden.
Right, just like the quid pro. That was
under threat of perjury. So why not get Bobulinski to do it?
That was an alleged quid pro quo, which was never proven. But we have a confirmed quid pro quo that was offered by Joe Biden that fired the prosecutor that was looking into the company that was paying him $83,000 a month. Yet
Trump
somehow that
fired,
quid pro quo.
Multiple prosecutors for looking into people who are related to him. What about that? Do you not care about that?
What are we talking about? Why are we? What about ism? What about ism? Got it.
Guys.
Yeah. So the allegation is that Trump must be bad because he alleged. Trump must be bad because he did an alleged quid pro quo that was never proved to look into the corruption of Biden. But Biden using a confirmed quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that was looking into the company that was paying his son $83,000 a month, that was perfectly legitimate. That's the argument we have here.
This wasn't even the same company.
Yes, it was.
And this guy was
Burisma.
being called for by both sides of the U.S. government, Republicans and Democrats, and the UN.
Irrelevant.
This guy was,
that's irrelevant.
Okay.
So
it's not
yes, it is
irrelevant.
Unilaterally
things happen. Sorry, I'm done.
No, doesn't he finish the point and throw straight to counter promise? Okay.
I was saying, it's not like Biden was on his own and calling for this guy. Like both halves of our Congress, like Republicans and Democrats, were against this guy. The EU knew this guy was corrupt, and this guy was in charge of prosecuting in a time when Hunter wasn't even working in the same country.
They gave Hunter the money.
These don't line up at all. This is just totally not connected in any way, shape, or form.
Republicans and Democrats both called for the firing of Comey. I didn't see you say there shouldn't be an investigation into that.
Nice pivot.
Okay, counter, go.
All right.
Jump in.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, this is seriously, like, I could sing you guys the South Park song, fucking, it's your right to choose between a douche and a turd for like the next 3 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. So here's my point, because Destiny, this was actually our first conversation that we ever had. I love you, buddy. So the first conversation we ever had was about political corruption and basically money in politics. So the question is, Hunter Biden basically on his daddy's name was able to go work for a Ukrainian gas company despite having very little experience inside the energy sector, was paid roughly $83,000 a month. And, should that be legal? One more thing. then, Clinton Foundation, Chelsea Clinton was like the, obviously the daughter of Bill and Hillary, where, she was one of the chief runners of the charity, the Clinton Foundation, which was basically, in my estimation, a money laundering scheme for the Clintons while Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. The question is not whether or not any of this shit is legal, because clearly it's legal. These people are smart as fuck. They have lawyers. They have, basically people who, basically suck their dicks in order to keep them out of jail and all that kind of bullshit. My question is whether or not this shit should be legal. Should our politicians be taking tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars from foreign companies and then basically laundering it into their personal wealth? And the answer is absolutely fucking not.
If you think that that's not true, then man, you must fucking hate Trump when people that he was associated with, like Paul Manafort, were literally federally indicted, not only for taking that money, but for failing to disclose it, something that Hunter Biden hasn't been accused of. The fact that these people will get into positions of government and then work with foreign companies or whatever isn't really that surprising. It's going to be in the purview of what they do. What do you expect to happen when you worked in government? You're going to go and get a job at Jiffy Lube afterwards? You're probably going to be involved in these types of things. And the fact of the matter is, no crime is taking place here, and nothing immoral or horrible is taking place here. His dad was the vice president. It makes sense that he's going to have the connections to go out and do things afterwards. I'd be far more concerned with sitting leaders that are putting like their son-in-laws or other members of their family in key positions of power that are running a lot of the parts of the U.S. government that they probably don't have any business to do while having foreign debt that could be leveraged over them at any point in time. Like the fact that I even have to consider like, well, he was getting paid $83,000, blah, 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 blah. If I was even going to consider that wrong, in any universe where I would consider that wrong, Trump has committed 3 orders of magnitude worse crimes in terms of having conflict of interest or foreign interest that could be levied over him.
That's an absurd claim, because Trump got his, as an international businessman, Trump got his wealth well before any time that he was involved in politics. The Biden family traded on their name after they were involved in politics. For example, we know $2.5 million was given to Hunter Biden from the mayor of Moscow's wife.
Wrong.
My point is quite simply, and I'll just make this real quick. It is true. It is true. Just like
I'm sorry, Dylan, I need to interject here.
Okay,
And
we
say
know
that we need to end this, because this is we're going to spend this entire show talking about a conspiracy theory. Is that what you want? Is that really the dividing factor between Joe Biden and Donald Trump?
Well,
I don't like the
other
mainstream
option is
media.
terrible memes, so whatever. Okay, everybody shut up. Okay, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Everybody, Destiny. Don't do that, please. Okay. Rob, finish your point. Destiny, you go on. Harkdan, while annoying, made a decent point. His hat was somewhat charming. Okay, look, we'll continue into another part of this after this. I think this is taking enough of this point. I want to kind of move over to maybe some policy and stuff like that off of this specifically, and then move on to the Trump section. So, Rob, you may respond. Destiny, then you'll get a period of time to talk after, then we'll finish it off. Okay, Rob?
I'll be real quick. Look, we know that Hunter Biden got money from people that we consider adversarial, like the corrupt board of Burisma. We know they got him from China. It's alleged that he got it from Moscow mayor as well. We know that there are allegedly sex tapes out there. I personally don't care about them, but people on the left were furious that there could be sex tapes of Donald Trump that could be used as compromise. But all of a sudden, they're not even covering this story when we could see the actual tapes of Hunter Biden. My point is quite simple. Not only does this show corruption, but on a bigger scale, a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for the establishment, the mainstream media that covered any insipid allegation about Donald Trump or Brett Kavanaugh, even if there was no evidence for it, talked about it, foamed at the mouth, went about the importance of it nonstop, but they refused to even touch this story with a whistleblower, with evidence that backs it up, that at the very least shows, even if you don't think Joe Biden's involved, it shows that his son was involved in business relationships with adversarial nations, and somehow they don't care about it. This means if Joe Biden gets elected and we have another disastrous war, like, I don't know, the war in Iraq or something, this is what you have to look forward to as progressives. The entire mainstream media and tech companies censoring you and not allowing you to be critical of Joe Biden because they're 100% in the bag with him. This is state-ran media and propaganda and needs to be rejected in the strongest possible terms.
Destiny,
I would never vote for Trump. We have video footage of him murdering 25 people in the street. We've got video footage of him abusing dogs and animals. It's horrible. We've seen the Chinese paid him over $250 billion in order to say the N-word 50 million times on network TV. And I've seen all of these things with my own 2 eyes. UPS lost it in the mail, unfortunately, so I can't show you the evidence right now, but that's why I'm not voting for Trump.
Hey, yeah,
and
make up more lies.
And I'm definitely not voting. And I'm definitely and I'm definitely not voting for Hunter Biden either.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. So you stole my meme, but okay, let's go on. Now, we don't have too much time left in the Joe Biden segment. So I know there's a few people in here who haven't been able to talk much in the last period of time. Those people would be Harkdan, CTV, Turk, and Joe. I would say Joe. So all those people, if do any of you have anything you want to add on the issue of policy before I open it up for everybody else?
I do. Mine's very, very quick. I think it's very disingenuous that Republicans act like Joe Biden didn't do shit in his 47 years in office. Look, how are you going to deny that we have fucking Harriet Tubman Day, for God's sakes? Any motherfucking millennial in the 90s who grew up doing any type of social studies know of Harriet Tubman Day. Joe Biden introduced that to fucking Congress. Now, that's one very small thing, right? We can go a little bit deeper, right? We can go to Recidivism Reduction and Second Chance Act of 07. We can go to the Trafficking Victims Protection Authorization Act of 2008, which essentially combated trafficking of persons and other children across the world. We can talk about how he advocated for Eastern Bloc countries to join NATO after the collapse of the Soviet Union. We can talk the fact that he blocked Jeff Sessions from the federal district court. Oddly enough, he ends up appearing in a different type of administration a couple decades later. He helped the rejection of William Bork. It is crazy to me how you act like he didn't do shit, but he blocked William fucking Bork, who is like fucking, what the fuck is that woman who got elected? It's like that woman on steroids. This dude is a fucking originalist, a open racist, and I'm so glad that motherfucker isn't on the Supreme Court. Joe Biden is responsible for that, and on top of that, he oversaw RBG. All you white fucking liberals who are crying about her death, well, Joe Biden's fucking responsible for that shit. So it's like, at the end of the day, you can't sit here and act like he hasn't done shit. That's fucking ridiculous.
Clarify Joe's point. He means responsible for getting appointed, not her death. That
yes.
He's saying that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Is there anybody
up on Red Bull?
Okay. Is there anybody else who hasn't talked that much and want to say something quick before we open up to everybody else?
Yeah. So
yeah, sure.
Man, it saddens me greatly that so much of this segment has been spent on like a conspiracy theory. No shit. If your last name is fucking Obama or Biden, you're gonna make money and people are gonna do shit like that. Yes, obviously, I'm sure. But look at Trump. Look at the fucking Trump kids. Look at fucking Ivanka. This is a person who's not qualified to do fucking anything. She's all over this shit. Like, I don't understand. Like, the insistence of corruption here. Like, every single person who's worked with Trump ever has been fired. There's like 2 dudes left from the original creation of the Trump empire. Never mind that. Let's talk about helping poor people or people in the middle class, right? Look at the tax cuts that Trump did. It only goes to help rich people. You can't defend it. Like, to an insane level. Like, if you look at the tax cuts and where it went to people, it went to none of you. How do you defend that? How is that good for you? Do you guys all believe in trickle-down economics or something? Because I know I sure as shit ain't paying people more money as a result of that. Fuck no, I'm saving up for a McLaren or something. Like, that's how it works. It's just, so much of this is crazy. And all these policies, I'll give you this. Politicians, for the most part, they really don't get shit done across the board. The thing that you can just rest on is just climate change. You know, the best part is climate change now is so strong that I just love asking people who are obsessed with Trump if it's real. And then they say no. And then you know that they're a fucking moron and you can just disregard everything they say. So that's the thing I really like to do here the most. Ask these guys if climate change is real. They're going to be like, well, you know, China did a lot of it, and that's why we left the Paris Accord. We weren't doing a lot. So let's just do that. Let's just go there, and the fact that literally Trump is making it so my kids won't have a fucking planet in the future. And then we can hear all these guys saying how it's not real. And then you just know to disregard everything they're saying because they're lunatics. They don't listen to scientists and instead listen to fucking Republicans in Kentucky.
How real is climate change? Can you provide me some links to source and stuff?
Well, I can provide you some, we have a few Republican senators who,
You've got lots of
I have a few Republican senators who say it's not real, and I have like 7 scientists total. You want me to send you information that climate science is real?
You're claiming that.
Do you think there's a cabal of fucking scientists out there, and they're like all Democrats trying to like fuck over everything?
No,
just send them the NASA picture.
I want to see the information that you're citing, and I want to see it.
It's like debating flat earthers. You guys think the Earth is round, right?
Do we have a channel in this room?
I mean, I think that correct me if I'm wrong, the Turk, what you're saying is like, what is the significance of climate? Okay, I agree climate change is changing. The question is how fast, what are the impacts of it? What are the solutions that will work? Do we have enough time for those? I mean, we've been told by some people that we only had 18 months to be able to implement policies or else we would all be doomed. Those 18 months have passed. So are we all doomed now? Is there nothing we could do? We've also been told by other measures that there's so much pollution or so much greenhouse gases.
Can you provide me evidence that the Earth is round? I'm not even fucking with you right here. I want you to do it. And me and Destiny, we actually believe the Earth is flat. And I'm not fucking with you when I say it. Provide me real. You think I'm fucking with you because it seems so ludicrous to you. Unironically, provide me evidence that the Earth is round.
I mean, I think it's evident that you and Destiny can only
those
make
photos
these weird
mean fucking nothing.
As much as I
Stephen, help me out here. I know you're more well versed in this than I am.
I respect the meme. I respect the meme.
No, it's not really a meme. It's about his bullshit.
Look, I understand. But I do not want to spend the next 10 minutes of people sending evidence of whether the Earth is flat or round right now. Okay, so I understand the point you're trying to make, but can we bring it back home quick and not actually have that happen?
Okay, the bringing it back home is we have to trust the vast majority of scientists, not politicians, when it comes to this stuff.
So
Absolutely.
I'll counter this, and I'll say that there is
please.
considerable evidence out there that also cites that this catastrophic climate change that's being claimed is not as bad as it seems. I actually posted the link to the information in the chat. You're free to read it. It's the YaleClimateConnections.org. They're saying that the climate sensitivity is not as extreme as was predicted by the IFCC or the ILCC, whatever the climate change organization is. So it's not settled science. I talked to the Dairy a lot about this offline, and I've done a lot of research about it. And it's, you guys keep pushing this agenda, and not
Who's
all
you
scientists.
guys? Like
you guys, the left,
or what? Who's
plan.
behind this?
Hang on.
The
So
Green
something I'm
Deal.
kind of like confused about, right? So why the fuck would Governor Murphy sign the strongest measure to protect overburdened communities from pollutants if climate change isn't its real fucking deal? This thing is in law. It's the strictest bill in the fucking books. And when you guys are like, when Joe Biden goes into office, don't be fucking surprised if fucking either whether it be Governor Murphy or fucking Cory Booker has some type of position in environmental justice, because they passed that shit. And they didn't pass that shit. Let me phrase this. They passed this shit because, one, climate change is fucking real and incredibly dangerous. Number two, it disproportionately fucks minorities. So I don't understand why there's this sort of fight about climate change, which is why I'm voting for Joe Biden, because I know within my state, I called Cory Booker a fucking coward, and he would never pass environmental legislation that would help any of my fucking communities that are fucking dying because of the water that they drink in Newark or just the water that they drink in Trenton. But then I have to go sit there on a fucking middle of the day in September, seeing fucking Phil Murphy and Cory Booker smiling, giving me a giant middle finger. Hey, we passed this fucking thing, and it's directly tied to the census. The census that we know not historically, but over the past couple of years, as leading up to the census, we found that there's a little bit of resistance on one side of the aisle when it comes to census checking. But hey, on the bright side, New Jersey has the strongest measure to protect overburdened communities of pollutants, and that is great. But I'm very sure that I would trust that Cory Booker or Governor Murphy could push that within the Biden administration more than a Trump administration.
I mean, I think that what Dan did here is emblematic of the problems I see in the establishment with the Democratic Party. First, he says, can we please do what the mainstream media did and stop talking about a story that's critical of Joe Biden? Yeah, we got you. The media is following you. Meanwhile, you probably parroted every single conspiracy theory about Donald Trump as if it was a big deal, with Russia collusion that all turned out to be fake and baked on Russian disinformation. Then you say, anyone who wants to have a nuanced discussion about climate change, sure, it's real, but how significant is it? Here's credible scientists that say maybe it's not as bad as others are saying. You say, oh, that's like endorsing flat earth. This is what we see from so many people on the left. You're unwilling to have a fair and honest conversation, and instead you must gatekeep and say anyone who wants to talk about the nuances or talk about the specifics of this is some horrible person, and then yell the F word a bunch of times. It's a little better than Destiny's strategy of making up things about Trump shooting 25 people because he's losing the argument, but not much.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not sure how I can respond to the fact that Democrats are making shit up. I mean, you got me there. We are known for our fake news. That's kind of our status quo.
True.
I do have a video
media
evidence.
empire.
True.
Just saying. I have the video of that.
I'm looking at the
I'm
article
right
that you
now.
sent me.
We
get together on Friday
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Discords and discuss how we're going to hold down Republicans. I'd invite you, but I don't know if you have the right,
Hey,
stuff
I'd
to
make
get
lame
into.
jokes
gotta add
too
me
if
to
I was
that
getting
group
blown
chat,
out of the
okay?
water. So
RGR, it's your turn.
Wait, do you want to bet on the election? Sorry, I'm
Okay, RGR, please.
that's not what I'm saying.
So you don't want to bet on the
I actually
No,
have
no,
listen,
let-
like
RGR, please.
I do want to have an honest discussion. So I'm looking at the article that you sent me. So can you please point me to where in the model that it says that the consensus is not that there's global warming? Like it says so far that what I see that there are different models, and different models are saying that there's like different degrees of global warming. But what I'm seeing so far seems to say that they all have the consensus that there is global warming, just to different extents. So can you like point to me? Yeah. So like I'll walk through it with you. Like
Yeah,
I'm
and
looking at it with
I
my
can
screen.
explain it. So there
Yeah.
is consensus, and a lot of people actually agree that climate change is happening. And like Normal America was saying, it's the extent, the policies that go towards combating it, and then how severe it actually is. the link that I sent is actually showing that as people are modifying their models, they're seeing that the actual climate sensitivity, meaning as we double CO2, the impacts of climate change do X, Y, and Z. If you scroll down towards, I think it's the middle, there's a chart using the IPCC AR5 range, CMIP models, and the CMIIP models. As they're changing the models to do things, the variance in the degree of the climate sensitivity is increasing. Thus, it is not settled science, and I'm really tired of people saying that since I'm a Trump supporter, I'm a very ignorant and not smart person. It
seems like there's settled science that it is increasing. It's just the question is to what degree, right? Like if the consequence is like
significant it is.
All right, well, if the consequence is that we still need policy to to respond to it, then I don't really see how this is a material difference.
And that's a good debate, because it could be, we need to get rid of all of our fossil fuels by the year 2050, a la the Biden plan, or we could start to shift our resources towards natural gas, which is a much more clean, efficient fuel, or start increasing our reliance on nuclear energy. There's plenty of solutions that could.
Well, they're not going to, because Trump said climate change is a liberal hoax.
Yeah, are we talking about
you're worthless.
Trump doesn't believe in science at all? I understand that this might be the best good faith argument that you could make, but Trump is leagues away from this. He's gone on the record to say that he just doesn't believe that science doesn't have this shit figured out,
we
right?
should just say by the year 2050 we're just gonna be rid of all.
It's better to have
burning fossil
it's better to
fuels.
have some plan than literally no plan at all.
It's better
he's
to
literally
have honest
pretending.
discussions with people and using accurate data
We
instead of
know
going
it's
all the way off to
happening.
the extreme.
Okay,
We know it's happening right now.
Okay, so Counter wanted to say something for a second.
Please.
So throw it to him.
All right.
Please, for the love of fucking God. Okay, so just specifically in reference to climate change, obviously Biden will be fucking way better, as far as actually implementing government controls in order to assist people, investing in renewables, blah, blah, fucking blah. But I do have friends who already work in the fucking energy industry, natural gas in particular, and basically the energy industry is already projecting and looking out 30 fucking years, and they basically see that renewables, I forget what you fucking call it, but it's basically I don't want to say a perpetual motion machine, but it's basically a hydroelectric dam or some shit that relies on momentum and the river to build something that basically can help out. But what you need in order to create an actual electric grid that works for the United States of America is you need to have a baseline of power, which is basically either nukes, fission, or fusion, and then you also need renewables in order to do that. And even if we do nukes and then renewables in order to support the uptimes and the downtimes, you're probably still going to be reliant on that petroleum and natural gas and all that kind of stuff in order to fill in the gaps. In addition, you're probably still going to need gasoline for vehicles, because the same way that vehicles are basically reliant on rare earth minerals in order to be produced, you have to mine those things. So maybe in 50 years, instead of fighting wars in the Middle East for oil, we'll be fighting wars in Central Asia for rare earth minerals. So my problem, I seriously, I am more left of center than I am than my stated politics, but at the same time, guns, abortion, immigration make me right. And then one of the main reasons why I always go after leftists and liberals is because they always think they're so much fucking smarter than they really are. And there are smart people on the right, and they do have good arguments, and there are steelmen to the positions that you constantly shit on. So while Dan, I appreciate the fact that you're a rich motherfucker, probably richer than I can ever imagine, I really wish that there was a certain anarcho-communist here. That way he could take you down a peg as well.
And if you mean Vosh, I've debated with him before. I'm not sure what that's going to come from.
I kind of want to take.
And it's not a fact that uneducated
probably
white
went your
men
head on a
without
pike.
college degrees and without high school diplomas almost entirely vote for Trump. So if you want to talk
I mean,
about what his base
that's the
is.
reason. It's funny because when we talk about how bad the polls were in 2016, one of the reasons why they were so off is because pollsters underestimated severely how fucking stupid the average Trump voter was. Education ended up being such a massive predictor for the election that a lot of the pollsters missed. It was one of the largest missed things that actually happened.
And it's spoken like a true ivory tower. Education does not impart intelligence necessarily. It's so ridiculous.
Give me a moment. Rob, give me a second. We have to pass this around to 3 people, because we're going to have to wrap this topic up. We're going to start that with Rob, then Joe, and then CTV. You have barely talked this segment, so I wanted to make sure you got a piece of time to talk before we did closing statements. Or if you just wanted to wait for closing statements, you can do that too, since, I'm kind of putting this on you right now. Rob, you can start.
Yeah, I just think that arrogance from Destiny is just so telling. I wonder if we would also talk about people that are stupid in communities that traditionally don't have education opportunities, like Hispanic or Black communities. Going to talk about how dumb they are as well? Or is it just Trump supporters that you reserve that for? Now, on to the question of climate change.
Yeah, I will. You want? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead. Let's hear you talk about how stupid people in the Black community are. Go ahead.
If any of them come out, opposed to vaccines, opposed to climate change, opposed to wearing masks, opposed to other basic settled science? Yeah, I would say the exact same
That's
thing.
shirking
So how
from
do
the
you feel
argument
about
you
Kamala
originally
Harris
made.
not
You
wanting
said
to
that
trust the
intelligence
Trump
was tied to
vaccine?
educational opportunities. So now you're changing that. So I get it. I know why you would do that. Now, specifically on
So
climate change.
Nice pivot. I'm sorry that I own the position. I'm sorry that made you uncomfortable. But yeah, anybody that opposes basic settled science, if a black person or a Hispanic person, I don't want to vaccinate my kids, I don't want to wear a mask. Yeah, I'd call them an uneducated dipshit.
Drag
as well.
'em.
I would
So-
say I'm
so
a Trump
Destiny-
supporter, and I seem to be quite intelligent compared to you, at least. So I don't know what you're referencing there. But anyways,
Citation
when we talk
needed.
about when we talk
Destiny is
specifically,
many things. Dumb is
Can
not
we,
one
okay,
of them.
okay. I said we're gonna wrap this up. So
If I could just real
for the rest
quick-
of your statement. Yes, please finish, but do not address anybody else, so I can move it to the next person afterwards.
So with climate change, yeah, I agree with what Counterpoints is saying here. And here's the issue. The reason that the severity of climate change is important to look at is because we don't want to adopt the most radical possible policy, such as the Green New Deal, that would cost hundreds of trillions of dollars. In that bill, specifically the one that AOC has put forward, she calls for the retrofitting of every single building in the United States of America to adapt renewables. So not only do we have to create the renewables, we have to retrofit every single business. She also calls in there for guaranteeing everyone a job and continuing an income for people that choose not to work. That was what the original bill said. It would be impossible to achieve these goals, but it's all being done in the name of we're all going to die from climate change. Instead, we need to have a sober conversation. For example, did you know that emissions have gone down during the Trump administration and we're actually meeting the obligations that we would have had under the Paris Climate Accord? Meanwhile, countries like China, India, and other countries that are more net polluters are yet to meet their obligations and don't have to start meeting them until the late 2020s. So this argument that it's just
he also solved school shootings too. There's been like none of those in 2020 at all, dude.
Yeah, we gotta keep going, please. Okay,
that was
next
hot
person,
meme.
next interruption will be muted. No,
Just to
Rob,
finish up.
can you please finish, please quickly, very
10,
quickly.
15 seconds. The truth is that we see innovations that are coming, such as nuclear, other renewables that are coming, and they're not being forced on us, which means it's the best possible solution, and we're not destroying the economy to do so.
Joe, you're next.
Yeah, I just think I'm going to talk about the crime. Again, we're going to talk about this a lot in probably the next segment. But something that really confuses me is that mainstream conservatives and the GOP at large really want to harp down Joe Biden's throat about the crime bill when all you guys need to do is go back 4 fucking years to the Crime Control Act of 1990. That and I'm going to just list it off here. It had the Victims' Rights and Restitution Act. It had the Victims' Child Abuse Act, the National Law Enforcement Cooperation Act, National Child Search Assistance Act, Gun-Free School Zones Act, Mandatory Detention of Offenders Convicted of a Serious Crime Act, Financial Institutions Anti-Fraud Enforcement Act, Federal Debt Collection Procedure Act, Criminal Victims Protection Act. My point here is you guys want to harp so hard about Joe Biden and the crime bill when his only job of that was to just make it Senate digestible. And even with the Senate digestible, because O.J. Simpson decided to murder his fucking wife, allegedly, we have the Violence Against Women Act of 1994. So while it's very easy to dunk on the crime bill, you have a clear dunk and you only have to go back 4 years. But unfortunately, I would love to have a conversation of shitting on Joe Biden for the Crime Control Act of 1990. But conservatives have this giant fucking boner about the crime bill of 1994. And if you want to say you're for black people, you got to be encompassing of all the problems that we have. I've been shouting to the hills about this fucking Crime Control Act down Cory Booker's throat, down Governor Murphy's throat, and they are at least perceptive of the idea of, hey, we should probably fix these fucking bullshit crime laws. And then fucking Donald Trump shoves another one in there. So I don't really trust that Donald Trump is going to be the lone saver of criminal justice reform when even when the Platinum Plan, when every single person who writes a single law understands you don't put the word black in any real legislation because you're not going to get conservatives to agree on it. You're not going to get liberals to agree on it. You're not going to get anyone on the left to agree on it. Just fucking remove black. But then he's like, the Platinum Plan is going to help black people. You really think that's going to cater to your base, son? And also, like, oh, God, there's more to it, but yeah.
Okay. CTV, did you just want to wait to your ending segment, or do you want to say something now?
I think really that was the perfect time for me to come in. Because nobody really has touched on the war on drugs. And since Joe's going to continue to, show all the good things that Biden has done along the way since then, I want to make sure we get to the root of the problem. And while Biden was not a senator in 1970, one of his closest friends was, right? And the Controlled Substance Act was passed in a vote of 54-0 because nobody else showed up besides these 54 guys, right, to pass the Controlled Substance Act. And what have we seen from the Controlled Substance Act, right? We don't really need to get into what Nixon's people said when they said that we were going to we had the ability to be able to go inside these communities and disrupt them and lock up these people and be able to have all these powers over them, right? They did that knowing that they were going to be able to screw with black people, knowing they were going to be able to screw with Hispanic people. And they continued to do it year after year after year, and they're still fucking doing it now. We got riots in the streets, right? So to me, it seems insanely disingenuous for you to say, oh, well, he's done this for us and he's done this for us. But it's all of a result of what he and his ideology would have him do, which is put the Controlled Substance Act into place, which allowed all these communities to be marginalized. So to me, it's all fucking nuts.
Well, it's very nuts. I agree with you, CTV.
Well,
and also, too, like, even
Joe,
look if, yeah.
Joe, would you be fine with, well, you'll have a 1 minute period during the ending if you want to respond to that directly.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep the ball
Wonderful.
moving.
Usually it's 1 to 3 minutes, but we're going to actually have a hard barrier on this one. You get
Sure.
1 minute if you go over at all. For anybody on here, we're going to cut you off right there. So
For sure,
try to be
man.
careful with your time. We're going to throw that out for everybody. RGR, you're going to start us off, and I'm going to actually... chat is bullying me so much. I gotta go cry in the bathroom, so I gotta step away for a second. So Mr. Geek, my co-moderator, is gonna take over for a second. Okay, wonderful. Mr. Geek, you'll guide them around after RGR gets her 1 minute. Please be strict with the time limit.
I'll try to be brief. So there's like two things I want to talk about, right? First, I mean, like climate change. So really, I don't think that we've heard any evidence that there's no climate change. The only compelling evidence I've heard is that like, oh, well, it might not be to the worst degree that we actually expected it to be. But in either situation, it's better to have some plan than not. And I'm not going to trust a president who literally just denies science and doesn't believe that climate change is happening at all, right? That's clearly bad. And even if you want to say that the Green New Deal is too extreme, it's better to have someone who's actually going to do something or try to do something than not do anything at all. Secondly, when we're talking about like conspiracy theories, right, we have to consider what in the law we would call like matters of weight and admissibility, right? If you have a conspiracy theory, and usually conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories because they have very little weight or very little evidence that goes a little weight, or it would be evidence that would like be blatantly inadmissible in trial because it's not inherently trustworthy. Hearsay is categorically inadmissible except for under certain circumstances, and even then the weight of them is going to be extremely small. So I'm going to trust like instances where we are able to have a much higher degree of weight, especially like when you have, for example, an investigation conducted by the FBI into the actions or into the relations that a president has with other people and how that may have affected an election or how that may have affected his presidency, compared to something which has only a couple hearsay examples to be able to go off of. One of them has much more weight, and that is what I think makes it more credible logically. Thank you.
All right. The talk.
Yeah, so one thing before I really close is I would really suggest people to actually go and read the words of the actual ad that Trump put out back in the 80s regarding the Central Park 5. It's as relevant today as it was back when he posted it. But why I don't think Trump would be a good candidate and why you shouldn't vote for him. The Joe Biden tax plan is not a good thing for our country. Taxfoundation.org. About 1.9% decline in after-tax income for all taxpayers on average. The GDP will go down by 1.62%. Capital stock will go down 3.75%, and full-time equivalent jobs are expected to go down 542,000. Couple that with the the gun control legislation that he's advocating for, and several of the other underlying Democratic leadership issues that I'm not in favor of. I don't think he's a good candidate, and I don't think having the Democratic Party in the leadership of our nation is a good idea.
All right. Joe Louis.
Yeah. So, again, like to circle back to my pillars as to why I'm voting for Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden is the best candidate to protect and preserve all forms of civic engagement, and he's going to preserve the black vote. But something that's going to be a segue into the next conversation. I trust that Joe Biden's going to have an established cabinet within the 2 years of his of being a president. Because one of my biggest frustrations with Donald Trump, and we'll get to this later in my other statements, is that I am more concerned about who's going to be within Joe Biden's cabinet, because that, I think, is a much more interesting conversation. Now, I trust that Joe Biden, considering that he does have flaws in a lot of areas, like prison reform, as CTV alluded to, as climate as kind of is alluded to in terms of transparency and clarity. I expect him to have better people, basically the leftist assassins of these topics within his cabinet. And we see this is why people are getting all bugged out by Bernie Sanders isn't going to be the senator of Vermont anymore. What's he going to do? That's because he's probably going to end up in that cabinet because Joe Biden is just keeping an eye like, okay, who are the players here? And I trust the players behind Joe Biden than I ever would trust the players behind Donald Trump. He's playing this crappy ass starter deck, and Joe Biden is at least going to the secondary market, buying singles, and making sure that deck is actually competitive for the market.
Hey, I'm back, so I'll re-guide the conversation. Rob, have you gone yet?
No, I have not.
Rob, you're next.
All right, thank you. So I think it's funny that Riley was talking about conspiracy theories. I wonder if she spoke up about the conspiracy theories about Trump. She talks about hearsay and things like that. Again, the FBI admitted to using unverified Russian spy source disinformation to spy on the Trump campaign. I didn't remember hearing all the cries from the left why that was terrible. Look, the truth is this evidence about Trump or about Biden in China is real. It's at least evidence to warrant an investigation. There have been claims that there is an active investigation into Hunter Biden for money laundering. The fact that the media isn't covering this proves that what you get with the Biden candidacy is the deep state candidacy. They're going to control the flow of information. They will operate for the military industrial complex. They will be against pulling troops out. They will be for more foreign wars. They will be for lying and censoring to the American people. We talked about taxes. It's a lie. The Trump tax plan actually, according to Market Watch, it dropped taxes for like 12%, even from the poorest Americans, 25,000 and under, and it dropped for all Americans. We talk about climate change and things like that. It's true that Biden will push radical things like the Green New Deal that are unnecessary. They will cost trillions of dollars and cost jobs. They will lock down our rights over the environment, which will be terrible. He will do things like pack the court and other things because they can't win a fair game. And they'll do this in the name of trying to get power, censor anyone that disagrees with them, and have a perpetual deep state that will be able to control everything that we vote for. Real progressives like Joe Lewis, who I respect, will not have a voice because instead of people like Bernie Sanders, you'll have people like Hillary Clinton running the scene.
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over to counterpoints.
I haven't gone either. Just
Yeah, so since we have a whole bunch of viewers tonight, I'm going to go ahead and shout out my YouTube channel, Counterpoints. So go ahead and look me up. And then just in reference to RGR and Destiny, you're both thinking like lawyers. So hearsay evidence, we know that basically like, thinking like a lawyer, that's fine. I'm not hating on you for it. But basically, there is shady shit going on. Hunter Biden, I've seen his dick. He, basically fucked a bunch of prostitutes. He's basically passed out with a crack pipe. Any other year except for 2020, that would be, meth pipe. I don't want to spread fake news. So any other year, that would be a big story. And now it's a nothing burger because everybody hates Trump so fucking much. So also, just to address this really quickly, the fact that you're okay with our politicians taking money from shiesty sources kind of fucking bugs me. And then Rob, you don't have to shine two turds. You can just admit that your turd tastes better. Part of the reason why Destiny is going after you is because basically, a lot of the things that Hunter and the Bidens do is shady as fuck. Trump has done some shady shit. I think we can all admit that. Dan, you're a dick, but I think you have really good memes. And then Rob, Destiny is many things, including an asshole, but he's not dumb. So just be careful.
I didn't say that.
Can I go next?
You know what? Next was Dan, but sure, Destiny. Why not?
Fuck Dan. Any year, it'd be a big story for Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden had a sex tape of him leaked. First of all, Hunter Biden is not running for president. There's nothing wrong with what he did. It's just sensational. You know what is wrong is misappropriating campaign funds to pay your lawyer to pay hush money to a porn star that you fucked. That is a way more monumental claim. It involves an illegality, and it involves the actual person in office, not a family member of that person. So if we were to ever believe that Hunter Biden did anything wrong by having a sex tape leaked, I can't imagine how horrible you think it is that a person that has been the co-conspirator of a indictment from New York was illegitimately using campaign funds to pay hush money to a porn star that he fucked. Man, you must think that's really horrible. And then in terms of taking money from shiesty sources, this idea that if you've worked in politics, you can never work on any type of consulting anything with any company, outside of the U.S. I mean, I guess we can set that standard if we want, but hey, Hunter Biden was appropriately reporting all of his income. It's not like any of that is a mystery or any is hidden or he refuses to publish tax returns or anything like that. So, I mean, yeah, if politicians want to work for consulting or doing things afterwards, I mean, it seems to be the most logical progression of their career. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if they've done it after they have left office and aren't currently in a position to make damaging policy or damaging relationships for the United States, like, for instance, using leverage of misappropriated money from Congress and holding it over Ukraine in order for them to dig up dirt on a political rival.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Dan.
Got a few ones, important things that I think are actually going to sway people over. Okay, just bear with me. 4 points I'm going to have through here. Number one, Hunter Biden has a big dick and is a Chad, and everyone here fucking knows it, and I'm jealous. Okay, he looks good, and I think there's a big reason they're mad. Number two, Joe Biden likes ice cream. Trump can't even hold some fucking water without being weak. Number three, Biden says cool fucking shit like malarkey and foghorn, and Trump thinks that stealth planes are actually fucking invisible. But let me give you the big reason to vote for Biden over fucking Trump, and everyone's gonna just resonate with this immediately. If Biden gets elected, imagine how fucking mad these guys who vote for Trump are going to be. They're going to be losing their goddamn shit. Me, I don't give a fuck. Trump wins, whatever, lower taxes. These guys are going to go fucking bonkers. They're going to be out there marching with guns and shit. And I'm going to be sitting here laughing my fucking ass off. And you guys will too. Think about how mad Trump will be. Oh my God, the memes are going to be fucking amazing. And then Trump's going to make his own fucking cable news network that's going to rival Fox News. And then they're going to fight it out. And then Fox News is going to get fucked. That's going to be the funniest fucking shit ever. So fuck the politics. Let's just do it to make these guys fucking mad. That's the fucking real reason. So vote for that. Vote for change that you can see. Vote for that.
Okay, throwing it over to wrap this up with CTV. You got 1 minute.
So what I usually try to do when I'm considering some pretty big decisions that I have to make in my life is I try to think about this thing in like 20, 40, 60 years. What would I like to be able to accomplish? What I would like to be able to accomplish is to still have a functioning government. What I would like to be able to accomplish is getting rid of the war on drugs, right? And the other thing that I would like to accomplish is to be able to keep the country functioning while we are going through a lot of changes. That being said, economy needs to be the number one thing that the people are looking at right now for the immediate future of the American people. Therefore, with Biden's record of not really knowing what the fuck is going on with a lot of these things with regard to the economy, I think that the man that has came into office in the last 3 years that gave us the lowest unemployment in history across several spectrums, and we have seen a net positive with regard to the economy until the hit of COVID. There's a conversation to be had about the management of that, but we didn't want him as president because he was a virologist. We wanted him as president because he was a businessman, and we all know the economy needs some fucking work. So there you go.
Wrapping it up, we're going to go into the next topic. I just want to thank everybody. We're at the halfway point. We have about 1 hour left before we're going to wrap up the show. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. So we've gone to the halfway point of the show. We're going to go into the second segment, which is going to be all about whether you should or shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. I just want to reiterate the rules once more for everybody who's just tuning in now. Once again, here's the rules. Number one, try your best not to interrupt too much. If you do, I'll step in and I'll stop that. Number two, do not at each other in chat. That'll just heighten the conversation and it's not productive and you should be paying attention. Number three, do not talk during other people's opening or ending statements. If you do, you will be muted. And number four, basically just don't do anything TOS. Oh, and number five, of course, if I am speaking up, it is to guide the conversation somewhere else or to give somebody time to speak or to moderate correctly. So going forward, please, everybody adhere by those rules, and everybody in chat, once again, do not take all of your opinions from a roundtable panel show on the internet. Please find other sources for information. So we're going to go into the next topic, which is whether you should or shouldn't vote for Donald J. Trump, the current president of the United States. I'm going to start this off in the top left-hand corner once again with RGR.
It's kind of mushy because there's a lot of arguments from before that are going to be brought back over, but I'll try to bridge here. First, I originally wasn't planning for this, but also like economy-wise, we have the highest unemployment out of any point in like prior history under any other president. So I mean, like if we want to make the economy argument, that seems kind of weird. I mean, like the economy might be better for stockholders or people who are able to retain their job, or for people who actually have lost their job as a response to mishandling of COVID, then I would say that it's not really that great for them. Secondly, Donald Trump has demonstrably, according to studies, emboldened racists, white nationalists, and those who commit hate crimes. According to studies, President Trump's elections was associated with a statistically significant surge in reported hate crimes across the U.S. They also said that Trump tapped into a current authoritarianism in the electorate, one that's bubbled down below the surface for years. And they also researchers find shockingly high levels of anti-democratic beliefs and prejudicial attitudes among Trump backers, especially those who support the president strongly. Also, he has mishandled BLM. We talked about that before. Everything from before that I said, I incorporate that here. Mishandled COVID, everything from the prior debate that I've been on here, 200,000 deaths and counting. He knew about this back in February and he did nothing. He formed no plan to be able to deal with it. He could have told everyone. He could have notified people how dangerous this was. He said that this was, oh, well, I was just trying to keep down a panic. Well, I mean, like, that seems really inconsistent when you consider how he's treated literally every other subject, when he's talked about immigrants, when he's talked about drugs, when he's talked about, like, name any subject. Like, his playbook is to go to fear mongering. It seems really inconsistent for him to be able to make that, especially when other countries quickly established a policy. That's how every other country was able to deal with this, broadly speaking, much better than we did. And then lastly, I would say that he's implemented terrible climate change policy, right? He says that he doesn't agree with the science of global warming. He's in the process of reversing nearly 100 environmental rules. He's already weakened Obama-era limits on planet warming carbon dioxide emissions from power plants and from cars and trucks. He's removed protections from more than half a nation's wetlands, and he's withdrawn legal justification for restricting mercury emissions from power plants. And the cost of his environmental agenda, according to experts, may lead to 80,000 extra deaths per decade. And it's really, and the capstone is that, and we can talk about this more, but we've already kind of talked about it. He's trying to be the president of law and order. It seems really weird when he consistently and repeatedly breaks the law, pursuant to the earlier discussion. That's it.
Next, we're going to throw it over to the Turk.
So I could pretty much say the inverse of everything Riley just said. If you take everything up to the pandemic, the economy was doing fine. But if you want to take the pandemic into account as well, you can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The unemployment rate is now falling like in a pitfall back down to normal levels. If we were enabled the economy to do what it needs to do in a safe and healthy manner, we can actually continue to grow the economy. Everyone keeps claiming that Trump hasn't had a plan on how to tackle COVID. A lot of countries have not had a plan, and we are learning this through the process. And Trump has been able to get us back on track, and we are getting to the final zone. We don't know when that is. We're still waiting on the science. Oh, yeah, and because science is driven by a consensus here, what's the consensus on mask wearing? I'm not saying that I'm an anti-mask person. I'm just saying if y'all are wanting to stick with the science, find a good source of science. Anyways, Trump's policy positions are very right, and that's why I agree with most of them. And, gun control is a big thing for me. And with Biden as president, this is, of course, against Biden.
Got to keep going.
Yeah, never mind.
No problem. Making a point about gun control. Okay, so we're going to throw it over to Rob Noor. 1 minute.
So again, like everyone said, a lot of this will be the same. The number one reason to vote for Trump is the same as it was in 2016, which is to out the corruption in our FBI, media, deep state. Remember, Chuck Schumer told us before Trump was even nominated, once he was just the general elect, that if you criticize the intel community, they'll find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. The intel community is one of the most anti-democratic organizations out there. They now control the mainstream media, where you even have people that released the Snowden papers, like Glenn Greenwald, who had to leave his own organization because they're censoring anything critical of the deep state, the intel communities, and Biden. Other reasons to vote for Trump are because there will be radical things that will occur on the left, such as packing the courts, such as embracing rioters and mobsters. I thought it was funny in Destiny's open statement. He said there's so much rioting and stuff going on under Trump. Yes, so because Biden supporters are rioting, we shouldn't vote for Trump. In addition, Trump presided over unprecedented unemployment numbers. The GDP is climbing back, and he's had historic Middle East peace deals. Remember, the big criticism of Trump from many people on the left was that he would be a disaster with foreign policy. We now see Middle East peace deals that would have received Barack Obama 5 or 6 Nobel Peace Prize. Instead, Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for engaging in wars across the world.
I don't mean to do this on purpose, because with my foreign policy, it looks like this is a conspiracy, but your time did just run
out.
Yeah,
no problem.
Keep it going. Okay, we're throwing it over to Joe Lewis.
My 3 pivots of why you should not vote for Donald Trump. You ready for this? An established cabinet, the First Step Act, and his response to BLM. I'm going to start there very quickly for point by point. His response to the riots is absolute dog shit. The response to his demonstrations is absolute dog shit. Why is it dog shit? Because he has William Barr breathing down his fucking neck. William Barr, the same motherfucker who botched the fucking riot, the LA riots in 92. This is the same motherfucker that got ousted from Republican politics. And right after Jeff Sessions, we have this motherfucker to deal with again. As a black American, I'm really fucking frustrated that piece of shit is back. The First Step Act is fucking dog shit. It needs to be revised. Donald Trump is not going to revise that. And finally, it's going to make 2 things very, very clear. We do not have a Senate confirmed Secretary of the Office of Homeland Security, and 3 out of the 5 directors of the Secretary for Homeland Security are in acting roles, and we currently don't have an acting director there. And also, we're going to go an entire administration without a Senate confirmed member director of ICE, which is fucking ridiculous. We're time to get rid of George Bush's little fucking experiment because Donald Trump can't deal with it.
Okay, gotta throw it over to counterpoints.
Yep. So basically, if you wanted to vote for Trump, the reason why you would do that is because he's an immigration isolationist. So basically, I think he's halved legal immigration and, pretty much, been very hawkish on illegal immigration. If that's something that you care about, that would be a positive. He probably won't do anything about guns. And also the economy will be really good, barring COVID, until it busts. But obviously, the economy doing super well is not really meaningful if you're a Walmart employee making $7 an hour. So that's kind of where I think that's the positive reasons, I guess. The reasons why you shouldn't, under COVID, he's definitely going to open up the economy. More people are going to die. Racial tensions are going to suck for the next, half decade while he's still in office. The riots are probably going to get worse. The normalization of authoritarianism is pretty fucked up. As somebody who really cares about the Constitution, I don't like the fact that he jokes about being a president for life. If you care about climate change, then obviously he's not going to do shit about that. And then also, even if Joe Biden does seize power, chances are any bill that he passes for guns will be watered down, and any environmental legislation or Green New Deal legislation that he passes will be watered down as well.
Okay, gonna throw it over to Dan. Got 1 minute.
I'm not sure where to start. I'm not sure what to say, what hasn't been said at this point. Trump's just a mess, a huge mess across the board. That should be apparent to anyone there. And just the fact that, no one who worked for Trump at the beginning of his administration is still there. Why is that? What does Occam's razor tell you? Is it just he's just really weird coincidence? Or perhaps this dude is corrupt as fuck, right? What do you think is more likely? Okay, but let me give you, because I know we're kind of into conspiracy theories here a little bit. Let's talk about the fact that Trump literally told Putin the locations of different army units in Afghanistan for Russia to kill, okay? And they did this because Trump's trying to build a hotel in Moscow, okay? Now, I don't know why no one's really reporting on this, but I don't know what more you can say about the fact that you have unironic American soldiers dying, okay? And you have people like Roger Stone that are out there covering this up, and no one's talking about it. Okay, no one's going to die. Americans were dying over there. No one's saying that didn't happen. The fact is that there's so much corruption with this guy. I don't know what to say. Where does it start and where does it end?
Don't worry, we can move on to the next person. Time's up. We're going to throw it over to Destiny.
Is this why you shouldn't vote for Trump, right?
You should or shouldn't if you want to endorse Trump right now.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm good on that. You shouldn't vote for Trump. It's really simple, actually, because Republicans don't give a fuck about you. Anytime Republicans are looking to do anything related to states' rights, they're just trying to take away freedoms from you. Nancy Pelosi, Queen Pelosi, most beautiful person in all of Congress, left a $2 trillion stimulus bill on top of Mitch McConnell's desk. And after they finished the ACB nomination, he moonwalked the fuck out, called a big recess, said, we'll come back next year, see what's going on. And they fucking pieced the fuck out. Republicans don't give a fuck about you. Why the fuck would you vote for them?
That was the shortest of all of them. Only person has gone over the time. Okay, we're going to go over to CTV.
I think that we're probably going to end up having a pretty good discussion, but I want to go ahead and say this ahead of time, something that I feel pretty strongly about. Especially when it comes to a public health situation, the states of the United States are what is comparable to other nations of the world. You cannot make a fair comparison to our federal government of the United States, because with public health, those things need to be as close to the people that they are affecting as possible, and that's why the states would be comparable only, not the federal government.
Okay, now I'm going to bring it on to the open floor. You may now engage. Just please do your best to be respectful.
I got a really serious question. Name me a fucking member of something that's going to be the director of ICE that Trump can make it through the Senate. We're going through 4 years of this organization that also has an acting director at its parent organization, the Office of Homeland Security. They both have acting directors. Who would you appoint and why? If you were conservative, who would you appoint and why?
I don't know. I don't have a specific person that I would appoint as the director of ICE, but I'm not sure I understand how this is an attack on Trump, because Democrats would be.
We've had 7 directors of ICE, and they haven't had a Senate-confirmed director.
How's that an attack on Trump?
This is under Donald Trump's watch. 7 directors that he appointed under acting roles. He has not brought forth a single person that can be confirmed through the Senate. So my question again is, who do you think he should target and appoint? Because if you're going into another administration without a director of ICE, knowing that there's kids in cages, knowing that their kids are not going to be connected to their families, you better fucking come up with somebody. Because at this point, there's a very clear statement on the far left that could abolish ICE.
I would appoint Jeff Sessions.
I think I don't understand how this is an attack on Trump because senators are unwilling to approve people that he's put forth. When
He
we're
has
talking
never
about,
brought someone to the table.
Okay, when we're talking about
Sarah Saldana resigned, he has not brought forth a single person.
Oh, that might be true. I don't know.
Joe, well, I would do Joe Arpaio personally. You know.
Anyways, when we're talking about
Damn,
kids,
Dylan, I was gonna fucking meme.
When we're talking about kids in cages, when we're talking about kids in cages, remember that was created in the Obama administration for some reason.
7 acting directors.
Right, I understand
Acting.
that's not an answer to the fact that the Obama
Guys,
administration created those cages
This is
and
the
put those
great
kids.
thing about being centrist is you don't have to pretend that everybody's fucking awesome when they're really
okay.
shitbags.
What is the time? Counter. I couldn't hear anything you just said because 3 people were talking at once.
This is the awesome thing about being a centrist. You don't have to pretend that fucking shitbags are heroes just because they're on your fucking team. So Joe Lewis, I have to assume the insinuation here is that he's basically not appointed anybody because they can all be fucked up and aggressive and then basically be fired as soon as they were hired or dismissed as quickly as they were hired. So since you have nobody that you can pin all the fucked up shit on, basically ICE can be as fucked up as they want to be. Is that the insinuation?
And it's also fucked up under Donald Trump's watch because, again, the person above him is the Secretary of Homeland Security, who's in an acting role. You know who that motherfucker is? Chad Wolf. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole about Chad Wolf. We could be here for hours. But again, my concern is if you're trying to advocate for Trump on an additional role, you cannot ignore that his cabinet is fucked up. Like, look, this is a clear target on the far left who want to abolish ICE. And people want to advocate, you can't abolish ICE, you can't abolish ICE. Well, they don't have an acting fucking director, and Donald Trump has had 7 tries and put people in active positions. And again, like, you want to be hard on immigration, but goddamn, you can't even appoint directors to the 2 fucking groups?
Well, and I'll just jump in before letting you go, Nor. So Nor and Turk, I very much doubt are evil, cruel-hearted people who just want to do fucked up shit to random people for no fucking reason.
Absolutely.
But I almost guarantee you that this is like purposeful incompetence in order to do what they're doing at the border without being able to hold anybody accountable.
Right. So why am I supposed to trust? How am I supposed to trust Donald Trump if he's not? And again, like, he's very quick about Supreme Court justices. We saw that in practice. But then when it comes to the actual problems within the system, why is he choosing to ignore this thing?
So I've got a response and then a question back to you.
Sure.
I would nominate Sheriff David Clark. He seems to be a pretty sharp Republican that has some law enforcement stuff. You know, granted, I know nothing about this realm, but that's a name. That's a start, right? But who would you appoint? Who would Joe Biden put on the head of ICE?
I mean, honestly, the head of ICE, if I'm really trying to pick an assassin, I'd pick John Kelly. Full stop.
I mean, my point to this is that, like, what I have to say about immigration, it's clear that Joe Biden is, unfortunately, I think that your point about the importance of people in the cabinet, I think that that's kind of an admission that we all understand that Biden's not really going to be the leader in his administration. I'm not trying to make any cheap points or jokes, but it's clear that he's having some problems and cognitively he's on the decline. So it'll be more Kamala Harris's administration and the people behind the scenes, which is beautiful for the Democrats because that's their whole agenda. They have people behind the scenes that want to control things like those in the CIA, the FBI, and organizations like that. But when it comes to the border specifically, I think that Trump and the conservatives are far more in line with the correct solution for this country. We need to worry about illegal immigration. So you see Joe Biden, for example, saying that he would make 11 million illegals immediately citizens or on a path to citizenship. This will provide an incentive, especially because other people around him have basically said they want to make it so it's not criminal to cross the border illegally. So this will provide a massive incentive to bring illegals to this country, which directly compete with in inner cities with low-skilled workers, which predominantly are Black Americans. This is another thing that's being done by Joe Biden and the left that is anti-Black American, which I think we should all be concerned about. And oftentimes these illegals that come are sexually trafficked and they are used by drug organizations, coyotes, and other things. So yeah, although you might have an actual point, I haven't looked into this issue about the director.
Again, friend, like, how are you supposed to do all these changes that you're proposing if you don't have a director for the 2 organizations that would be responsible for imposing those changes.
There's clearly people that are acting in positions of leadership in ICE. So just because an official
He's
director
had
hasn't
7
been
directors.
Okay, but did he appoint those directors? And did he try to get them confirmed by the
acting
Senate?
positions.
Did he try to get them confirmed by the Senate?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know what the strategic nature, and that could be a blunder. I don't know. It's honestly something I'm ignorant. I think that's, to me, I think that doesn't mean that ICE is acting without leadership, and I don't think that this is a big reason to vote for or against Donald Trump, but I'd be willing to look into it and have a discussion with you. I would. I just don't see this as a high list thing.
Yeah, because again, like Republicans want to be hard on immigration, but the two groups that are responsible in part for some of the most strictest things in terms of immigration, it just shows that Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about that. So how are you supposed to say that Donald Trump is going to be hard on immigration when he hasn't done shit? I will give you this, though. He did lower the cap for asylum applicants, which is something that Joe Biden can do on his first day in office with a fucking sneeze in the right direction. However, there are problems with the asylum seeker process. Dylan, as well as I think Turk was on that panel when we talked about that, where right now Donald Trump is dealing with a problem that the cap that he keeps setting for asylum seekers is not high enough, and he keeps running into this problem where he goes over the cap. Joe Biden can change that cap literally without any help with the Senate or the House. However, it just really is concerning to me that conservatives are hardline on immigration, yet they're not fucking bullying Donald Trump and getting a fucking director and getting just fucking assassins. Like, I fucking hate John Kelly. He's pure fucking evil, but he's a Republican assassin.
If I may,
Like, you
real
can't
quick,
deny it.
just real quick on this, if I may, if it's that important to know who presidents would appoint to positions, are you at all concerned that Joe Biden refuses to answer if he'll pack the court and who his list of judges would be?
Shenanigans, Supreme Court shenanigans beget Supreme Court shenanigans.
Okay,
So I think it's very unlikely that Joe Biden is going to even remotely try to pack the court, because there's so much other bullshit that can happen on the Republican side, and it's just going to be this like bullshit dick measuring contest of dick pills. My dick's 9 inches. Well, my dick's now 10 inches. Well, my dick's now 11 inches. And neither side has time for that nonsense. So I don't think Joe Biden or nor the Biden administration is going to participate in this idea of packing the court.
But he hasn't
Well, if they
listed
did, after what happened with Garland, I mean, I don't really know how Republicans could complain.
Because it's what happened to Garland wasn't a situation that involved destroying the norms of the court of the 9 justices that we've had for since 200 years.
It did involve destroying the norms of the Senate and an express power to the President of the United States, which is the ability to nominate and have heard a Supreme Court justice. This is the longest vacancy ever in the history of the Supreme Court. I don't know how that doesn't destroy norms of the court when we had an unfilled seat for a year, but okay.
Full disclosure, I actually disliked what happened with Merrick Garland. I agree with you there, though. I don't think, like we already had Bork mentioned earlier, we mentioned about the treatment that he received. That was also a return or a deviation from the norm, the way that he was treated. Then we had Brett Kavanaugh accused of being a gang rapist, we had Brett Kavanaugh accused of being a gang rapist and having his life destroyed in front of his family.
Where is
Gorsuch
and Kavanaugh? Where are Gorsuch and Kavanaugh right now?
It's irrelevant. We saw that the Democrats.
No, it's totally relevant. Where are Gorsuch and Kavanaugh right now?
What does that have to do with anything? The fact that they use
because they're in
sexual
the
assault
Supreme Court.
allegations.
What do you think it's worth?
Well,
yeah,
two things.
Where are they right now?
Two things.
Where are
One,
they?
Didn't Obama say elections have consequences? So they didn't have the Senate with Merrick Garland. So that's why that happened. That doesn't justify weaponizing sexual assault allegations.
That has consequences. The election that has consequences is the presidential election, because the president is the one that has the sole power to make nominations to the Supreme Court. That was an express power. The 2016 election had the consequence of Obama being allowed to do that.
The 2016 election also kept the Senate in the Republican majority, so it was their duty to not confirm.
Wait, hold on.
That
they didn't even give him a hearing.
Like,
yeah,
because
for over 8 months compared to like what they're doing right now. Like someone asked me, like someone answered me this, like how fast from the beginning of when she was nominated to when she was confirmed, like how fast was that? Like just 28 days. All right. How long did Republicans saw the Garland hearing, or like they saw that happen? A year and 4 months. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. I cannot look at those and think that those are equivalent. I can't.
Those are bullshit numbers, by the way, but they're approximately true.
Okay, they're bullshit numbers. All right. Well, I'm just trusting you.
They are approximately true though. Yeah. And then Destiny, I mean this is directed to Destiny and RGR. So the Merrick Garland was the nominee for Obama, right? Was he a centrist or a liberal? What was his?
Wasn't he like center left?
Center left.
Garland?
Center left, yeah. Center left.
Okay. So if he was center left, and who was he replacing?
I don't remember.
Scalia.
Fucking Antonin Scalia.
So would that not have flipped the court to like a 6-3 liberal to conservative?
It doesn't matter. What is that? What relevance is
isn't that the norm? That's like basically everybody shitting their pants over is now
No,
the
what? No,
conservatives
what?
have,
What?
like,
No,
a
no, no,
judge
no, no,
on
no,
the
no.
board?
Whoa. No, the
Whoa,
norm
whoa.
is not the political inclination of the Supreme Court justices. The norm is that the President of the United States has delegated to him the power to nominate somebody to the Supreme Court, and the Senate violated norms by killing the filibuster in order to not have any hearing whatsoever related to Obama's nominee.
Who killed the
That was
filibuster?
the norm.
first?
So-
Who killed the
Completely did a
filibuster
180
first?
with this nomination.
Let me get to a question of decorum. So if they had heard it, but then they used their Senate, basically non-major or like slight majority, if they just used it to kill Garland, would you have been okay with that?
Yeah,
It would have been shitty, but it would have been better. It's happened in the past. I don't think Senate should do that, but there is precedence for that. I think it's okay.
Who
I don't like it,
killed
but
Can I follow up on that
No,
with
let me
question real
say
quick?
something about it.
Sure.
No, I like as a prudential matter, right? I think that would have been much better because then like the government, then like the people who the constituents who actually vote in senators would actually have some kind of basis to be able to evaluate whether or not that was an honest and whether or not that was like a meaningfully prudential kind of a hearing, right? Like now, the voters didn't really have anything to go on, right? They were just like, oh, well, they just didn't even have a hearing to begin with, right? But if we did have a hearing, then at least voters would be able to account for like, okay, was this actually a fair hearing? Did they actually like choose to nominate or not nominate this person based on the merits of their credentials and so on? We don't like compared to that, like we were just like steamrolling the current justice through the Supreme Court, right? Like people have whiplash from how fast it went, right?
killed the
I
filibuster?
feel like that's fundamentally incomparable.
Arjar, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you feel? Let's say, okay, let's go back. We're gonna go back to a time a couple of months ago.
Okay.
How would you feel if Donald Trump elected Merrick Garland?
If Donald Trump elected Merrick Garland?
Nominated.
Or
Why
nominated,
Merrick
I should
Garland?
say. Excuse me.
Oh, nominated Merrick
Nominated.
Garland.
Yeah, sorry. This is the
I
same question
feel
for
that.
everybody, by the way.
Yeah. Would a center would actually that's what I was expecting him to do. I was expecting him to push a centrist as like a peace offering to Democrats. He didn't. He went in the opposite direction. So I'm just kind of wondering to the left side of the panel, would that have been better? Would you have appreciated that more?
I feel like what I would have wanted, I mean, it might have been a little bit better just because then you would end up with a more balanced Supreme Court, but it would be inconsistent with what they had priorly established, right? Like if the precedent that we're setting is that a president shouldn't be able to nominate someone during their last year of their term, then we should probably hold that to be consistent, even if it would otherwise be beneficial to like one side or the other.
Well, and I remember the bullshit propaganda of that last year, which was like, it's an election year, Obama's a lame duck, he shouldn't have the right to nominate anybody. I remember that propaganda, but the propaganda did switch in the past 2 months where they basically said, oh, no. It wasn't because Obama was a lame, or well, it was because he was a lame duck, but it wasn't because it was last year. It's because we had control of the Senate. So
Yeah,
that they moved the goalpost as
Right.
far as like what the propaganda was for why they weren't doing it. But that's still, I don't think it's a politically consistent argument, but that's kind of what they said.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
think
just,
they.
Basically,
like-
we wouldn't have approved him anyways.
I don't think.
Well,
it
I mean,
changed.
like for me, I just want rules to be consistent, right? Like that's the main thing that I want out of this, right? Like here, we didn't have consistent
liberal
application of a
idea.
rule. If they set a rule that we actually followed in this case, I feel like it would have been a lot better.
Okay, now
Yeah.
real quick, who killed
So
the
we should-
filibuster again? Who killed the filibuster on federal court?
For
appointees?
Supreme Court nominees, it was Mitch McConnell.
So it was okay for Harry Reid, the Democrats, to undo precedent and destroy norms when it came to the federal courts, but it was horrible for the Republicans to do that when it came to the Supreme Court. That's your argument?
They
Rob,
were
that's
doing
why- Rob,
that.
I'm
They were
asking- but I'm asking you,
they were
though.
doing that because those judiciary picks were being filibustered constantly. Not saying
Okay.
that I agree with it, but there's a difference between doing that to get picks through versus doing it to prevent a pick from going through.
I don't think there
Yeah,
is
but
a
Rob-
difference.
Rob,
I think-
again-
yeah.
Of course you don't, because you're a Republican hack. But there is a
Matt.
difference. There clearly is a difference. If somebody has to end the filibuster, which I disagree with, but if somebody's ending the filibuster to get processes done versus somebody else doing it to prevent them from happening, those are fundamentally different things.
No,
Unless you're-
both sides did it when it was to politically be advantageous to themselves. Both sides did it for that reason. And trying to parse what was okay for one side to do it and not the other seems nonsensical. Let me ask you all this. Would it have been preferable to allow the hearing of Merrick Garland to occur, but then for the Republicans to repeatedly call him a gang rapist over and over with no
No.
evidence?
I asked my question first. I expect an answer from every conservative. Counterpoints participated. All four of you got to do it too.
No, it wouldn't
That's
have
my
made any
question
difference to me. It would have been really dumb for Donald Trump to use his Supreme Court pick on a Merrick Garland
Why?
because it doesn't help his side politically in any way whatsoever. By the same token, there's all kinds of compromises that you could ask of the left. For example, should they allow Trump to use unverified opposition research to have a 4-year investigation into the Democrats, including spying on them using human resources?
You mean like they did with Hillary Clinton in her emails, like they did with the Benghazi hearings, like they're doing now with Hunter Biden?
Did they send
Republicans have done this
Did they send? Oh, they wiretapped Hillary Clinton's campaign. They did that?
No, because they couldn't even get the fake evidence for it. So I'm curious, how do you feel about the years that we had to hear about, and we still hear about Hillary Clinton's emails?
Right, it was
oh my
against
God.
the law.
Can I? Oh, dude,
I
I have such a rage.
I really want Turk to answer my question too. I really want Turk and CTV to answer my question.
Was impeached, right?
What was the question?
The question is again because we're going on Pivot Island. If Donald Trump used his nomination for Merrick Garland, how would you feel about that?
Hey, if he nominates the person and the Senate confirms it, that's the law. They have the law and they can fulfill their duty. That's the word of the law.
CTV, same question.
I guess I'm just going to be honest and say I don't know who Merrick Garland is, and I'm very happy with Amy Coney Barrett. Her answers that she gave at the Senate hearing were outstanding.
That's not what the rights protected by the First Amendment are.
And I think that that it was rather like a really good thing that they nominated a female to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Felt like that was pretty square. So
yeah, female drone pilots.
Do you think Merrick Garland would have been confirmed if Donald Trump nominated him?
No.
Probably, yeah, of course. Why not?
I don't think Republican Senate would have allowed it. Like, McConnell's ruthless. I don't think that he would have had a left winger. I don't think he would have allowed the Republican-controlled Senate to nominate her. Just my opinion.
Sure.
All right. Destiny said something that triggered the fuck out of me. Can I go?
Oh, the buttery emails?
Yeah. Let's do it.
I mean, the panel's about why we should vote for Trump, right?
I'm just curious when people are so mad about Russian collusion, which turned out credible indictments, but we had to hear for months and months about the State Department's email thing and Hillary's, and nothing. It was talk about a nothing burger. That was like a nothing feast. That was a nothing 7-course meal.
Yeah. Okay.
Dylan,
you go into it, but right after that, I do want to drag it back over to something else.
Yeah, I need probably 90 seconds to 120 seconds to address this. I'll try to be
I'll give you 70. I'll give you 70.
Did,
That's
right?
what
All right, thank you kindly. All right, so in reference to the emails, basically what Hillary Clinton was guilty of was taking like SCI, basically the highest level clearance in the fucking country, and transferring it to a private email server. If a Lance Corporal in the fucking military did that shit, not only would he be in the fucking brig, but he would lose his fucking top secret clearance for the remainder of his fucking career. Not only is that fucking true, but she was running for the fucking like the head of the fucking country. Now, obviously, standards have dropped in the past half decade, so Hillary Clinton would probably have been better than fucking Donald Trump, blah, 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 fucking blah. But at the same time, you're basically talking about a fucking, you're talking about a mistake that if a 19-year-old made, he would be in fucking jail and unable to do his fucking job for the rest of his fucking life. So it's not a nothing
Good
burger.
thing Hillary Clinton's not a random 19-year-old, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
same
like,
thing
yeah,
for
like the
Blanca.
established precedent, and we've heard this. The established precedent,
fucked up something that a 19-year-old shouldn't fuck up, or
the
else
State Department and Powell came out.
I'm not done yet. I only got 30 seconds left, Destiny, please.
Okay, finish. You got 10 seconds left.
All right, so in reference to fucking Benghazi, the whole fucking problem was the fact that military forces were not scrambled in order to assist the fucking embassy that was under attack. So basically, they called off the reinforcements before they even knew that people were dead on the fucking ground. Now, that could be a logistical thing, a political thing. There's all these things that go fucking into it, and wasting fucking 2 years on the investigation was stupid as fuck. But at the same time, basically, Americans being in the line of fire and you don't even send reinforcements while they're not even dead yet is fucked up.
It's strange how fucked up that was, yet absolutely nothing credible. No convictions came from any of these things, whether it was the email thing or whether it was the hours and hours we had to listen to about the fucking, what were the 4 people that died during Benghazi? Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? And in terms of the email private server shit, unfortunately, I agree, it was fucked. This was standard practice, unfortunately. Colin Powell himself had a private email server, and people had talked about how lax the State Department was. And we'd even heard that other fuck-ups when it comes to clearance stuff is related has happened as well. For instance, Kushner fucking up like his fucking security clearance shit. Like, come on, dude. The idea that there is some like strict, stringent security standards that are being like used for all of our emails, when we've seen like fucking Donald Trump emailing stupid shit, when we've seen his fucking Twitter accounts getting hacked by passwords shit, we can sit here and feign indignance and talk about how horrible and evil all of it was. But the reality was they were, a little bit careless with some of their shit, or maybe they were doing things that weren't exactly strictly on policy, but they weren't committing these horrible fucking acts of passing on private information to other countries that were trying to destroy America, which was the original claim of the Republicans. Not that Hillary Clinton had engaged in some lax security behavior related to fucking emails, which, by the way, ironically, ironically enough, still have never been shown to have been leaked to Russians or China or any of the other shit that any of the Republicans had originally claimed.
If I may, because I
You're
think
wrong,
this
but
actually,
I love you and I'll let it go.
if I may, because I think this does have to do with the current election, because I think that the election of Joe Biden is to further help cover up the crimes and the malfeasance we've seen in organizations like the FBI. So, for example, when Destiny's saying, oh, look at the crimes that were charged, that proves some sort of Russia collusion. Yes, crimes like Paul Manafort for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist like Hunter Biden was doing. In the Mueller indictment, it says
Biden registered.
No, he didn't. In the Mueller indictment,
Then why wasn't he charged for anything?
There's still an active investigation into Hunter Biden.
No, there's not.
According to FBI sources that was just released this week, that's true. Anyways,
there's an investigation into the origin of the laptop. There's not an active investigation into Hunter Biden being like an unregistered foreign agent.
Anyways,
that is not true.
continuing, Manafort in the Mueller indictment, it said that he worked with Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 was Mercury LLC. Group 2 was the Podesta Group. So the Podestas, who was Hillary's campaign chair, committed the exact same crime with the exact same people as failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Yet the FBI let them go with retroactively filing paperwork and threw Manafort in solitary confinement. We also see in the course of the Hillary email investigation, they deleted subpoenaed evidence. Her assistant named Paul Combetta, who went by the nickname Stone Tier, did that. He deleted subpoenaed evidence, which is actual obstruction of justice in a federal crime. They were let go. We see from text of FBI agents that they said it defined credulity that when the FBI interviewed Hillary Clinton, she said she thought C on the papers meant alphabetical order as opposed to confidential or classified. In other words, the FBI felt that Hillary Clinton lied to the FBI. We see the FBI text message that says that her assistants Mills and Abedin both testified, and this was from Peter Strzok's notes, both testified they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server prior to her tenure as the Secretary of State, yet emails released by both Mills and Abedin showed that as early as 2009, they knew about her server. In other words, they lied to the FBI. Now, you saying that the Russia investigation was legit because it got indictments, none of those indictments had to do with anything in Trump's team doing anything illegal with Russians. It was all for lying or for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist in 2013 with Hillary's campaign team. So why is it that the FBI, in the first case in history that I know of, with Trump, they went as hard as possible, which is what you would expect. They tried to get low-level people and turn the screws. With Hillary, they granted everyone immunity, smashed all the devices, and said, hey, do you guys want to say anything about Hillary Clinton? And everyone went, no, we don't. And yet you use that as evidence for why the FBI investigation to Trump was important, and the one to Hillary proves that she's innocent. I just think that's laughable.
Here's a super real one quick question. This is so interesting to me. So it's the easiest hand wave of every single conspiratorial nonsense claim you just made. It's Trump's appointee to the FBI. If Trump is so confident that all of this malfeasance and horrible stuff happened, then why didn't he appoint somebody that would investigate it?
Because his strong suit that he claimed was putting good people around him is actually garbage. He put garbage deep state people around him.
Okay, so Trump is so absolutely fucking incompetent that he can't make good appointees.
Well,
like one of the most important jobs of the president. If you want to eat the fucking L on that, that's fine. Then Trump is literally a walking fucking retard that can't practice one of the most important parts of being the president, which is nominating somebody.
Please.
No, that's cool. If you want some bite on that, go.
Destiny. Please don't use that word.
I didn't really hear anything about how George Soros was funding all of this, during that thing.
We haven't even talked about the Jews yet.
Dan, can you let the big boys talk? You're not having anything. At least Destiny has
No, I mean, I thought George Soros funds all this stuff. No?
Can I be honest about something?
We were hearing
I'll respond to Destiny, but if Joe wants to go, sure.
Yeah, can I be honest about something? Look, man, as much as I want to grill CTV about how he has no idea who Merrick Garland is, respectfully, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. So if I'm probably not alone here, and there is a lot of passion on both sides of this conversation, but maybe I feel like we should talk about something that's a little bit less in a weird way of participation. You feel me?
If I can, Joe, if I can real quick, I'll respond to Destiny and respond to, I think that it's troubling that you don't know about this, because the argument I make, I'm not a progressive, but I have plenty of friends that are progressive. I think they could be great people. I have friends on the left and right, no problem. I don't think that no matter what your issue is, regardless if you're progressive or conservative or anywhere in between, that your voice really matters if we have people like the FBI that are putting their thumbs on the scale of who they'll go after as a presidential candidate or as a president, and allowing them them to point who they think should be in charge. So at the end of the day, all of the issues, I'm afraid you're going to realize if Joe Biden wins this election, that all of the issues that you're concerned about in the black community, many of which I think are important and need addressed, that he'll end up, as always, every 4 years, they talk about the problems of the black community, and then they'll basically do nothing. And we'll be back to supporting all of these wars that we see overseas, and we'll be back to supporting anything that gets these establishment people power. To answer Destiny's
Does the
question,
FBI favor the Democrats? Is
Yes.
the FBI after? Why did Comey come out and sink Hillary's campaign?
because Comey admitted it in his book and in other places that he assumed that Hillary had it in the bag, like every other establishment person. And
So he came out and did negative attacks on her campaign when it was that close.
If you allow me to finish, he said that he assumed she would win, and he thought this would be an albatross hanging around her neck like the Benghazi thing for 2 years. So he figured that he would come out with it, say it wasn't a big deal, and then allow people to vote, and then Hillary would have been able to say, look, everyone knew about this when they voted for me. It's a dead issue. That's why Comey did it.
Crazy how that is always a reason.
Hold on, can I ask a couple follow-up questions? No, I just no, because like I do want to like learn more, right? Like if I don't know about this, because like I find I'm remiss, right? Just like a couple quick questions, because I'm interested in like what evidence is there for basically what you provided, and is any of it like not hearsay? Because that's usually the problem that I find with like a lot of these like kind of conspiratorial or like theories that are like painted as conspiracies. I'm not saying that inherently that they are, but like, is there any evidence that like there's any evidence to be able to show what you're saying, that like there is a deep state bias in favor of the Democratic Party and away from the Republican Party that's not just like hearsay and speculation?
Just so I'm clear, I have the same question as well. That's why I'm kind of just like,
okay.
Can I address this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, as somebody who worked for the state, obviously in very minimal roles, but at the same time, like I've seen some of these things that are basically like, why the fuck was I in Japan? I was in Japan because basically we have bases all over the world. Why do we have bases all over the world? Because we're trying to freeze, borders in the economy and, basically foreign countries and all that kind of stuff. Why are we doing that? Because we're a transnational globalist superpower, basically a fucking empire that's competing with socialist and fascist nations across the entire world. So this entire empire takes a shitload of fucking effort. You can't have a single fucking person like Donald Trump, who's not a member of the fucking deep state, show up and fuck it up in one day. He can do his best to fuck it up, but it's super fucking hard for him to fuck it up. We have trade, we have international trade deals, we have international arms deals, we have international logistics deals, we have, cargo containers that are shipping across the entire world right now that are completely reliant on American security and American military force in order to do this thing. Dan Carlin, the host of one of the history podcasts, I forget what it is, but he was actually invited in order to go sit on a fucking meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And basically in that meeting, James Mattis was talking about how do we get our weapons into a certain XYZ West African fucking country. So we have not only are we selling the weapons and making money, but also we have like training and logistical cross compatibility so we can go ahead and stand up to China. So this entire system, whenever somebody starts throwing up in like an eyebrow, like, I don't understand what you're talking about with the deep state. This all sounds deeply conspiratorial. Donald Trump fucking it up can't be that big of a fucking deal. This thing is the motherfucking Titanic. And when you have names like Bush and Clinton and Biden and all that kind of stuff, they know how to steer the Titanic because they've been a part of it for decades. So when you kind of say like, what's the evidence for the deep state existing and having an entrenched interest, I would be kind of interested in the counter argument to that there is not a deep state that doesn't have an entrenched interest, that isn't like transnational and globalist and capitalist. I would be interested in that, kind of like counter argument.
On this. There's a couple. I mean, like I have a couple things on that, right? I mean, like so far that sounds like, I mean, you've taken a couple of facts and it sounds like you're putting them together by speculation. I mean, like there could be any of a number of things to be able to explain like the circumstances that you brought up. Also, North America, I don't actually know what your name is. I'm apologizing.
No, no problem.
Rob. Okay, cool. I mean, like you just sent me. What was the link that you just sent me, or that you posted in chat?
From the Daily Caller. It has actual links. We'll talk about one area of that when I get a chance.
Okay, but I mean, like, is that? I mean, I'm looking at Media's Bias fact check, and it says that it's like an extremely right-wing reporter. So I mean, like, is that like do you have any like more reliable sources?
Well, yes, because
like,
if you go down, for example, if you go down, it actually shows the FBI 302s highlighted there. So this isn't hearsay from the Daily Caller. It's actually the FBI's official document of their interview with Mills and Abedin. And also, it's usually bad form. I mean, I don't think there's much of a debate could be had. I mean, if you cite something from the New York Times, am I going to say, oh, they're left-wing bias, they push the Trump-Russia thing? I mean, that doesn't seem to get us far. But if you would like, I could go through two of the claims I made there. For example, Mills and Abedin lying to the FBI, and I could go through Paul Combetta deleting subpoenaed evidence. Both of that there's definitive proof for, so we can go through it if you like.
What does that? Yeah, but what does that prove? Is my question.
It proves
right?
the FBI.
Like I mean, like
Sure. It proves
Like,
the
go
FBI
ahead. Yeah.
engaged in a double standard. That the FBI, when they went after Trump, went after any low-level crime they could find, tried to turn the screws on people, and then tried to go after Donald Trump. Because, as Counterpoints is saying, they have a preference, and they wanted an establishment person like Hillary Clinton as opposed to someone like Donald Trump. Chuck Schumer admitted to us that, quote, the intel community will find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. Therefore, the most powerful elected leader of the free world, Donald Trump, must be fearful of unelected bureaucrats because they would ruin his presidency. And predictably, that's exactly what happened. They went as soft as a touch as possible. We now know that there were actually intel agents that were concerned because there was credible evidence that Hillary Clinton concocted the entire Trump-Russia collusion story to deflect from the crimes and the investigation that she had about her server. So if you'd like, I could go through the evidence here from the 302s proving Mills and Abedin lied to the FBI and they weren't charged.
I don't like to talk about protests.
Sure, we could
I mean,
change
like-
if you want.
Yeah.
Whatever the
No,
crowd
I mean,
wants.
like,
Look,
no, but I mean, like,
we have 24 minutes left till I have to quit, and because I got other work I got to get done for like.
all right. Well, I mean, we can actually, like, I will want to talk to you, but I mean, like,
Yeah,
right now it just seems like you're
Same.
drawing a conclusion that, like right now it seems that you're able to conclude that like these specific things happen, but like the thing that you do need to prove that doesn't seem to be here is intent, right? Like these things may have happened, but you can't tell us like why they happened. You can't peer into the mind of like the people conducting the investigations and tell us like why they took these certain actions. You can, all right, no, you like that's other like
Look,
responding to the counterpoints. Like you may like again, like it's speculation. Like this is fundamentally this would be inadmissible in court, right? Like you can say that you believe things and this is your rationally based perception, but for you to say that this is what other people thought based on what they did, like that would be inadmissible because you're not a mind reader.
No,
you know?
lying-
Like, you can tell us
lying
what
to
they
the
did.
FBI is a
Give me a
crime.
moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, I just need you to respond to chat, and then I'm gonna throw it over to Joe Lewis because we want to talk about the protests. Rich, responding to chat about stop platforming conspiracy theorists. I don't care if RGR and Joe believe in that the Earth is round. I'll still platform them, even if they're insane. I don't care. So please, Joe, you can continue.
Yeah. So, all right. So we're dealing with it's not even the worst. We haven't seen the worst yet when it comes to these demonstrations across the country. My question is, or I guess like I'll set up the scene and then I have a question with that. We're going to get a verdict of George Floyd, and not a lot of people are going to be happy. And I feel very deep pain in my heart that I feel like that's the eventuality, but I don't think people are going to like the verdict of that case. How is Donald Trump going to handle something like that?
Make it worse.
If you like, I'd give someone else a chance to talk, but I can respond if you like. If someone else-
Whoever.
If no one else wants to respond, then yeah, Rob, you can respond.
Yeah, I don't want to dominate from the right, conversation from the right side of it, but I think Donald Trump will respond. I actually think that he should have done better in being kind of more of what you would consider an authoritarian in response to this. I actually talked to Destiny about this as it was happening, and shockingly to me, Destiny admitted in March that people like de Blasio were actually allowing the riots to occur because they thought it politically harmed Trump. And so I think that Trump should have stepped in sooner and deployed the National Guard, even if someone like de Blasio protested, because it is horribly unethical, immoral, and practically terrible for Democratic mayors to allow their police to stand down and allow these riots to occur. I think that's terrible. I think that the riots would occur no matter who was president. I think Joe Biden and Barack Obama would do more of what they always do, which is pander to minority communities and disparage law enforcement. I think that we need a more nuanced response to that, which I will fully admit to you, I don't think Donald Trump has been the best for. But I think that the idea that we should reject Donald Trump because a bunch of Joe Biden's voters are going to take to the streets and create riots if they don't get a verdict the way they want, or if they don't get an election the way they want, is nonsensical. I mean, I have people mocking me earlier, kind of suggesting that I would cry if Trump loses the election. I'm predicting Trump to lose the election, so why would I take that bet? I will go about my life as usual. I'll try to advocate for my side to win next time. That's what I'll do. I will not riot. We see that DC, Chicago, other places like that are boarding up their stores right now. They're not worried about Trump supporters. They're worried about Biden supporters if Biden loses. So the idea that we should embrace the mob and give in to the mob and say, my God, we have to vote for Joe Biden because we're fearful people will riot is insane, and the riots will only get worse until we combat them by throwing the people engaged in them in prison for lengthy sentences so we can encourage peaceful protest.
Something that I'm kind of caught up on there, and again, like I'm trying to approach this very calmly because this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, as I have people who are in jail right now for peacefully protesting. My concern is neither president may handle the situation properly. But something that I think is very interesting is Donald Trump's lack of talking to any individual who's on the ground, whether it be in Portland, Dallas, Atlanta, Newark, Trenton, California. So I guess maybe an approach could be that he actually talks to the people on the ground and actually tries to listen to their demands?
I mean,
I'm trying to figure out
look.
what
I mean,
we could do here.
Go ahead, get someone else.
Look, for me, like it comes down to a simple idea of understanding what the office of the president should or shouldn't be doing. For one, right? I think that all the conversations with regard to it should pretty much start there, and then when it comes to talking about particular candidates, you pick out what they're strong with and what they're weak about, and you compare the pros and cons of that. Right now in this country, what we need is somebody who understands business and numbers, and they can get the economy coming back for us. Right? That's what we need. Right. So
want to stop BLM? Like, if you want to stop the protests, you could pass police reform. Like, that's overwhelmingly what it's about, and somehow we haven't.
Police reform is one of those issues that comes back to the root issue, which is the war on drugs. Right?
How is that really? I mean, like, just pass like an excessive use of force bill. Like, it's really simple. Say that you can only use deadly force in necessary circumstances, and that you ban chokeholds.
I don't think
like
it's
relatively simple.
I don't think
that won't stop everybody. I've listened to
that's literally what it caused. I mean, it was the death of George Floyd that set up all of this. All right, honestly, if they had literally anything that's going to do a lot better than literally like stalling the bill in the Senate, right? Like, if they had put this before, like, it's going to make it a lot better. All right, and I would say that anything that like persists past that would have a lot less of a justification.
Yeah, just to keep things a little bit more clear, Ahmaud Arbery predates George Floyd, but again, I would agree that the American zeitgeist of people understanding what happened was with George Floyd, because again, that situation was incredibly tragic. With that being said, I don't necessarily I agree with RGR here that having some type of police reform is one way of looking like you're tackling the injustice. And I say this all the time, that riots are the children of protest, and protest is the child of injustice. So for some reason, we feel like if we tackle, especially on the right, if you tackle these protests and these riots, that it's going to stop the injustice. And it's just not going to do that. We see this in practice. And again, I see the bubblings of this. The Breonna Taylor case did not go according to plan. We see that the George Floyd case won't go according to plan. And this looks very eerily like LA of '92.
If I may, respond, I think that there's good thought, and I like the discussion on this. I don't disagree that we probably do some sort of national order. Now, I think the particulars of it will be very difficult. I do not think that something like that would stop the riots, and that's because I think Black Lives Matter, not the individuals that are necessarily participating on the ground level, but the way that the organization's being ran. I think that it is misidentifying the problem, and I ultimately think that they're basically a terrorist political movement that are trying to use force to intimidate people to issue their Marxist decrees. So if I just real quick,
they use I mean, look, fewer than 220 reported demonstrations have even turned violent. Like, it's lower than 7%. Like,
if we had 220, if we had 200,
a terrorist organization, that's a pretty bad terrorist organization.
No, if we had 220 instances of violence with the Tea Party, people would have been screaming their heads up to arrest anyone who was connected to the Tea Party.
Except that we also see evidence that most of those instances are caused by police first instigating that conduct.
That's not true. And if I can say,
that's not true. That's the problem, though, right?
Yeah, because it's totally true.
Down to the war on drugs.
Okay. Leave counterpoints.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So there's Turk and a counter. So I'm gonna give it to Turk first, and then counter afterwards.
Yeah. So I'm trying to see if Trump has a legislation ideas towards criminal reform. I'm still looking that up. I know Joe Biden has stuff on his website about it. But at what point does it become the local municipalities' responsibility to ban these actions and for them to enforce these things? Because like what Rob said earlier, a lot of these incidents are happening in larger city environments, and the police forces are being told to back down in the riots. So it's like, at what point are the cities held accountable for their own police departments? Why do we have to rely on big daddy government to tell everyone what to do?
I can give some background on this from a legal perspective. I mean, again, I worked on this summer. So basically, when we're looking at whether or not states and local municipalities, usually what police reform and police use of force is governed by federal and state law, right? So you have state law, which is governing what state law or state officers are able to do. in addition to like federal officers that are operating in state parameters, and then you have federal law governing what federal agents are able to do, right? Normally passing like comprehensive police reform at a federal level is going to set a massive precedent in being able to get other states to be able to do that, because when you are researching like how to pass police reform, like from a like strategic legislative matter, usually you look at the precedent of other countries or other states, right? So like for Maryland, I had to draft a bill this summer, and I had to look at what everyone across the United States was doing, right? And really across the board, everyone was basically looking at the federal government and seeing what they were going to do, right? The federal government is the leader in all of this, right? So if you want meaningful police reform, yeah,
That's exactly
totally
right.
the way it is.
What
That's
did you?
exactly right. I'm glad you're finally catching up, everybody, right? This has everything to do with the federal government. Whenever it first started the war on drugs, it built up its fucking infrastructure in the cities and started the fucking rounding up of people, right? They started that shit from the top and it came down. Reality is they shouldn't even have the fucking authority to do it anyway. But we're left here dealing with this fucking shit, and everybody wants to talk about everything that is a symptom of this fucking problem. But the real fucking problem is the war on drugs, because that addresses police reform. It addresses counterpoints point to the murder solve rate, right? Because before this, there was a lot more trust when it came to police versus what we have now. And now they have the ability to go get a motherfucking warrant for just any fucking thing, conduct a no-knock raid into your home, and now your fucking sanctity of your fucking house is done just because of this bullshit.
Okay, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with a lot. I think that we do need to have a look at the war on drugs and how it's implemented. But Riley, just a couple questions for you. What did you think about Tim Scott's bill?
Can you describe it to me?
Tim Scott was a black Republican who put forth a police reform bill that would do a lot of things that activists have been calling for, but the Democrats roundly rejected it and wouldn't even discuss it.
Can I jump in here, because I think I can kind of address
written down. Counter, you can go, and then after that, we're gonna actually have to start going into closing statements.
Okay. So what I'm fearful of in a Trump presidency is the fact that, you know, the momentum of the Black Lives Matter movement and the momentum of, you know, basically police reform isn't going to get anywhere, and it's basically going to be wholeheartedly rejected, and all of this momentum is going to be for naught. That's what I'm worried about with the Trump presidency. With the Biden presidency, what I'm worried about is basically the political momentum that's coming from the Black Lives Matter movement is going to come in some like tepid, watered down bill that's going to have like two little things in it about police reform, and it's not actually going to do anything. So that, just to kind of say, like, I sent this in the message, but there's a website called 8 Can't Wait. Ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require de-escalation, require warning before shooting, require exhaust all alternatives before shooting, duty to intervene, ban shooting moving at vehicles, require use of force continuum, require comprehensive reporting. Now, half of this shit I would fucking reject as an ex-cop. I wouldn't want half of this shit anyways. But at the same time, at least these are actual proposals from somebody who's a police reformist, probably a progressive, probably a liberal. And these are ways that we can actually like forward this movement. I agree with CTV that like the drug war is probably the root problem. But right now we need to start chipping away at the edges of this issue and try to get serious things that will impact people's lives in a positive way. And I'm worried that the political momentum with Trump just is going to get exhausted by Trump.
Lost you there, buddy.
Yeah, lost
you.
So I want to just say something quick.
Yeah,
none of these.
Then we got to go into closing.
Yeah, none of these proposals would have solved anything that happened in Philadelphia over the past week. So this isn't good enough.
And what counterpoints, dude? Look, I am so sick and tired. We've been dealing with this kick the can down the road fucking type of legislation. Oh, well, if we can just get this one thing right, then that's a meaningful step. Fuck that shit. We the people need to go demand that the government fucking end this shit, because the power is in the fucking people, not those fucking people sitting up there in their goddamn suits and they walk into the halls of Congress, right? The power is the fucking people.
You first.
Oh, I'm ready. Who wants to go? We can line this shit up. Yeah. I can already tell you how we need to actually shut down the infrastructure if you're ready to go. Right? But
okay, let's
listen to your plan.
Before we start a revolution with chat being so what's the case? Suggestible. Let's go into closing statements. Okay, we're all gonna have about a 1 minute. I might let you go over it a little bit since we have 10 minutes left and we have 8 people. I'm gonna start in the top left-hand corner. This will be your outro and your ending statement. So you know, if you want to go last because you're still thinking about it, just say skip and I'll come back to you later. I'm going to start in the top left-hand corner, like always, with RGR.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to do this. So basically, I would still maintain that voting for Trump would be bad. If we want to go like in consequent, like in order from like the arguments as we had them, starting backwards, going. Anyway, so like with police reform, it's really important to be able to understand that like I would maintain, and I don't like I hear everyone saying that like, oh well, if Trump passed police reform, then we wouldn't, then these riots would still continue. I mean, like all the evidence I've heard for that is just speculation, right? Like the response, like the protests and subsequent riots were in immediate response to the fact that there was police excessive use of force. There is a bill that has passed the House. It's at the Senate. Trump could go and talk to Mitch McConnell and be like, hey, pass this bill. And it hasn't happened. And I feel like there's like a giant degree of culpability there that is really hard to overlook, in my opinion. I'll still say mishandling of COVID. We didn't go into it too much, but I mean, we talked about it all the prior debate, so I would adhere to that. What else is there? And yeah, like climate change is still like a really big issue, and bringing it back in from the earlier discussion. I mean, we have someone who just does not agree with the science of global warming at all. Like I hear people be like, oh, well, we need to have more nuanced view. Oh, well, we need to have more nuanced discussion. Well, I mean, you can't really have a nuanced discussion between someone who does and does not believe in it, right? I would rather operate from a perspective of even if you want something that's more extreme. And wrap it up. Okay. And also, I also want federal healthcare protection. That's nice to me, and I want that. My name is. Yep, we'll do that. Hi, my name is Riley Grace Rochong. I do political content on YouTube and Twitch. Google my name, and you'll find me. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'm gonna give it over to the Turk.
Yeah. So basically, we can talk about all the points in other debates, but all I can say is that I think Trump is going to be a far better leader, and the leadership team, even though Joe disagrees. The country is in a good state from an economic standpoint, and that's really a big thing I'm concerned about. COVID was a complete disaster across the board, across the world, and we're handling it as we get the information and all that. So, to completely say that Trump has been a complete failure just because of, a worldwide pandemic is pretty short-sighted. But anyways, I just don't think Joe Biden's a good candidate. I honestly don't think he's going to be around too long, and I really think his entire Democratic leadership is going to be not the thing people are voting for in next week. So I think that's pretty bad. As for shout-outs, I'm Turk, the Turk. If you go to YouTube, I'm dropping a video tomorrow about the AMD and NVIDIA's latest graphics cards. So if you're into that kind of stuff, definitely hit subscribe.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I'm going to focus this on just the Donald Trump angle. The three things that I mentioned from the start of it, it's BLM, his lack of response to the riots and demonstrations, the First Step Act being fucking terrible, and his cabinet. But I want to make something very kind of clear, because it kind of gets skirted a lot when we talk about the protests, and I kind of want to set the record straight. Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter Incorporated are two separate things. Black Lives Matter is a movement. Black Lives Matter Incorporated is an organization. So when you categorize Black Lives Matter as a Marxist, terrorist organization, or even Antifa, you're categorizing movements, not organizations. And you're putting these organizations that you think exist at the same level of actual extreme leftism, like the Weatherman Underground. And that's completely disingenuous, because these were literally white folks that bombed fucking things. So with that being said, just don't say it's a terrorist organization. It makes you look like an idiot. That being said, I'm Joe Lewis, and O's a zero. You can follow me on Twitch from that. And also, if you want to argue on Twitter, we can argue on Twitter. I'm trying my best. I granted peace with liberals, so now it's shit on some right people.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, I had fun. Everyone here I would be welcome to talk to again, and I think you all seem like nice people, even if we disagree. Real quick on Black Lives Matter, I understand the point you're making. Again, I'm not saying everyone who participates in it. I believe Black Lives Matter lowercase. That's why I'm against the ideology of Black Lives Matter uppercase, because I think the policies they advocate for will be terrible for the United States, especially inner city Black communities, which will suffer from a decreased policing and for destroying the structures of the nuclear family first and foremost. I think that I was able to prove in this debate that actually you see that Joe Biden is just a empty shell that will be the corporatist and the deep state candidate. That's why the wealthiest people endorse him. That's why they've supported him in the Democratic Party. That's why the FBI and the CIA, that by the way, my friends on the left used to despise when they were lying us into the Iraq war. That's why all of a sudden they're against pulling troops out. That's why Donald Trump having historic peace deals in the Middle East aren't being talked about, because it is not in line with the military industrial complex that is supporting people like Joe Biden. Joe Biden will be a radical because he'll allow the radicals behind him to do things like suggesting packing the court, passing disastrous policies like the Green New Deal. And we could see how the media and the FBI and all these people have engaged in corruption and refusing to cover stories People just say
Gotta wrap
conspiracy.
it up.
And I'll say I'm Normal America. You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Normal America on D Live. I'm on Twitch, and I'm also on Periscope. I will be doing a 24-hour live stream starting Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern time before the election. So please come join me if you liked what I had to say. Thanks so much, everyone.
Maybe I can talk to you on Monday. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I'll send it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so my name's Counterpoints. You can follow me on Twitter at Counterpoints, CONORPOINTS. You can also find my YouTube channel. I've had discussions, hope to have more discussions with everybody in here. I did begrudgingly vote for Biden because I am worried, like Norm and Turk mentioned, that basically, he's going to die a month into his presidency. Kamala Harris is going to take over. She's going to push more aggressive gun control. Maybe some of the more progressive stuff will come out. But at the same time, I think there's really real concerns that need to be addressed, like Black Lives Matter as a movement needs to be addressed. We do need police reform. We do need to improve the material conditions in the Black community and minority communities. There's real issues here, and I'm actually really excited to see smart righties, smart lefties kind of taking each other on without calling each other dumbasses for an hour and a half. So follow me on my socials. Always happy to be here. It was an awesome conversation. Dan, you're still an asshole, but you do really good memes.
Okay. Next, it actually is Dan.
Mad because bad. And mad because all you guys have are fucking shit Alex Jones tier conspiracy theories. It's always this fucking grand plot by a whole bunch of fucking like media coming out there with fake news and shit. I bet if I asked you guys how many people died in the Holocaust, you'd be like, well, I don't really know if that happened. Y'all are fucking off your goddamn fucking rocker. You guys are literally the equivalent of when I picture a Trump voter in my mind, we have the meme of people like wearing sunglasses and a giant grid. You guys fall so into that, and I don't understand why. There's no good thing going on here, okay? If I can vote for Biden, someone who's actually going to be affected by his fucking taxes, getting hurt financially, I don't understand what you guys are doing. Do you just hate immigrants that fucking much? Like, just move on. We're not in 1950s America where there's like white neighborhoods anymore. It's done, okay? I get it. All right, listen, Biden was going to cost me money, and I'll still vote for him because I understand that there's people less fortunate than me, and he's better. He's better when it comes to climate science. He's better when it comes to just being fair to people who have less. And I don't understand where all this is coming from. Just everyone wants to like hold people down, and it's fucked. Okay.
Gonna shout yourself out?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Cool. That was well enough. Next we have Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's all already been said. I mean, like the Trump administration, the happiest I'll be when they're gone is to get rid of all these conspiracy theories about the deep state crazy shit. This deep state that's so unbelievably powerful that they can like shift everything that's going on behind the scenes in all of our intelligence agencies, but somehow still let Hillary Clinton lose the election, and potentially even throw the election for her by the statements that they made, namely Comey. So yeah, I don't know. I'll be happy when Joe Biden is president, hopefully with a Democrat Senate, House, and presidency. Hopefully we can get some meaningful legislation passed in this country instead of just do nothing like Republicans have been doing. And yeah.
Well, now I'm going to throw it over to CTV.
All right, well, I guess I'll just wrap this up with what I kind of opened with. We didn't elect Trump to begin with because he was a virologist, right? And we, were expecting some pandemic and was going to have the best guy in office to be able to solve that particular problem. That being said, the initial failings with regard to the COVID response can be pointed directly at the CDC, right? And I would say that that's the people's attempt to try to control the issue of public health in any kind of way at the federal level, right? What we need to have in this country is 50 CDCs to be able to solve these issues, specifically with regard to public health, so it's closer to its constituents. With that being said, Trump is the clear option for the future because what we need is a businessman to get in there and turn that economy back up so that we can continue to have the goods and services that we as Americans rely on a daily basis. And with that, I am Critically Thinking Veteran. I stream occasionally. I argue with people on Twitter. If you'd like to argue with me as well, you can find me at original_CTV.
Hey, oh, snap. We have a last second guest. Suspect Sushi is going to come in here. I'm just kidding. Okay. We're going to wrap it up. I really appreciate you all coming by. Thank you for taking...
Can I say something real quick? Hey, counterpoints. When you talked about smart left and right wing people not calling each other names, I assume you didn't mean Dan, correct?
No. Dan thinks we're all retards, but it's okay.
Can we please not all? True. Okay, second time stream. Please do not use that word. I'm gonna end it now. Okay. See you all later. Jump out. Okay. Goodbye.
That's a good one.
Later, guys.
Yep. Take it easy.
Yeah, good.
All right, everyone. What'd you think? Get an honest reaction. Now, I know it's going to be skewed because most people know me that are on my channel, so they're going to say I did good. But yeah, I thought I crushed them. I didn't even think it was close. I got to say, maybe Destiny was having a wrong day, but as someone that was supposed to be some intellectual giant on the left, I'm not impressed, to say the least. Just resorting to, basically name calling and exaggerating with hyperbole, saying that, I have evidence Trump shot 25 people. I mean, it's just nonsense. This is constantly the same people that believed every conspiracy theory about Trump being peed on, Trump colluding with Russians, etc. They just totally discard it once they find out that they've been pushing Russian disinformation, and then accuse us with actual evidence of when we're talking about the corruption and the crimes of the Democrat. They say we're the people pushing conspiracy theories. But this falls in line with oftentimes what you see with the Democratic Party, where they accuse you of exactly what they do. So let me see what people said. Great job, bro. Killed it. Thank you, guys. Good shit. All right. The left use feelings and not fact. I agree with it. Typical lefty stuff. Destiny through a tantrum, maybe. I could see that. Did great in this debate. I think he did a lot better than the other ones. Thank you. One of the things about this debate, I do have to give my left-wing opponents credit. At least I thought they were more in reality and weren't trying to deflect. Like, if you watch the pre-debate, one of the things that gets me distracted is this constant slog and refusal to look at reality, or making excuses in every possible case to say everything the left does is corrupt. Notice I say things like, I didn't particularly like what happened to Merrick Garland. Like, I'll say when I think that the right's done something. I said I think Donald Trump's been terrible at appointing people around him. But oftentimes it seems like the left's unwilling to do that. I thought that I did very well this time because I was able to avoid that for whatever reason. Maybe because there were so many topics to get to. Yeah, and I agree. It didn't seem like I have debated Destiny twice before. So yeah, I enjoyed doing that debate, those debates with him, and I thought I carried myself very well in those situations. I actually thought Destiny did better in the past two debates I had with him, but I'm not trying to crap on someone who's not here. At least Destiny, at some points, was trying to make a cohesive argument. That person, Dan, I guess it's terrible to do this, but retroactively, I'll take back the fact that I think Dan was a good person I'd like to talk to again. He might be a good person. He did not act as one in that debate. Joe Lewis and RGR, the person at the top, I thought that, at least they were engaged in a conversation. I think that the constant use of the F word is just, to me, it's just distracting and it takes away from a message. So I didn't really get the impact of people doing that. I mean, it's okay once in a while. I'm not a prude, but it just, when your analogy is right out of the gate with Joe Lewis, take out your F and D word and shove 9 inches down someone's throat. It's like, okay, if you think that that's a persuasive argument, but to me, it just seemed like nonsensical. I didn't get what the argument was trying to be there. Yeah, Lecture Fan's a good friend of mine. He was on a panel with me once before. So, yeah, I did a show with him recently. So, yeah, I thank him for doing that. But, yeah, I mean, I thought that I didn't think that they made a clear case for Joe Biden at all. Now, I'll admit, I bet if you got to ask them, they would say they didn't get to talk about some of the topics that they wanted. So they probably wanted to spend more time on COVID. I'm perfectly fine discussing COVID. I think I would be willing to have that discussion with anyone in the country. I don't think Trump acted in the best way. I think Trump endorsed lockdowns more than he should have. Ironically, everyone on the left thinks Trump did a bad job by not endorsing lockdowns enough. But I'm willing to have that debate with them. But I think if you just judge purely on that debate and you were objective, you would think that our side collectively, I think, blew them out of the water. And that was despite the fact there was 3 of us. My 2 partners didn't talk as much, but that doesn't mean what they had to say wasn't important. And there was 5 of them. And I still think we handled ourselves quite well. You won't be shocked to know I just peeked a little that the 1,000-something people watching on Dylan Burns' channel thought that I was an idiot and was being crushed. And I'm sure the 5,000 or so watching on Destiny's channel also thought that I was a terrible person that was being crushed. They just say things like, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. This is exactly what left-wing Trump hater Glenn Greenwald, who had the Snowden papers papers that published him. This is exactly what he criticized just this week when he left the news organization that he founded, The Intercept. I did a video about that the other day in the morning, or maybe it was this morning. I can't remember. I think it was this morning. This is what he's criticizing, the fact that they want to censor you and say that you can't talk about certain things because there's not truth to it, but then they themselves talk about things with far less evidence that goes against their political opponents. And you could see, it's like right on cue. My buddy Drone Tech asked me the other day, I had a caller call in who started off saying, I believe you have white privilege and I'm a Marxist. We actually had a good conversation, and it went so well for me, that conversation, that Drone Tech and I both in private conversation was like, was that person a troll? Was that person just someone pretending to be a lefty to make me sound good? But when you see panels like this, you're like, maybe not. Because they literally make the stereotypical exact cartoonish answer that you expect. Well, I just wish that everyone should be this is all censorship. Can we stop talking about this? We need to not platform conspiracy theorists, says thousands of people, well, a bunch of people in the chat. Why would you platform conspiracy theorists? This is how nonsense, this is what they're trained to do. They can't argue facts, and so they just have to say, we don't want to allow this stuff to be talked about. RGR, to her credit, was like, hey, do you have any proof of this? I provide proof. What's the first thing she says? I went to Media Fact Checker, and it says the Daily Caller is right-wing, so I don't trust it. Again, they'll only trust sources from their bubble. You will never once hear me say, I refuse to look at a piece of evidence because it came from CNN. I might say, look, this says unconfirmed sources or anonymous sources, so CNN's not giving me exact proof, and they tend to skew towards saying any crap they can to lie about Donald Trump. But if CNN provides a named source, something like an FBI 302, I would never discredit it. I would assume that it's true. So they don't want me to be able to talk about this stuff. And even when you do, all they do is attack the source instead of looking at the allegations. This is exactly parroting what the Democratic Party and the media does. They know they can't handle the facts, and it starts off right out of the gate with Destiny pushing the lies that we've seen. Oh, Tony Bobulinski, even Tucker Carlson's walked back the idea that Joe Biden was connected to the Chinese. No, he hasn't. It's outrageous. Outrageous. That's just a flat-out lie. That's not what occurred at all. We actually have a witness that was able to provide documents to back up his story. Notice that in Destiny's opening statement that he gave when we were discussing Biden, he said that he has a problem with someone like Donald Trump that has so many outstanding debts because he could be compromised by those. Yet at the same time, he doesn't seem to have a problem with the son of the Democratic candidate and probably the candidate himself, Joe Biden, having all of these foreign debts of monies that were given to him and loans that were given from places that are our biggest enemy, like the Communist government of China. He has no problem with that. There were other things that I didn't get to talk about that I thought was interesting. He said, he talked about the riots, but again, you never heard Destiny respond to the fact that it's the Biden supporters rioting. This is a perverse argument you see people on the left make. Well, look how many riots there are under Donald Trump, so vote for Joe Biden. So I guess by their logic, if Trump loses and a bunch of right-wingers riot for 4 years, they'd say, Joe Biden's doing terrible. Look at how many riots are occurring. That's nonsense. You don't reward the people that are threatening you with violence by voting for them. It will never end if that's the case. RCR, I'm sorry I missed her actual name. Dylan just kept calling her RCR, so I'm not trying to be rude by not saying her name. They keep talking about conspiracy theories, but again, what we know for a fact is that there was a conspiracy theory. We have evidence that shows Hillary Clinton pushed the conspiracy theory that Trump was colluding with Russia to deflect from her email investigation. We have proof of this. So much proof that we actually have 2 intel officials that personally went to James Comey and said, this is so troubling, we think it needs to be investigated. Now, we know in the course of the FBI doing exactly what Hillary Clinton wanted, and switching from her investigation into Donald Trump, one of the things they did was they used unverified opposition research that Hillary's team paid for that was sourced by a Russian spy that was disinformation, and they used that without ever verifying it to spy on Donald Trump's campaign. When I bring this up, their only answer is, that's a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. We have the documents to prove it, including the IG report that shows 17 errors and omissions that he found to be egregious. So they'll push any garbage conspiracy theory that is literally the biggest Russia disinformation, but then use that to deflect to anything you want to talk about with the corruption of the other side. When it comes to specifically the debate I had with Pisco and how that relates to Destiny here, talking about the Ukraine specifically, again, Destiny seems to be real upset with President Trump allegedly using a quid pro quo with U.S. tax dollars to influence prosecutorial decisions in a foreign country, particularly the Ukraine. But he had no problem with Joe Biden doing that. And again, he just says, well, Hunter Biden wasn't working there at the time. So if Hunter Biden worked there previously and was engaged in crimes, you don't think that his dad stood to want that investigation to close, to not prove the crimes that Hunter Biden committed while he was there? In addition, we could see that Hunter Biden's name was used by Blue Star Strategies, which is the actual the defense team, the lawyers in the United States for Burisma. They cited Hunter Biden and said, could you please make this investigation go away? Which Joe Biden successfully did by using a quid pro quo of $1 billion to fire the prosecutor. The fact that he doesn't want to look at any of this, neither Pisco nor Destiny wants to look at this, and they just say, Pisco says, well, there could be rational explanations for all of that, so, we shouldn't investigate it, whereas Destiny just says it's all a conspiracy theory, proves that they're not interested in a good faith discussion about the actual facts of this. They just want to shout conspiracy theories, and that's all they have on the issue. RGR also said that with the economy and Trump post-COVID, but look, it's the Democrats that are the lockdown people, so they would damage the economy more. They never answer that. She talks about white nationalists being on the rise. Again, Richard Spencer actually is endorsing Joe Biden and the Democrats for president, not to mention that that's only one side of the coin. For example, we saw how the anti-Semitic attacks in New York were big news, and they were connected to Donald Trump. My God, look at what Trump supporters are doing. Only it wasn't Trump supporters, was it? It was people connected to the Nation of Islam. The organization that did the security at the George Floyd protest. The organizations that's connected to people like Jacob Blake Sr. that Kamala Harris said she was proud of. That people, Democrats. That's who's responsible for these anti-Semitic attacks. Not to mention the actions of de Blasio going after and targeting Jews for the exact same failures to adhere to lockdown orders that Black Lives Matter is doing, and he applauds. So I don't want to hear about this. Both Destiny and RGR tried to make white nationalist attacks towards Trump. Trump never eulogized the Grand Cyclops of the KKK. That was Joe Biden. He didn't say that black people were only black if they voted for him. That was Joe Biden. They say that Trump's an authoritarian. I argue that Trump's one of the least authoritarian candidates I've ever seen. If he was an authoritarian, he would have immediately cracked down on these riots. If he was an authoritarian, he would have stopped the garbage coup against him and the investigations against him. If he was an authoritarian, he would have made sure that there were investigations against the people that committed crimes against him. None of that happened. If anything, Trump's been too much of a pushover, in my opinion. But speaking of authoritarians, you know what one of the hallmarks of an authoritarian regime is? Weaponizing your domestic intel agencies to go after your opponents. Oh, that's the Democrats. They're the ones that haven't been to get over the 2016 election. So it's ironic once more how they accuse Trump of exactly what they are. Authoritarians that want to use the police state and the intel community to crack down on anyone they disagree with. One of the things I didn't get to talk about was when it comes to authoritarianism, which side is it that's trying to take away your First Amendment, your right to free speech? Well, as you heard, it's the left saying, don't platform conspiracy theories. We think it's good that the media isn't covering these stories. Tech companies should censor people. Taking away your First Amendment. How about which side wants to take away your Second Amendment? Well, that's the left as well. They don't think you should have the right to defend yourself. That's why they think Rittenhouse should be in jail. That's why they think the McCloskeys who pulled a gun when people were threatening to kill them and broke into their house should be in jail. They talk about how Trump's so bad on climate change and he doesn't have a plan. Well, that ignores the fact that under Trump, emissions are down. And actually, we're meeting our obligations under the Paris Climate Accord. So if he doesn't have a plan, he's still doing a pretty good job. And notice how you might think, well, yeah, maybe they have a point when they're talking about Rob being a conspiracy theorist. I don't know about this stuff. Well, if you do think that, ask this question. Why is it that when we tried to have a serious conversation on climate change, did I say climate change doesn't exist? No. I said we need to know how significant it is, what sort of policies we can enact to prevent it, what are the cost of those policies, what other sorts of things, what other negatives can come as a part of those policies, etc. We need to have a nuanced conversation. He immediately accused me of being like a flat earther. So this is exactly the cult that they exist in. You have to agree with our premise and everything we say, or you're a crazy conspiracy theorist that should be deplatformed. That's what they believe. How is me questioning, well, how severe will climate change be? What policies do we have that would be able to change that? What would the cost of those policies be? All of a sudden, that means that I'm anti-science and I'm a flat earther? This is exactly the type of argumentation you see from the left. So, sorry, I went in a little rant there and I didn't see. With a new reviewer that could give me, let me go. Let's see, reading the chat here. You know, and there's just some things that like, look, like Joe Lewis seems like a decent person, but I don't know specifically that, well, 1 second here. Yeah, what's up, man? All All right, my buddy Carlos is going to call in, so we'll do that for a little. Then I got to get running. But Carlos does the radio show with me. How do you want to do it, Carlos? I got to find my Google number. Oh boy, good luck finding that, Rob. Does anyone? It's any of my mods in here? Do they have my Google Voice number? Let me see if I could find it. So bear with me for a second. But yeah, I thought I handled myself very good, to be honest. All right, Carlos. I'll text you the number here if you're listening, man. And hopefully we get you rolling. Get the old headset back on, but yeah, I mean, I'm not that impressed. I'm really not. And maybe people were on bad days or something like that. But yeah, if you did like this and you're a new viewer, please tune in. I love doing these debates. I think I do very well with them. And my goal is with a platform like Twitch that is overwhelmingly kind of more towards the left. I try to go on those platforms and purport that, us conservatives aren't dumb people like Destiny accused. I wasn't saying Destiny was dumb, by the way. I think Destiny's smart. But what I was saying was I looked smarter. So maybe he should cut back on the little you're uneducated thing. Just a word of advice. And yeah, I know it's a little snarky on my point, but I'm extremely irritated when you see people on the left try to claim that they're more intelligent, and oftentimes it's just not true. So, Carlos, are you still there, man? Did you get the number? Missed call. First call. Oh, crap. I should be calling you. Carlos, I should be calling you. Sorry. I got my names a little mixed up there.
Hello?
Hey, you there?
I am.
All right, man. Yeah, so everyone, this is Carlos Zaldivia. He does the radio show with me on Saturday. So if you like what you hear here, almost every Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., me, Carlos, and our friend Todd. And Carlos is also helping me and producing my 24-hour stream Monday. So thank you so much for being here, Carlos.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I thought I kicked ass, to be honest.
I came in late, but let me give you my thoughts real quick. So, hello, everybody, first of all. And, okay. So, the reason why I think that you should not debate these people in the future is because if you look at how these people debate, they're not debating from an honest point of view, okay? And they're not, and what I mean by that is that I understand that you want to try to win a debate, but the way that you win a debate is by persuasive arguments, not by put downs. And, listen, no one loves to curse more than me. Nobody. Okay? And I just thought that the one guy in the bottom left and Destiny, and oh, by the way, it's the first time that I've ever heard Destiny. I've never heard Destiny before.
Uh-huh.
I know that you and I have talked about him, but wow, that guy was triggered. Is that the word?
I would think so.
He
Yeah.
was triggered, and I don't understand because I came late. I don't understand what set him off, but you have a lot to do with it because, when you call the other guy a Republican hack, you lose.
Right.
Okay, so I expected a lot more than that, and if he's the very best that the internet has in defending Democratic points, hey, listen, they have nothing. They have nothing, and I wasn't persuaded because a lot of the stuff that they were basing their talking points on, or their arguments on, I shouldn't say talking points, their arguments on, just to be totally fair, are things that are, A, they're not prepared, and B, they're just not true. I mean, they're not prepared because they're just unwilling to accept some of the things that are true. Like, Destiny actually said that he didn't believe that the FBI is running an investigation on Hunter Biden and his ties to China and Russia regarding money laundering. Am I in the middle of a possession and didn't hear that right?
Right.
Or is he right? I'm sorry, he's not right, right?
Right. No, I agree. Yeah.
So and there's a guy on your timeline, I think his name is FYFE, who wants to have a conversation about the deep state, and he's asking questions. Some of the people on the timeline are calling him a troll. I don't know him to be a troll. First time I've ever seen him. I mean, I know some of your regulars, but I don't know him. So I want to address specifically, just to get off topic, just for a minute, regarding deep state. Peter Strzok is an example of what the deep state looks like. Okay? What they want, their motives are power, regardless of what administration is in power. Their motives are power. And when you look at his texts, and there's a lot of texts, okay? So you only really get, unless you download the government's link to all his texts, you don't really get a picture of what this guy was doing and the type of relationship that he had with Paige and the power that they had. She was an attorney and he was an FBI agent, you know, and they were at the top of the food chain. And there might have been, you know, I don't know if they had seniority, but, you know, they were in the room, as I like to call it. And they had power. That's what the deep state looks like, in my opinion. Vindman, although he's lower, in my opinion, than Strzok and Page are, God only knows what kind of damage Vindman has done working in the capacity that he was working on. Brennan, Mueller, Clapper, all of these people I would consider, okay, deep state. Now, is there a collection of what is generally accepted as deep state? No, there are some people that don't believe in it at all. But you could call it the administrative state or the state that wants to keep itself employed forever and control everything behind the political firewall. Well, these are the people that do this.
Look, you need to look no further. Two statements to look no further than. One, Miles Taylor, who is promulgated by the New York Times as the author of that book, Anonymous.
Right.
He admitted that there's only
low level though.
Right, low level, but he admitted there's probably only 4 people around Trump that have his back. What else would you call the administrative state all actively working to sabotage the president? You can call it whatever term you want, but that's part of what I'm referencing. Second, Chuck Schumer admitted that the intel agencies would find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back from Trump if he criticized them. That's a statement that should scare the crap out of everyone, because you don't want unelected officials who were trained to lie and infiltrate foreign governments with lies, controlling your flow of information in your country. To me, when I say deep state, I'm talking about the intel agencies. I'm talking about people in the establishment Republican, like Mitt Romney, John McCain, things like that, and people in the establishment Democratic Party. I'm talking about unelected bureaucrats like you're talking about, like Vindman, people like that, your Brennans, your Clappers, your Comeys, people like that. And also these oligarchs that actually shift our elections, such as Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, George Soros, the military-industrial complex, places like Raytheon and other places that make money off of selling weapons of war and are actively encouraging us to go to all these wars. The left used to believe this, by the way. They thought that we were lied into the Iraq war by a coalition of people in Bush's administration, people in the CIA, people in the FBI, and people in the media. Now all of a sudden they say it's a crazy conspiracy theorist to believe that and cheer for more war. You know?
And like you say all the time, where are they now?
Right.
When we need them most.
Right.
It's the one thing that we can actually agree on.
Right. Well, Glenn Greenwald's still out there.
And they're not there.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, the deep state also has another characteristic that and you're saying it without really saying it, is that it's not in every single department of government. Okay? Really, to be honest with you, the only people that have to worry about the deep state and the Department of the Interior are cows, but they're more effective in places like intelligence, where they have arrest powers and warrant powers and investigative powers and subpoena powers. See, that's when you really are cooking with Crisco with respect to having power, which is really, in my mind, and I know that you can expound on this probably a little bit better on it, because I know you've done a lot of work on it, but that's where the seat of power is, right? In places where you can execute actual power, subpoenas.
I absolutely agree.
Investigations. Do you know what the power of being able to go to a judge and have the judge wave you through the FISA process because you're the FBI and you can bring anything to them, Rob?
Yep.
You can bring anything to them, and it's an understanding that they're going to be believed because you're the FBI.
Right,
Dude,
and you can see the effectiveness on that
power.
Right, you see the effectiveness of it. Our opponents, again, I can't stress this enough. So I went for communication to college. That I wanted to be a journalist originally. That's what I thought I was going to do. And I had all these left-wing professors, but they weren't radical left-wingers. And they talked about the idea of questioning corporations gatekeeping the flow of information. And they talked about the idea of questioning people in positions of power. And that's what the idea of the media was. The left used to believe this. The left used to believe that it was worthwhile to question these figures in positions of power. Now, all they do is to deflect to positions of authorities. I did 2 debates tonight, and 90% of the arguments about the corruption angles that I was talking about was, but the FBI didn't say that, but the EU didn't say that, but the CIA didn't say that, but the State Department didn't say that. So they can't look at actual facts that we could see with our own eyes. They are totally invested in believing every word the intel community tells them. And that's totally anathema to what the left I grew up with was. They said, no.
Right.
The Iraq war was garbage. We should question the intel agencies. Now, as soon as Barack Obama got in and promulgated the very wars that the left were supposedly against, all of a sudden they're the pro-war party. All of a sudden they're supporting the CIA. They're supporting the FBI as long as they attack Donald Trump. And that's what I find most disgusting.
Yes. 2 things. Number one, when we can't even agree on facts, we have a fucking problem.
Yep.
Okay, number one. Number two, I hold on to your ass because this is a true story. I did the media, okay, for all you guys out there. I'm basically a filmmaker. That's really my core competency. But I've dabbled for 30 years as a political media strategist, okay? So my side gig as a political media strategist is a very, very good one. And I've had the great fortune of being able to do that for numerous governors in New Jersey and numerous people at all levels and here in Pennsylvania. And in 2017, okay, in 2017, I did a campaign for a person that was running for Common Pleas Court, County Common Pleas Court. Their opponent was the sitting DA. In January, after they both announced, the sitting DA raided the law office of my candidate, claiming that my candidate was stealing money from their client. And he went and got a subpoena from a magistrate. And what do you think the magistrate's going to do? Say no?
Right.
The magistrate was Republican. The DA was Republican. So was my client. But this is what they do. Republicans did this, guys. Republicans.
Right.
My client, the Supreme Court found my client 4 months later innocent of all these charges. and we went on to lose in November. But do you know what it is to try to run a campaign when the DA raids your client's office?
Right.
So the deep state won on that one.
Right. And they do often.
So, but it's exactly the same thing
at a national level
that the FBI did with the FISA court.
Exactly.
When you go to these judges and these magistrates have to take your word for it because you're the DA. You have the power. You have the subpoena power and the investigative power. He had not a shred of evidence except 2 witnesses that were unverified. This guy is now sitting as a common pleas court judge in Lycoming County. How would you like to live in my county, knowing that you have a judge who did this to another person, to a political opponent? He raided his political opponent's office with a straight face.
Wow.
And
Unreal.
found no evidence.
It's crazy.
Okay? I mean, I could understand. I really could. I'd be all for it if they found evidence and they said, yes, there's $127,000 missing, and from this counter, whatever it is, okay? Whatever it is. They had nothing. Zippity-doo-dah. Nada. Republicans doing this.
Yeah.
And that's what makes us different.
That's right.
Than Destiny. Okay? That's what makes you and me different than Destiny. We're not for fucking sale.
That's right.
Because we're Republicans. We're not for sale.
That's right.
You better earn my vote.
And that's what.
I'm sorry, this is America.
You
better earn my vote because I know what I'm talking about and I do my homework and I love this country and I think that the people in this country deserve better.
Right.
Sorry.
I agree. And look, that's why when he calls me a Republican hack, it's like, I get it. He doesn't know me well. How many times have me and you on our radio show alone criticized local Republicans, state level Republicans, criticized Trump for things we don't like, criticized national Republicans? We'll call out anyone. We just had a debate as conservatives, as Republicans on our radio show. We just set up a debate for a local election in Williamsport between a Republican and the Democrat. The Republican didn't show. We gave 2 hours to the Democrat because we felt it was our responsibility as having promised someone a platform, even though we won't vote for her, to give her that platform. So when people call me a hack, it's like, you don't know me then. And I know they don't know you either, Carlos, because we've had these conversations. That's right. Now, Carlos, I do have to go. I promised 2 other people I'd let them come on, and I have to be in bed by midnight. So I do have to run.
Thank you for letting me on. Thanks for your audience for letting me listen to me. And Godspeed, and everybody, no matter who you vote for, make sure you do vote.
Right. I totally agree. All right, man. Are we doing the show at 11 tomorrow?
But vote Republican, though.
Right.
Okay?
Are we doing the show at 11 tomorrow? Or
I am going to call you back with that with Todd. I'll text you.
Okay. Look, if we can't do it tomorrow, I mean, we are doing a 24-hour show Monday, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, something came up that I need to take care of. That's why I'm going to move it.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'll talk to you later.
See you, man.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so what I'm going to do is bring up Discord now. Apparently, my friend Milo has, and a couple other people want to talk to me on Discord. So I probably won't have video for this, guys. I apologize. It'll just be me, but let me see if I can bring it up. Hey, what's up, DensCon? What's happening, man? Can you hear me? You there?
Yeah, man. How you doing, Rob?
I'm doing great. Thanks. Thanks for wanting to come on the show. I really appreciate it. So what's up? What were your thoughts of the debate?
I ended up coming into the debate after Pisco, so I was watching the Pisco, and you bled it straight through, right? You just hit a stop and start, and so I stayed on.
Yes. Yep.
I thought it was interesting because right out of the gate, you started to see some cracks in the competition. Obviously, Dan was waiting for his moment, but Destiny went in right away.
Right.
See that what it seems like to me is there's an echo chamber that these people exist in, to where if they can find tangentially evidence that supports their position, they'd rather herald that than investigate.
Right.
And there is some of that where you heard him say that it hasn't been proven that these things are true, or the laptop hasn't been proven to be something of validity, when it actually has. Right. DNI Ratcliffe and the DOJ And it's been passed to FBI and it has been sat on by Director Wray. There's a lot to this that if anyone really wanted to look into, they could. But you could see how easily he grabbed onto the rungs of cheap arguments that would herald that he was in some way right tangentially via some left-wing publication.
Well, and that's exactly...
Which obviously...
Okay, that's exactly my point, is this. It's like, listen... For example, look at the quid pro quo that Joe Biden announced that he did at the Council on Foreign Relations, where he said, the famous speech where he was like, yeah, I said you have 6 hours or you're not getting this $1 billion. They said, you're not the president. Biden says, call him. And wouldn't you know, son of a bitch, they fired him. Like that. So the quid pro quo paid off. I'm not saying that is proof positive that Joe Biden's corrupt. What I'm saying is that is such a damning statement that it warrants an investigation. It warrants a criminal investigation, and it also warrants investigation from a fair press. And all of us that are considered in ending corruption should say, yes, that's something that I would like to see looked into. I myself will look into that. People like Destiny and those that I was debating tonight, including Pisco, they want to default to, I just don't believe that it's all a crazy conspiracy theory, so we don't have to look into it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ledger, they push any P story about Donald Trump, any crazy conspiracy theory, they have no problem pushing.
Yeah, and this is the thing. That video has been out since 2017, if I'm not mistaken.
You're absolutely
and I've been dropping that on people as I label it as quid pro quo actual, and because it is. And when I hear people criticizing, well, Trump did this, he tried to use this to dig up dirt. No, I said that was our money. That's our tax money that we're offering in aid. And he's saying, if we're going to fill your bucket, let's seal those holes up, because we know about those holes in the bottom of the bucket of the aid that's going to fall into corrupt companies in your country. So let's go ahead and seal those up first. And in that, they assume that's quid pro quo. But it's because before he even ran for office, he knew about the Ukraine issue. And for anyone who's been actually following the Obama administration and their collusion with Russia and Ukraine, people would have known this, but he knew that was there. And why do you think as soon as he was the president-elect, we start to get the Steele dossier, we get Russian collusion? Because according to Saul Alinsky, we need to accuse the people, our opponents, of something that we're guilty of. So by the time they actually hit us with the actual evidence, it looks like tit for tat, carries half the weight, and the media can dismiss and hand wave. And especially if you control the media, this is something that's far more easy to accomplish than people like Destiny or Dan are willing to even admit can happen, because to them it's fair press. His argument to you about why didn't Wall Street Journal cover it, as if somehow this deep state entity can't control the media and hasn't controlled the media for the longest time, let alone the past 4 years.
Yeah, and the irony is, you're absolutely right, even his claim about the Wall Street Journal, first the editorial side and Kim Strassel actually commented about the evidence of corruption. So the Wall Street Journal did say that this was corrupt and warrants a legal investigation. But even the news side of the Wall Street Journal actually said they weren't saying that it was all a hoax. They said the emails were real. They just said they didn't see a literal connection to money going to Joe Biden. But Bobulinski never claimed to have that connection. Bobulinski's entire reason for his anger in the first place was because they went around him. He thought that he was engaged in a legitimate business operation with the Bidens where he would be taking that money, putting it on record, filing taxes on it, etc. Instead, they went around and gave personal interest-free loans to the Biden family. So Bobulinski's admitting, I don't have access to those documents of where that money came from. But you're absolutely right. The bigger point is, as if that's the end-all be-all. Well, if the Wall Street Journal didn't comment on it, well, then it must prove that this is garbage. Meanwhile, we could see the actual emails ourselves, as I was pointing out. 10% for the big guy. Who's the big guy? He doesn't respond to that. He's just like, whatever. And this is exactly the point. Like, when you look at the ability for these people to just say, well, the intel agencies disagree with you. The EU disagrees with you. The State Department disagrees with you. That's not an argument. That's just further proving my point that if I prove that actually my case is right, it's proving how deep the deep state is. And I'll give you a perfect example. Even Pisco admits at the end of that debate, he makes this damning admission, which is, honestly, tell yourself, Pisco, if this was Don Jr. instead of Hunter Biden, and these emails and his business partner came out, do you think the media would be covering this story? And he's like, yeah. So his defense to this is, well, so many people would have to be involved, so therefore it proves that your claims about Joe and Hunter Biden being corrupt can't be true. We know thousands of people in the media right now in public refusing to cover that Bobulinski interview, refusing to cover those emails. And he admits that if it was on Trump, they would be. So his admission is, well, thousands of people are willing to be hypocrites and biased to help Joe Biden in this instant, but they wouldn't be when it comes to his quid pro quo of the Ukraine. It's nonsense. And again, this is something the left used to believe. Remember when the media came out with a mea culpa in 2016 or 2006 and they were like, oh, our bad. We're sorry that we lied you into the Iraq war. We should have asked more questions. We'll make sure to do a better job next time asking the intel community questions. Now they just hire the intel community people. They don't have to ask them a question because the propagandists are working for them.
Yeah. And how many times have you heard 17 intelligence agencies have already ruled this or that? They love to go to that. This is the same media that walked us into a war with Iraq and up to your point in 2006 had to have the mea culpa moment. And all of a sudden, somehow they're rehabilitated to give us the proper information. And yet the New York Post gets censored, the indication being that it's such a big story that almost they bend over backwards and do an incredible amount of gymnastics, both legally and with censorship, to kill this story. And that's somehow something we should avoid investigating because it goes against our narrative. This is what I'm worried about. The gated institutional narrative is so strong that they basically impose via universal expulsion an agreement to run with the current of the narrative. And if you don't, you essentially get the treatment you got, which is being equated to a flat earther for having an outside the narrative opinion. And in that, they almost hit you with universal expulsion by making you seem as though you were crazy. Yet these things are actually true. To your point about the CEFC, we're talking about interest-free loans being lent to the Biden family off the Biden family name because they like doing business with the Bidens. There's so much more to this than the people are giving credit to. He said, well, there's nothing really wrong with what happened with Hunter Biden on the laptop. We don't know that yet. And I know terms of service with Discord would make this discussion very difficult, but there is some sort of predilection inherent in the images and the videos that we have yet to see that would probably would sour the opinion of America if they ever heard it. But the most important part is the recording that National Post put out, in which we can hear Hunter Biden admitting to working with and for intelligence apparatus within China.
Yep. And that's just it. We can have
these things are what we talk about. We don't talk about, well, it's been debunked. Why, if you cared about the integrity of your argument, if you're in good faith and want to be intellectually honest, dive in, Destiny. Dive in, Dan. Why the hell are you leaning back in your chair and acting as though you can play a video game while discussing something? And that's something I like about Rob's technique, is that he actually pays attention. He may use two hands to type just a few times, but we don't see him playing a video game, giving half his mentality to an argument that we obviously see as lackluster, only to be overridden with real facts and then hand wave and dismiss with a meme.
And I mean, my strategy is I try to take, unless it's obviously in bad faith or just a troll like, oh, flat earth, I try to take anyone's claim seriously. I do. I debated the Russia collusion crap, the P tapes, all of that crap ad nauseum. I took it seriously. I looked at it in a sober way and I responded to people. Yet they completely write me off. And one of the things, I don't know if you saw this was going on, but Dylan Burns, the host, who I actually think's a good person, even though he's on the left and disagrees with me on everything, his channel, he actually had to speak up because his channel, which had 1,500 people watching this, were calling for him to ban me from his channel for being a conspiracy theorist. That's the only tool these people have. I mean, this is what Twitch is about. The majority of Twitch is saying this is a platform for the left and for the extreme left, and we don't want anyone who doesn't agree with us coming on here with their ideas. Sound familiar? Sounds like the mainstream media, doesn't it? Sounds like Twitter. Sounds like Facebook. This is what these people are. Now, I don't mean this. I'm not saying everyone on the left. I'm not saying that. But the people that have to resort to either calling you names or saying you shouldn't be allowed to speak, they have lost the argument. That's why when Carlos, one of the things I disagree with him, he says, why do you debate these people? The reason is because I'm not going to back down. I know the facts are on my side. I have complete confidence in my ability to discuss these issues with people. If I'm proven wrong, so be it. I don't mind it. But I'm trying to show probably the 6,000, 7,000 people that were on Destiny and Dylan's channel, I'm not afraid of the people you put forth as the champions of your argument. You are wrong. We are not dumb. We have the facts on our side, and you look like a moron when you try to come at us with just name calling and all of these deflections about flat earth that have nothing to do with anything.
And that's the kind of confidence you can exhibit when you are on the right side of the facts.
Exactly.
And that's something that we have to hold on to and be careful with what we parrot. But most importantly, do not be afraid of the investigation or the debate. Dive into whatever articles they send you, even if it's opposing information. You can easily see the hand waving, or you'll be able to see the manipulation, and just do the work.
Right. I totally agree. So, hey, I'm going to head out. I'm going to wrap up here and head out soon, but thanks so much for being on the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Is there anyone else on Discord real quick that wanted to say something?
You did a good job.
Yeah,
I
I just
want to say that.
MS?
Go ahead, Milo. You go first, and then we'll get to Ms. Me.
Ken go. Ken's a good guy. He can go. I just wanted to say.
I just wanted to talk about bringing up. We have to kind of do this within the next 2 days, Rob. This kind of scenario where we might not have a president,
right,
by election night or the correct time or whatever. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
We won't.
I would like to just add on to that real quick for Rob. It is becoming an interesting thing that we may not know by November 3rd or 4th who the president is. And we'll start seeing headlines of Republican Party suing Democrats for ballot removal from count, similar and if not identical headlines coming from the right. It'll look a lot like the hanging Chad scenario between George Bush Jr. and Al Gore. And what we'll end up in is a contentious set of headlines across multiple days leading into weeks in which the Supreme Court is supposed to tell us who is the president. This will be, if you thought the pressure cooker was COVID and George Floyd was a trigger event, I think we're about to see something.
Yep, totally.
Are you saying that we should all be completely prepared to hunker in and just lock in and stay away from everybody for the next
For a few weeks? Yes.
Yeah.
2 months?
No, a week or two. That's the maximum amount it could go on.
Well, and if I can,
only a couple of weeks. I don't live in a big city area, so I'm not particularly worried.
Yeah, you'll be
I'm
all
in a
right.
red state.
If I could say real quick, kind of what Milo and Des were saying there. Yeah. So here's the thing. What side has completely changed the norms in how we viewed elections and put scrutiny on the outcomes of the elections? It's not Donald Trump. It's the side that refused to accept the results of the 2016 election. It's the side that decided they were going to 3 months outside of an election push for universal mail-in ballots. It's the side that's starting to file all these court cases that say, like in Pennsylvania, the court case that was one that says, if your ballot signature doesn't match that of your voter registration, it's okay. They have all but assured that if Donald Trump would win, they're not going to accept the results of the election. And they've cast doubt, saying that Trump is, basically personally taking away mailboxes and ballot boxes, and he's purposely sabotaging the USPS and all of this stuff. They are responsible for taking away our faith in the election system. And then, as always, they accuse you of exactly what they've done. So because of these bad faith efforts, now no one is going to have faith in the result of the election, which is going to lead to the hanging Chad situation, having to settle it in courts. All sorts of violence will be going on in the meantime. We're going to see riots. And I said it over and over again. Why is DC boarding up their stores right now? They're not worried about Biden winning. They're worried about Trump winning because it is Biden supporters, once more, just like it was Hillary supporters in 2016, that will be the ones engaged in riots.
I gotta correct you on that. It is not Biden supporters. It is anti-Trump anarchists. Big difference.
Well, yes, but they're voting for Biden. But yes, I agree.
Yeah, they are. I believe they're also foreign. They're also paid by foreign agitators. Quite a few of the rioters / anarchists are being funded by foreign agitators who want nothing more than to see our country damaged and destroyed. As for the other one, I'd make a laugh meme about this. Trump, every time he flies to a new city, is personally flying really low and knocking out all the Democrat mailboxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Air Force One has a special, targeter, takes out Democrat mailboxes only.
Right. It's
so
ridiculous.
Well, my closing comment would be this, that I always ask this question. If your country was being destabilized, could you tell? And if you could tell, what would it look like? Well, I wanted to say, Rob, you did a lot of work today, many hours on the mic. Great job, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much. Come back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Milo, do you have any final comments? I do got to get to bed here soon.
No, it was great. It was a great debate, I guess, but it was a normal shit show as always. But yeah, like why do you, I can totally see why you debate these people.
Right.
It's like what Carlos said. Like, yeah, I can also see his argument, but the thing is that once you really just know that you have your facts straight, and you know that these other guys can't even engage with the facts, then you're already winning, and you're already winning before you even start talking. But yeah.
Well, thank you, Milo. Ms. Did you have anything you wanted to say in closing here? Are you still there? Ms. V?
I muted that because I didn't want to tempt myself because I tend to jump in sometimes. But everything is good. I'm glad I got to watch that. I popped over here from the drone tech side, and I've been over there a little while, and I'm glad I got to watch this information.
Well, thank you.
I'll watch again. I just don't like some of these people. I think they're all too young. I mean, I tried to ask that question. I didn't get an answer. What's the average age of half of those guys? Under 30?
I think Dylan's 19. Yeah, I think Dylan's 19. Destiny's probably in his mid to late 20s. I would guess that almost everyone else is probably their early 20s. The gentleman counterpoint, I would guess, is a little older. He's probably my age or a little older. I'm guessing mid 30s to early 40s. He was a former police officer, that guy. But everyone else, I would say, teens or early 20s.
That's why
Destiny's 30.
They have no perspective because they were raised on the internet, raised on the soundbite, and they have the attention span of a gnat.
Right, and
so like my sons are 20 and 25.
Yeah,
so,
I just wanted to add. I just wanted to add the thing is, on that point, they're not really old enough, and to be fair, Rob, you're not even old enough to even know what all this is about, and I'm not even old enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
just 7, but
I'm old enough to know
all this is a political feud that has been going back to Watergate, like 60 years back in history. So, yeah, I just don't know what more to say than that.
I'm not quite that old, but Watergate, I was 3 watching that and going, "What's all this stuff? It's boring. It's news. Give me cartoons."
Right.
But yeah, the rest, they've been blaming Trump for stuff that's been going on for decades. I don't really know why it's Trump's fault. We got him in because he's not a politician, because we got sick and tired of the quote unquote politicians. And they don't understand that. They just take talking points and they just echo them over and over again. And then they call you names if you disagree. My own dad is a Republican, and he's not a Republican now. He's an anti-Trump Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me I called him a socialist because I said I don't agree with him about Medicare for all. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Right. I agree. I totally agree. So, all right, I'm going to end the Discord here for now because I do have to get to bed, and I've been doing this.
Wait. Normal.
Sure, go ahead.
America
I've been going
break.
6 hours, so I'm sorry. But go ahead. Go ahead, bored and hungry. I can barely hear you, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there I heard you.
You did an awesome job, man. These guys didn't know what they were talking about. You killed it, bro.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it's
from Australia, Trump 2020, baby.
Thank you.
Australian.
I totally agree, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it means a lot. Like, you have to understand, when I do these debates, there are literally, like today, there were literally probably 6,000 people that were watching on the Left Streamers channel that the only thing they're doing is calling me names, calling for me to be deplatformed, calling me fat, whatever. I don't care. So it is nice to know that there are people out there that could objectively look at it and understand that I don't even think, I mean, objectively, there are debates that I've had. It's like, I think I could have done better. I'm not saying I couldn't have done better, but I thought that they didn't bring anything to the table. I really didn't. And,
my vote.
So, even their insults weren't that good.
I know that's what I tell people all the time. I don't mind the insults if they're funny. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. But it's just, I don't know. I think that they'd never. Look, here's the thing, and I thank the conservatives that were on the panel with me. I don't know that they're used to dealing with someone like me, though. Someone that is like, you know what I mean? Like, I've debated. That's what I did in college. I have the facts on my side. And I'm able to respond in kind to the way that they try to approach things. So if they want to, act superior and stuff, I could put it right back in their face and show why it's not the case. They've been, especially on Twitch, it's so much of a bubble. They're not used to having conservatives or people that aren't in this extreme left perspective that could come on there and dispute the just talking points that they have. So I don't know. Maybe I'm bragging about myself too much.
No. I stopped taking him serious when they said the Hunter Biden issue can't be brought up because he's not convicted yet.
Right.
That shit's, the emails have been verified. I quote, they've been called authentic by the FBI. Yesterday, for some reason, 5 days. For some reason, 5 days before the election, the FBI wants to now announce that Hunter Biden is under criminal investigation. I don't know why 5 days before, even though the investigation has been going on since 2019.
Well, because they have egg on their face.
It doesn't add up.
Delay the fucking thing to influence the election.
Right. And they have egg on their
We've
face.
already
Okay.
got an election going on. We've got 85 million people have already voted this time. It's not
Right.
like we're waiting to start electing in 3 days. They have already, half of the voting population has already voted.
Right. I agree. This
which
is
makes
why,
it really difficult.
Look, anybody who's watched my show saw me 2 years ago screaming to the heavens that we should have been prosecuting James Comey, Clapper, Brennan back then. And I said, we can't wait. The earlier this should have been done before 2018, and the Democrats would have not regained the Senate if we understood that these deep state actors were engaged in a coup against Donald Trump. Instead, even when the IG came out and said, I'm criminally referring James Comey for lying and for passing classified information to people that weren't qualified to have it, instead, Bill Barr declined to prosecute. And I had plenty of Trump supporters that told me, oh, no, this is all for good. Trust me. Clapper and Brennan and Comey, before the election, they'll all be behind bars. Well, here we are. And you could see the exact argument that's used by the left is, well, why didn't Trump's people lock these people up if they committed crimes? And so it takes a lot of work. Right, because...
Time.
What's that?
It takes time.
Right.
I mean, the law, they're still prosecuting crap from 2006 in the systems, in the courts. We're talking about stuff that's 10 to 15 years old still going through the courts.
I totally agree. So, all right, guys, I got to head out. I'm going to wrap up.
And that's my, I'm sorry, just quick with 10 seconds.
Sure.
And that's why we'll never have a speedy process with the election, because the court system is a fucking slow train.
Right. I agree. Unless it's a Trump supporter, then they could tip CNN off and have Roger Stone be brought out in his underwear in front of the cameras. It operates fast then if it's against Trump and his team. But
Rob,
yeah,
Rob, look out for my messages, man. I'm gonna try to get you on a bigger streamers platform. I know a guy. I'm gonna try to convince him to get you on there.
Thank you.
Just look out for my board in Hungary.
All right, I definitely will.
Quick,
yeah, go
if
ahead.
I can get on someone else's team chat and chat in their chat channel instead, I'll be glad to do it. I just need to know when. I could debate them in their own stream instead of
a lot of people. Let me throw a couple recommendations out to you. There is a person named Prime K's on Twitch. I'm sure he would allow you to come on. He's someone that has big 12-person discussions and allows just people that are in his Discord to come on. He's a socialist, Black Lives Matter supporter. You also have a person by the name of Tiberius D. That's on Twitch. If you find him on Discord, he also has these big panels. I have to admit, I don't like the big Discord panels because oftentimes I think a conversation goes best with 2 or 3 people max. Once, like Prime Case, they have 12, 16 people on there at a time, and it's just blah, 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 blah. People, not saying the people are bad. Right. So look for that. Even when I go out, if people stick around on my Discord stream, you should be able to talk to them on Discord, even once I head out. So maybe those people stick around.
I want to get in their chat channel and do some chat stuff. I don't want to talk to them live, but I'll get in their chat channel and give them some freaking common sense.
Yeah, so look up Prime Case, Prime space Cayes, or look up Tiberius D, and I think that's TYBERIUS_D. So check out their Discord channels. I don't have links to them or anything now, but they oftentimes. Yeah, and also my buddy Drone Tech sometimes has chats that are on this. Oh yeah, so check that out. So all right, everyone, thank you so much on Discord. I'm gonna close it up and then I'll wrap up my channel here. So thank you everyone that was on Discord. Really appreciate it. So yeah, that's great. It's great to have people call in. So yeah, I gotta wrap up. My wife's probably gonna kill me. I've been doing this since 6 o'clock. It's 6 hours. Ugh, Jesus, 6 hours of debating, but I crushed it, so it was worth it. Yeah, so just to wrap up here, I think that I did fantastic in the debate. I hope that people agree. Look, I think I'm a good debater. I think, though, the main thing is I had the facts on my side. And there are certain things that I wish I could have talked more about, such as the DOJ confirming that these emails are real, other things like that. So I didn't get to everything that I wanted, but I thought that I did a pretty good job. I want to promote the following. At some point tomorrow, I might be doing a radio show, so check that out. Monday, I will be doing, Monday morning at 8 a.m., I will be doing a 24-hour stream. I will go until Tuesday, election day at 8 a.m. Then I'm going to get some sleep and go vote. I'm going to have some very impressive guests, everyone from movie producers that have produced kind of some right-wing movies. I'm going to have an actual congressperson, not state Congress, but federal Congress. I will also have state-level politicians in Pennsylvania, and I'll have a host of other people. I will also be at times having open dialogue, so anyone who's in the chat will have a chance to call in and talk for a little, 10, 15 minutes, so we'll be doing things like that. It should be a really exciting show. My goal is to use that show to raise some money for my channel, so I think I'm going to set a goal of $1,000 for that, but if you can't donate, that's totally cool. But what you can do, even if you can't give a financial donation, please, please, please get the word out there. If you think that I did a good job debating, I mean, look at this. I thought that I did a fantastic job in that panel. Understand that an average video for me, an average live stream, I have like 20 people watching. The people that I was just debating on the left have like 7,000 watching. And I didn't think they purported themselves very well against me at all. So if you think that I'm a channel worth supporting and liking, please like and subscribe, but also recommend me to some other people. Show this debate to other people. I think it will show that I think that I have a very good understanding of the facts and that I could handle myself against pretty much anyone on the left. So that's what I hope that this showed. Now, Dan Bongino probably won't have. There is a... I doubt I'll have Dan Bongino. I doubt that's going to happen. But there will be some other impressive people. Hopefully by Sunday, I'll have a schedule out of exactly everyone who's going to be on the show and what times they're going to be on. But I would really, really, really appreciate, I don't ask for a lot of help in promoting my stuff a lot of time. Please, 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 if you have a channel, if you have any sort of Twitter, if you have, Facebook, whatever, please, please, please promote my channel for Monday starting at 8 a.m. until 8 a.m. Tuesday. That will be my 24-hour live stream before the election. And then the last note is after that, I don't know about Wednesday next week, but my show's going to be 8 a.m. every day. It's going to be basically 8 a.m. until sometime between 9 and 10 every day. So the last recommendation I'll make is if you're following me on YouTube, please, please, please consider following me on DLive, following me on Twitch or something like that. I will eventually be censored from YouTube. It is a guarantee. Guarantee. It will happen. I'm telling you right now, it will happen. So please, please consider doing that. Thank you to everyone who donated today. Thank you, Vincere Adamori. I saw a lot of good comments you were making in the chat, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone else that watched. I really appreciate all of you. Yeah, when it comes to like Twitch emotes and things like that, I'll get to work on that. Look, I'm transitioning jobs. I'm broke as a joke. I'm trying to juggle like 10 balls at once. As you can see, my shirt, I'm going to be a dad for the first time. January 6th is our due date. So I got so much stuff going on. There's so much I want to do with this channel. So I'll work on that, getting my Twitch, like about me, Twitch emotes and things like that set up. So yeah, that's definitely something that I'll be working on. Thank you for the congratulations. I assume about being a dad, or is it about crushing it in the debates? My secret was, by the way, if you wonder how I did so well in the debates, next time you have to do something and it's going to be some sort of competitive format, consider this. Look up Basil Polaritis and the song Anvil of Crom. It's the theme song to the original Conan the Barbarian movie. Will get you right in the right mood to be able to have a political discussion with someone. So, all right. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you. I'm humbled that anyone would want to listen to me. Thank you to everyone on the right or the left that listened to me. I really appreciate it. I hope that we could have a dialogue even with people that we disagree with. And I think that it's unbelievable to me that anyone would want to listen to my opinion. So I really thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for all the support. And as always, have a good one.